Chapter 1165. After a slight pause, Shangguanfeng continued, as a result, fighting against the demons is a trial that must be attempted in the process of growth. Instead of calling it a fight for the saint's fruit, it's more like a trial for all the young cultivators. To these people, a single trip to the 9 Darkness Demon Mountains will benefit them for the rest of their lives. Long Chen finally understood that the upper echelon of the 9 Darkness Demon region was vicious enough. They would directly let their disciples experience actual combat and survive the poisoned Shadow Clan. It would indeed be of great help to every cultivator in the future. A cultivator's mentality and willpower were all battle prowess. They were crucial to becoming experts in the future. In this aspect, Long Chen was the most outstanding one. This was a trial of a huge scale, just like the trials of the 3,000 halls of the true Martial Emperor Palace. The trials of the true Martial Emperor Palace were a type of mission, while the 9 Darkness Demon region gathered everyone together. The latter was a direct competition, so it would be even more difficult, but the effects would probably be better. As long as they passed through this forest, they would be able to reach where the holy tree was. Perhaps everyone had mustered up all their strength to make their final charge. Long Chen asked Shangguanfeng a few more questions before continuing on his way in silence. The mist continued to permeate the forest, but the murderous aura in the air became heavier and heavier. Long Chen suddenly discovered that dazzling red flowers had begun to appear in the bushes beneath the countless huge trees. Upon closer inspection, they were actually bright red roses. Raising his head and looking around, the blood-red roses seemed to be everywhere. They were strange and bloody, and they were everywhere. The blood-red roses were rather eye-catching in the gloomy, gray forest. At a closer glance, the roses were actually dripping with blood. Of course, this was not real blood, but a blood-red liquid that was secreted by the blood-red roses. The surrounding atmosphere seemed to become even more terrifying after the blood-red roses appeared. There was a faint rustling sound, which was chilling. The bloody rose has appeared. From now on, this place is the territory of the poisoned Shadow Clan. Everyone, be careful. Qin Shi's voice suddenly came from the front. It was the first time she had spoken, and her tone was very cold. Walking through this blood-colored rose forest was quite a frightening feeling. After walking for about half a kilometer, Long Chen was startled. There was the smell of blood in front of him. It seemed that the poisoned shadow race had appeared here. As they continued forward, the smell of blood became thicker and thicker. As expected, they soon discovered more than 10 corpses lying on the ground. Their bodies were covered in blood and had lost all signs of life. Other than the smell of blood, there was also a rancid smell. Judging from their dark corpses, they should have been poisoned. The eyes of the deceased maintained a look of horror, but their brains had been hollowed out. Clearly, before they died, they had experienced an extremely terrifying process. Based on the circumstances of their deaths, these people had clearly been killed by the poisoned shadow race. Shifting his gaze away from the corpses, he saw an ancient stone tablet in front of him. A murderous aura emanated from the stone tablet. On the stone tablet, there were a few words written in bold and flamboyant calligraphy. It read, "Perished land of the human race." The hatred the poisoned shadow race had for humans could be seen from the bloody words. Clearly, they had been treated unfairly here. They had been reared here by humans as tools to train the younger generation without any dignity. They were indeed tools, so it was no wonder why the poisoned shadow race would act so crazily. You all see it, right? Be careful, Shangguanfeng said. He emotionlessly passed by the corpses and continued onward. All of them were outstanding members of the younger generation, so they obviously would not be affected by these corpses. As they continued onward, Long Chen continued to converse with Shangguanfeng softly. He wanted to learn some information about the saint's fruit from Shangguanfeng, but Shangguanfeng closed his mouth as soon as the fruit was mentioned. He was unwilling to say anything more. Long Chen only knew that the saint's fruit would not ripen in a short amount of time. At the very least, it would not ripen before Shangguanfeng reached the saint's tree. This was a secret. Shangguan Feng did not take Long Chen seriously, so he obviously would not tell Long Chen about it. Li Xuanji remained with her eyes closed in the void realm. She did not move at all. I've already made it up. I'll be here for at least a day. Hold on, Long Chen whispered into her ear. Yeah. She used a slightly nasal voice to tell Long Chen that she was still alive. Long Chen's heart became very heavy when he saw her like that. During the fight for the saint's fruit, everyone was his enemy. Even the people before him were no exception. Long Chen refused to believe that they had no ill intentions towards each other. As a result, he was wary of the people beside him. Around 2 or 3 kilometers later, Long Chen suddenly jerked. He raised his head and clearly, there was a life form in front of him. It had barged into the range of his spirit-devouring eyes. The life form was so fast that it was basically on the same level as the peak of the 6th layer of the divine martial realm. Shangguan Feng had said before that the Poison Shadow tribe had the bloodlines of the Wolf clan and the Bat clan. The Wolf clan bestowed speed, while the Bat clan bestowed poison. This person was clearly from the Poison Shadow tribe. The Poison Shadow tribe probably did not come for Long Chen's group. However, after smelling the scent of humans, it changed directions and quickly headed in Long Chen's direction. Long Chen's behavior caused Shangguan Feng to become rather doubtful. He asked in a hurry, "What's wrong?" As soon as he said that, Shangguan Feng also heard the terrifying sound of something tearing through the air. At that moment, he and Long Chen walked to the side. He was the one closest to the Poison Shadow tribe. Qin Shi and Zhao Yunlong also sensed the existence of the Poison Shadow tribe. Although they were geniuses, it was the first time they had seen a member of the demon clan. Both of them were a little nervous, so they joined up with Shangguan Feng. However, when they discovered that there was only one person coming, they heaved a sigh of relief and revealed relaxed smiles on their faces. "I'll deal with it," said Shangguan Feng, who was the closest to the Poison Shadow tribe. They were all warriors with high statuses. Of course, they didn't want to have to besiege a puny Poison Shadow tribe. Since Shangguan Feng had spoken first, the other two retreated. They didn't have any objections. As for Long Chen, no one asked for his opinion. At that moment, a gust of wind swept past. A figure appeared in front of Long Chen's group. He quickly made his move. However, in just an instant, Long Chen clearly saw the person's appearance. It was a skinny man, about a meter tall. He was lean and had tan skin. He looked like steel, hard and full of power. His head was slightly long and narrow, and his eyes were sharp like the eyes of a ferocious beast. His whole body was covered in a thick demonic aura. The most obvious thing was that he had a pair of powerful bat wings on his back. They were like 2 huge blades standing on his back. His hands transformed into claws. The Poison Shadow tribe member attacked Shangguan Feng, who was at the front. Although the monster race could transform into humans, they didn't have peak combat power after that. Generally speaking, they would have 2 combat forms. One of them was similar to a beast warrior, which was the form this Poison Shadow tribe member was using. In this form, they had super speed and a certain physical advantage. It should be known that the monster race was very terrifying in terms of physical strength. This Poison Shadow tribe member was only a 5th grade Fey god, but he had a physical body equivalent to a 6th grade divine body refining battle skill. If he was a 6th grade Fey god, he would be almost as strong as Long Chen. The other form was, of course, the complete monster beast form. This form had the most terrifying attack power and physical body, but the degree of flexibility would be slightly reduced. Regardless, it was still the strongest form of the monster race. Back then, Xiao Lang was at his strongest when he transformed into the sun-devouring monstrous wolf form. Shangguan Feng didn't say anything and started fighting with this Poison Shadow tribe member. Obviously, the Poison Shadow tribe member had underestimated the strength of Long Chen and the others. He was just an ordinary member of the Poison Shadow tribe member. He had just reached adulthood and was a 5th grade Fey god. At most, he could only deal with a warrior who had just entered the 6th grade divine martial realm. After all, these warriors were still young, lacked combat experience, and lacked mental strength. However, he was naturally not a match for a peak martialist like Sheng Wanfeng. Sheng Wanfeng had cultivated quite a few grade 7 divine skill battle techniques. Now that he used them, he was able to suppress the poisoned shadow race member. But what made Long Chen a little shocked was that he didn't find any fear in this poisoned shadow tribe member. He just looked at death calmly. His attacks were very crazy, and his eyes were completely bloodshot. When he attacked, he didn't defend at all. Every move was very ruthless. For a moment, he really suppressed Sheng Wanfeng. However, Sheng Wanfeng quickly reacted and regained the upper hand. That poisoned shadow tribe member let out a shrill scream. Seeing that Sheng Wanfeng and Long Chen were helping him, he knew that he had hit a nail on the head today. If he persisted, he would only die here in vain. So, after fighting for a while, he used a move to force Sheng Wanfeng to retreat, and then ran away quickly. "You guys wait here for a moment. I'll be right back." Sheng Wanfeng calmly chased after him. Behind him, Zhao Yunlong smiled disdainfully and said, "Sheng Wanfeng is getting worse and worse. If it were me, I would definitely kill this thing in a few moves. I wouldn't have to spend so much effort." Unfortunately, no one paid attention to him. Qin Shi ignored him, so Zhao Yunlong accepted it. He didn't expect that Long Chen would also ignore him. Zhao Yunlong glared at Long Chen, clenched his fists, and said to Long Chen, "What are you looking at? Believe it or not, I will destroy your family in Dongxing City." Chapter 1166. His life or death had nothing to do with Long Chen. Besides, Sheng Wanfeng wasn't too far away from Long Chen's group. In just a few li, he had caught up with the poisoned shadow tribesman. However, his luck wasn't as good this time. No matter what, Sheng Wanfeng was the strongest genius in the Shengguan clan within 100 years of age. His cultivation base was almost the same as Chu Tiange's, but he didn't have Chu Tiange's clear sky sword, so he was still a rare opponent. Unknowingly, Long Chen had become a true expert who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Chu Tiange. From now on, he didn't need to sacrifice his blood to fight Chu Tiange anymore. He had always been getting stronger. About 15 minutes later, Sheng Wanfeng came back without any injuries. He had an excited smile on his face, and as soon as he came back, he said to the crowd, "After I subdued that guy, I used my Shengguan clan's secret technique to interrogate him. Guess what kind of shocking news I've obtained from him?" His words had piqued Zhao Yunlong's interest. He hurriedly said, "If you have something to say, just say it, don't beat around the bush." Sheng Wanfeng chuckled, then he walked to the middle of the crowd and said mysteriously, "The poisoned shadow tribesman has left their nest. Only the old, weak, women, and children are left in their nest." Speaking up to hear, Zhao Yunlong's eyes lit up. "You mean, you know the way to their nest?" Every time the 9 secluded demon mountain opens, the poisoned shadow tribesmen will kill a large number of warriors and obtain their wealth. I'm sure there's a lot of wealth in their nest. Although Qin Shi didn't say anything, her eyes showed that she was also very interested in the poisoned shadow tribesman's nest. Sheng Wanfeng let out a disdainful smile and said, "A genius from the Zhao clan shouldn't be interested in these wealth. Of course, I do know what's wrong with their nest, and I also know that they've collected a very precious thing in their nest. If even Sheng Wanfeng said that it was a very precious thing, then it must be very precious. Sheng Wanfeng, I know why that poisoned shadow tribesman was able to escape from you. It must be because you let him go, and then you found a place to get the information from him, right?" Zhao Yunlong had a look of realization. Then, he continued, "Tell me the truth. What exactly is in their lair?" Before Sheng Wanfeng could say anything, Qin Shi interjected, "Sheng Wanfeng, according to your personality, shouldn't you keep all the good stuff for yourself? Why did you come back and tell us that you want to share it with us?" She was not as reckless as Zhao Yunlong. She was still skeptical about this matter. Sheng Wanfeng said frankly, "Originally, I plan to take it all for myself, but it's too far from here. There will definitely be a lot of poisoned Shadow Tribe members on the way. I can't take it all by myself. Besides, we're a team now. If there's something good, we should share it, right? At the end of the sentence, he laughed. I'm afraid the first half is true. Qinshe didn't give him any face at all. She looked at him coldly and said. However, if they were in Shang Guanfeng's shoes, they would have done the same. It was obvious that Shang Guanfeng had asked for their help because he could not swallow this thing. From the beginning to the end, they did not ask for Long Chen's opinion. It was as if they had forgotten about Long Chen. At this time, Shang Guanfeng had kept them in suspense. A strange light flashed in his eyes. He shrugged and said, that thing, you guys definitely won't think of it. It's the Thunder Heart that can form a 9th grade body refining technique if it is integrated into one's body. Thunder Heart. Hearing this name, Zhao Yunlong's face became fanatical and greedy. Qinshe's expression also tightened. She asked in disbelief, are you sure it's the Thunder Heart? Of course. Shang Guanfeng nodded. He couldn't see any flaws in it. Only one person had a strange smile on his face. Looking at the expressions of the three of them, he wondered what Long Chen would think if he told them that he had a Thunder Heart in the great virtual realm. Long Chen guessed that there shouldn't be too many things like the Thunder Heart in the 9 Phantom Demon Mountain. What Shang Guanfeng said was true. He still could not make a conclusion on this point. They were not in a hurry about the saint's fruit. They were certain that it would take some time for it to ripen, so Long Chen was not in a hurry either. I've decided to go to their lair to take a look. What do you two think? If you don't have the courage, I'll have to go alone. Shang Guanfeng looked at the two of them indifferently, waiting for Qinshe and Zhao Yunlong's answer. As for Long Chen, who was standing to the side, he had basically been ignored. Of course we're going. Wouldn't it be too much of a loss if you, Shang Guanfeng, obtained such a heaven-defying item by yourself? Zhao Yunlong said without any hesitation. Lady Qinshe, what about you? Shang Guanfeng asked gently and elegantly. I'll go. Qinshe did not hesitate. Even she was very interested in something like the Thunder Heart. The three of them made up their minds. Just when they were about to stand up, Shang Guanfeng suddenly thought of Long Chen. He said hurriedly, Brother Jiang, I'm really sorry I forgot about you. We're going to the nest of the Poison Shadow Clan. Do you want to come? Before Long Chen could reply, Zhao Yunlong said, Brother Shangguan, there's only one Thunder Heart. The three of us won't even be enough. Isn't this just adding? Before Zhao Yunlong could finish, Long Chen suddenly smiled and said, since we're already here, we obviously have to go. You're right. There's only one Thunder Heart, and even 3 people won't be enough. So what's the harm in adding one more person? We'll work together on the way there. When the time comes, it'll probably be up to everyone's own abilities as to who gets the Thunder Heart. Long Chen's words had successfully stirred up the thoughts hidden in everyone's hearts. Everyone understood very well that if a Thunderbolt core was placed in front of them, no one would compromise. When the time came, the 4-man team would definitely disband and enter a state of chaos. They were now comrades, but when the time came, they would be enemies. After all, no one would want to give up on something like a Thunder Heart. However, it was not convenient to say much about this matter. It was fine as long as everyone knew it. Zhao Yunlong looked coldly at Long Chen and said, when the time comes, the first person I'll kill will be you, the talkative one. After saying that, he let Shang Guanfeng lead the way. The 4 of them did not say anything else and started to follow Shang Guanfeng at full speed. Long Chen ran at the back. In terms of speed, he was even faster than Qinshe. At this time, his speed was no different from taking a stroll. There might be 2 Thunder Hearts. If Shang Guanyin knew about such a precious thing, he would really come back and tell everyone, and let everyone go to that place to compete. If he couldn't get the Thunder Heart, there would be no benefit at all. Long Chen's mind raced, and he could roughly understand what kind of scheme Shangguan Feng was playing in his head. As everyone continued to move forward, they went deeper and deeper into the forest. The blood roses in the forest became more and more beautiful, and the austere aura became more and more frightening. It was as if there was killing intent in all directions. For the sake of the Thunder Heart, everyone's speed became faster and faster. They no longer cared how many Poison Shadow Clan members they would attract. The Poison Shadow Clan was active in this forest, and a large number of warriors had died at their hands. In fact, to be able to pass through the Sea of Fog, and then through the poisonous beast forest, as well as the place where the myriad evil vines were, was already very difficult. Basically, not many people could reach this point. Along the way, Long Chen and the others encountered two teams of martial artists. There were casualties in their teams, and everyone's complexion wasn't very good. It was clear that the battles they had experienced were extremely tragic. The Poison Shadow Clan was much more terrifying than they had imagined. Most importantly, if a team was discovered and some members of the Poison Shadow Clan tried to escape in a short time, they would attract a large number of their companions until they were all killed. As Long Chen's group of 4 advanced, they encountered a few more waves of Poison Shadow Clan members. The highest number they encountered was 5. However, they were not strong. Each of them dealt with 1 Poison Shadow Clan member while Qinshi dealt with 2 Poison Shadow Clan members. It did not take long for them to kill off their opponents. Not a single one managed to escape. The Poison Shadow Clan's Devil Clan was very cold, and they did not show the slightest bit of mercy. Not only did they have a battle state similar to the Beast Warriors, but they were also much stronger when they showed their true forms. Long Chen could be considered to have witnessed the true power of the Devil Clan. Between a Devil Clan member and a Sword Warrior of the same level, a Devil Clan member would not be weaker than a Sword Warrior, but a pure martial cultivator would be at a slight disadvantage. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. Zhao Yunlong became rather impatient. He called out, "Shangguan Feng, just how much further?" "There's no need to hurry. We'll arrive in less than an hour," Shangguan Feng replied easily. Zhao Yunlong raised his head. He could vaguely make out Mou within the chains of lightning. When he saw Mou's position, he said rather impatiently, "If I can't reach the top before the saint's fruit ripens, I'll make you crawl down the mountain. Do you have the ability to do that?" Shangguan Feng rolled his eyes and said with some disdain, "Looks like you're looking for a beating." Zhao Yunlong stopped and stared at Shangguan Feng with a sunken gaze. With just a few words, the tension between the two of them had risen. During this period of time, Long Chen had always been at the back. Basically, even if the Poison Shadow Clan appeared, it would not be his turn to fight. He seemed to have been ignored by the other 3. Originally, Long Chen was worried that they would not be able to make it in time for the saint's fruit to ripen. Fortunately, their path was curved, but it still led to the top. Just as Shangguan Feng and Zhao Yunlong were quarreling, Long Chen's soul eye technique had already captured quite a number of people. He was a little apprehensive. This was probably the most terrifying attack they had ever encountered from the demon race. It seemed like their whereabouts had already been discovered by some of the demon race. Chapter 1167. Along the way, they had left behind many corpses of the Poison Shadow Clan. From this, it could be seen that the intruders knew that these people were extraordinarily strong. Long Chen turned his head and quickly saw a number of afterimages approaching from afar. They quickly shifted their bodies in the blood-red forest. Those afterimages quickly descended around Long Chen and the others, completely surrounding them. There were a total of 7 or 8 people, all of whom were experts from the Poison Shadow Clan. Everyone's face changed when they encountered such a sudden attack. Shangguan Feng stopped quarreling with Zhao Yunlong and quickly gathered with Qinshi and the other 2. Long Chen looked around. These Poison Shadow Clan members were basically 6th-grade demon immortals. There wasn't even a 5th-grade demon immortal. Among the 6th-grade demon immortals, there were also weak and strong ones. The strongest one could instantly kill the weakest, just like the 6th tier of the divine martial realm. Among the 8 6th-grade demon immortals present, 2 of them were equivalent to the 6th tier of the divine martial realm, which was the same level as everyone else. However, the fighting strength of the demon clan was sometimes extraordinarily strong. Even Qinshi didn't dare to act rashly in the face of the powerful 6th-grade demon immortals. In the eyes of these demon immortals, Long Chen saw monstrous hatred. Every demon immortal was burning with a flame of anger. They clenched their claws tightly, making terrifying sounds. 2 of the leaders were dressed differently from the others. They stood together and looked like a pair of brothers. At this moment, they were scrutinizing the crowd and flashed a smile that made people's hair stand on end. One of them clenched his teeth and said coldly, "I didn't expect our luck to be so good. The 4 of you must be the genius warriors of the top 9 great clans. The 9 great clans owe our poison shadow tribe so much. Today, we brothers will give your clan a big gift." "With just you? Wait until I beat you up. Let's see if you still dare to say such big words," Zhao Yunlong coldly snorted. After he finished speaking, the leader of the Poison Shadow clan looked at him with a gloomy gaze and said, "Big brother, leave this human horn to me." The person next to him basically looked the same as him. He glanced around and looked at Qinshi. Qinshi had an aura that made him feel fear. If such an expert were to be killed, the 9 Serenities demon realm would suffer a great loss, and the vengeance of the Poison Shadow tribe would be somewhat avenged. Thinking of the vengeance of his tribe, he clenched his sharp teeth and said, "I'll deal with this woman. The rest of you, do your best. Kill the others as soon as possible, then come and help me." They could tell that Qinshi was the strongest among them. As for Long Chen, he had never caught their attention. In a very short period of time, they had allocated their opponents. The 2 strongest among them were to deal with Zhao Yunlong and Qinshi respectively. As for the other 6, one of them was to deal with Long Chen, and one of them to deal with Zhao Yunlong together with their leader. As for the other 4, they all went after Shangguan Feng. In their opinion, a mere human at the 3rd level of the divine martial realm could be easily dealt with by a 6th-grade demon immortal in a matter of minutes. At this moment, a chaotic battle was about to break out. The leader of the Poison Shadow tribe first restrained Qinshi, who was a big trouble, while the others also went after their opponents one after another. The Poison Shadow tribe had a very strong advantage, and that was that they were very fast and strong. In a short period of time, they could completely separate Long Chen's group of 4. Of course, Long Chen's group of 4 didn't have a united mind. For them, it was best to deal with their opponents separately. Among them, Zhao Yunlong and Shangguan Feng were the main targets. Facing 4 6th-grade demon immortals, Shangguan Feng was surrounded for a moment. Their terrifying attacks completely submerged him. At the same time, Zhao Yunlong also faced the leader of the Poison Shadow tribe. This leader's battle prowess was several times that of the other Poison Shadow tribe members. Next to him, there was another Poison Shadow tribe member assisting him. The poison of the Poison Shadow tribe was causing great trouble for Zhao Yunlong. As for Qinshi, she did not stand out at all. She dealt with her opponents in a normal manner. She did not seem to be worried for Shangguan Feng and Zhao Yunlong at all. The intense battle immediately turned the surroundings into a mess. Large swathes of trees fell, and the distance between the Poison Shadow tribe members grew wider and wider as they fought. Coupled with the mist in the forest, they were separated by over 20 meters very soon. If someone died, it would be very difficult for the others to take care of them. However, they probably did not plan on taking care of each other. After all, in the fight for the Saint's Fruit, one more death meant one less competitor. To Long Chen, this was only a 6th-grade demon immortal from the Poison Shadow tribe. This was not the first time he had dealt with an opponent like that, but this time, Long Chen dealt with him in an especially clean manner. "You humans are extraordinarily slow," the Poison Shadow tribe member spun around him. The Poison Shadow race spun around him. Because he had a pair of bat wings, his speed was extremely fast. One could only see a blurry afterimage. "Is that so?" When his opponent began to attack, Long Chen laughed. He actually vanished, and in the next moment, he appeared behind the poisoned Shadow Tribe member. What? The poisoned Shadow Tribe member was completely stunned. You're just too slow. Long Chen did not use the Scarlet Blood Desolation. He casually threw a punch at his opponent, and the great strength of his body caused the air to explode time and time again. Are you an idiot to compete with a demon with your body? The poisoned Shadow Tribe member trembled in fear after witnessing Long Chen's speed. If Long Chen had used a battle skill earlier, it was very likely that he would have been injured. Unfortunately, Long Chen only competed with his body. The poisoned Shadow Tribe member was pleased. It was rare for him to encounter an idiot, so he needed to treat him well. He turned around and clawed. His claws, which were no different from a wolf's claws, flickered with a terrifying light. One look and one could tell that they were no weaker than some divine weapons. The fist and claw collided. With a cracking sound, the poisoned Shadow Tribe member's bones were fractured. Long Chen used a strong force to shake off his claws. His fingertips were like electric drills. In the blink of an eye, they pierced into the poisoned Shadow Tribe member's head. The violent force rushed into the poisoned Shadow Tribe member's head, causing it to explode. Who? Long Chen quickly retreated, leaving behind a corpse on the ground. To be able to kill a demon with his body, Long Chen could be considered a miracle in the true martial domain's human race. Long Chen was better at what the poisoned Shadow Tribe member was good at. After finishing off his opponent, he looked back and saw that Sheng Guanfeng and Zhao Yunlong were in a bitter fight. Qin Shi was still fighting with ease. Of course, her opponent was also very strong. Even if she used all her strength, it would be difficult for her to defeat her opponent in a short time. As for Sheng Guanfeng, he was surrounded by 4 6th-grade demon immortals. No matter how they attacked, it would be difficult for them to catch up. Zhao Yunlong was in danger. Under the attacks of 2 6th-grade demon immortals, he could be said to be in grave danger. At this moment, they were shocked to see that Long Chen had actually finished off his opponent. His speed was too fast. Zhao Yunlong, who had initially looked down on Long Chen, actually felt some admiration for him now. When Long Chen was dealing with the poisoned Shadow Tribe member, he had seen it from the corner of his eye. Zhao Yunlong admitted that he would not be able to do such a frightening and clean attack. The people from the poisoned Shadow Tribe also saw Long Chen's victory. Restrain him. I'll meet up with you after I kill this one, the leader of the group dealing with Zhao Yunlong said to the other poisoned Shadow Tribe member who was attacking Zhao Yunlong. Yes. That poisoned Shadow Tribe member broke through the wind and attacked Long Chen. What puzzled everyone was that Long Chen actually turned and fled. The poisoned Shadow Tribe member was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly chased after him. The two figures quickly plunged into the mist and disappeared before everyone's eyes. What the hell is this kid doing? Although he had one less opponent, Zhao Yunlong still found it hard to endure. This poisoned Shadow Tribe martial artist's combat prowess had far exceeded his imagination. Whether it was his speed or his physical strength, they were a headache to deal with. Most importantly, his opponent was actually releasing poison gas. His claws and other attacking methods contained a dark green light. As long as his claws lightly scratched someone's skin, that astonishing poison would enter their body and destroy their blood vessels. If this continued for a long time, no one would be able to endure it. Therefore, everyone had to be very careful in the battle against the poisoned Shadow Tribe member. There was no one like Long Chen who was so direct. Trying to run? The poisoned Shadow Tribe member relied on his speed to quickly catch up. His sharp claws transformed into countless claw marks that grabbed at Long Chen's head. With a swoosh, a golden bolt of lightning flashed behind his opponent's head. Long Chen's fist directly hit the poisoned Shadow Tribe member's head. That terrifying force instantly made the poisoned Shadow Tribe member feel a fatal dizziness. Long Chen grabbed his head and moved it in front of his eyes. The soul-controlling art of the devouring demon eyes was quickly activated. Under Long Chen's strong temptation, the opponent quickly became addicted. Is there a thunder core in your lair? Asked Long Chen. No. After saying this, the martialist suddenly turned his head. At this moment, the dizziness in his head had already disappeared. When he saw that he was actually so close to Long Chen, he jumped in fright. He used a violent force to break free from Long Chen's grasp. With a roar, he retreated rapidly, his body emitting thick, dark green smoke. This was all poison gas. However, this simple poison gas had no effect on Long Chen. Chapter 1168. His current appearance was the most suitable for battle. Among the demon clan, it was not the size that was powerful. Some of the demon clan were very, very small, even like a small bird. But when they unleashed their power, they could still shake the heavens and the earth, killing millions of opponents. A pair of huge bat wings appeared behind the black giant wolf. Hiss. The wings flapped, and the wind howled. The terrifying wind blew the surrounding blood-colored roses away, and many towering trees were uprooted. This was the true combat power of the Poison Shadow tribe. That terrifying physical body, that 1-meter-long claws that were as sharp as blades, and that majestic demonic chi. They were even more terrifying than the current Long Chen. Swoosh. Under the drive of the powerful wings, the speed of the Poison Shadow clan did not retreat. Instead, it advanced, and its agility did not decrease. It opened its mouth, and a thick black fog swept towards Long Chen. The flowers and trees along the way withered, showing how terrifying this poisonous gas was. With a casual step on the ground, the earth trembled. However, this was not enough to make Long Chen cower. Under the terrifying pressure of the Poison Shadow clan, a blood-colored long sword gradually appeared in Long Chen's hand. A bloody aura was emitted from this long sword. On Long Chen's body, there was a faint aura of a dragon. This aura was gradually revealed, to the extent that it made the demonic beasts revere it. The black and cold eyes of the Poison Shadow clan flickered when they saw Long Chen, and they subconsciously retreated. When he realized that he was actually frightened by Long Chen, he was furious. He roared and rushed forward. Under his terrifying body, the earth trembled. The claws that were like blades, a total of 10, danced in the air. It was actually a set of mysterious swordsmanship. Although the demonic beasts did not have the talent of the human clan, after experiencing countless years of battle, they also had their own set of comprehension. At this moment, the comprehension of the Poison Shadow clan was not simple. Of course, this did not scare Long Chen. God-murdering sword formation, sword explosion. The blood-red sword chi torrent passed by, and the Poison Shadow clan was no longer there. With Long Chen's current strength, he could easily finish him off with one move. After all, in terms of divine spirit, this Poison Shadow clan was equivalent to a warrior who had just entered the 6th tier of the divine martial arts realm, which was Yi Zhang's realm back then. Long Chen had killed many of them. After defeating his opponent, Long Chen fell into deep thought. This Shangguan Feng actually used the Thunder Core to deceive us. Just what is his goal? It was impossible to understand just by thinking about it. Looks like I can't follow this guy anymore. I'd better move forward on my own. No, at this point, he even dared to lie to Qin Shi. He must have some basis. Long Chen thought for a while and made a decision in his mind. He couldn't follow Shangguan Feng anymore. If he followed them openly, it would be easy for him to fall into Shangguan Feng's trap. However, he had the soul eye technique, so he could follow them secretly. The three of them definitely wouldn't be able to detect him. That way, he could see what Shangguan Feng was planning. Of course, he couldn't just let it go like this. Originally, he wanted to teach Shangguan Feng a lesson, but after thinking about it, Long Chen smiled. This Zhao Yunlong seems to be quite unreasonable. Before I leave, I have to give him a gift. Otherwise, it would seem that I, Long Chen, am stingy. Thinking of this, Long Chen held the Blood Desolation sword in his hand and transformed into a golden bolt of lightning, whistling as he rushed back. While he was fighting with this Poison Shadow clan, the other Poison Shadow clan members had pulled away from each other. They had actually transformed into their true bodies to fight with Qin Shi and the others. The Poison Shadow race had the bloodlines of the wolf race and the bat race. They all had the strong bodies of wolves and the wings of bats. Under their frenzied attacks, Qin Shi, Sheng Guanfeng, and Zhao Yunlong could no longer see each other. They could only vaguely hear the movements coming from nearby. They were still nearby. Sheng Guanfeng was already in an extremely difficult situation while dealing with the 4 Poison Shadow clan members. During the battle, he had already been scratched by the claw of one of the Poison Shadow clan members. The Poison Shadow clan's poison had already entered his body. Fortunately, Sheng Guanfeng had probably prepared a way to deal with the Poison Shadow clan's poison before entering the 9 Underworld Demon Mountain. After taking some medicinal pills during the battle, he was still able to deal with it. As for Zhao Yunlong, he was in an even worse state. His opponent was too strong and was the leader of the Poison Shadow clan. At this moment, Zhao Yunlong's body was already riddled with wounds. Similarly, his opponent was also riddled with wounds. As for Qin Shi, she was still easily dealing with her opponent. This Qin Shi is not easy to deal with. Of course, she won't let Zhao Yunlong and Sheng Guanfeng die. After all, she wants to obtain the Thunder Core, and she needs Sheng Guanfeng to lead the way. However, Qin Shi is very happy to see them get injured and learn a lesson. I reckon that Qin Shi will only make her move when they can't hold on any longer. At this time, Long Chen had already appeared in the vision of the 3 parties. Seeing him finish off his opponent, everyone had a look of disbelief on their faces. Then let me add some fuel to the fire. Long Chen smiled coldly. With a flash, he rushed towards Zhao Yunlong. "Brother Zhao, let me lend you a hand." When he heard Long Chen's figure, Zhao Yunlong, who was already in a terrible fight with his opponent, seemed to see a ray of hope. He looked at Long Chen in ecstasy. He suddenly felt that Long Chen was actually very cute at this moment. Zhao Yunlong had not taken Long Chen seriously before. He had never imagined that Long Chen would actually become his savior at this time. This kid is really a hothead. If I had encountered such contempt and provocation, I definitely wouldn't have made a move, Zhao Yunlong thought to himself. The Poison Shadow tribesman, who was fighting against Zhao Yunlong, had originally been able to kill Zhao Yunlong and help his big brother. However, now that Long Chen had appeared, the Poison Shadow tribesman was startled. He stopped attacking and looked at Long Chen and Zhao Yunlong warily. At this time, Long Chen had already rushed to Zhao Yunlong's side. He looked at the Poison Shadow clan member warily. "Brother Jiang, let's attack together." Zhao Yunlong was overjoyed as he looked at Long Chen. This hothead had actually come to help him. He was overjoyed and his will to fight reignited. The 2 of them attacked together, charging towards the Poison Shadow clan member. When Long Chen made his move, he smiled shamelessly. The desolate scarlet blood sword in his hand suddenly changed direction and chopped off Zhao Yunlong's legs. 2 white, blood-stained legs flew out. Zhao Yunlong let out a miserable shriek of disbelief, his eyes bulging out of his sockets. He turned around with much difficulty and saw Long Chen smiling faintly. "This is a gift for you." After saying that, a golden bolt of lightning instantly disappeared before Zhao Yunlong's eyes. At this moment, Zhao Yunlong finally realized what had happened. He had thought that Long Chen was a hothead who wasn't ruthless enough. He had never imagined that Long Chen would be much more ruthless than he had imagined. A pair of legs had been chopped off just like that. Although he had a supreme golden body and could recover, that heart-wrenching pain still existed, especially since Zhao Yunlong was still dealing with the Poison Shadow clan member. The eyes of the Poison Shadow clan member glowed with a bloody light. He had also seen this sudden turn of events. The human race is indeed a treacherous and emotionless race. They can even betray their own comrades. This is a good opportunity for me. The Poison Shadow clan member took advantage of this opportunity. His blade-like claws slammed into Zhao Yunlong's body, instantly destroying nearly half of it. Zhao Yunlong let out another earth-shattering scream. He had already lost almost half of his life. By this time, Long Chen had already escaped without a trace. Jiang Yunfan. Zhao Yunlong's blood-curdling scream came from behind him. Long Chen didn't mind since he wasn't the one calling out. Actually, he wasn't a vicious person. He just wanted to teach Zhao Yunlong a lesson. He knew that Qinshi would still save him in the end. After all, the three of them were the ones who had agreed to work together. When their lives were in danger, Qinshi would definitely make a move. Because they had to deal with the remaining poisoned Shadow Clan members, and Zhao Yunlong's injuries were too severe, they definitely wouldn't continue chasing Long Chen. Long Chen stood half a kilometer away from them and used his spirit-devouring demon eye to see how they would handle this. Indeed, Qinshi's valiance exceeded Long Chen's expectations. She had rescued Zhao Yunlong in a short time and killed his opponent at the same time. She had placed Zhao Yunlong on the ground and allowed him to recuperate on his own. Only then had she truly unleashed her most powerful attack against her previous opponent. What she had unleashed was definitely a 7th-grade divine technique. Although Long Chen was 500 meters away, he could feel every time the earth shook and the mountains shook. This woman has a world king as her master, so her starting point is much higher than mine. It won't be easy to take the saint's fruit from her. Long Chen actually had another reason for attacking Zhao Yunlong, which was to draw out Qinshi's true battle prowess. Long Chen had no time to waste on her. Although he couldn't see the battle directly, the rumbling from a kilometer away was definitely shocking enough. Violent attacks after violent attacks and the howls of the poisoned Shadow Clan members. This battle lasted for another quarter of an hour before it ended. Qinshi killed her opponent and helped Sheng Wanfeng kill the other members of the poisoned Shadow Clan. Then, they brought Zhao Yunlong and left the place immediately. After all, with such a huge commotion, the other members of the poisoned Shadow Clan might have already found out about it. After learning their lesson, they were very careful and did not leave any traces along the way. Meanwhile, Long Chen followed behind them. With the invincible golden body, a destroyed body could be restored to its original state. Although Zhao Yunlong had recovered from his heavy injuries, he had become extremely weak. It would probably be very difficult for him to recover without resting for a few days. Jiang Yunfan, that bastard. He actually dared to attack me. If I see him again, I'll definitely rip him to shreds, Zhao Yunlong roared out furiously. Chapter 1169. After the previous battle, she was very clear about Long Chen's battle prowess. Not his match. Sheng Wanfeng was stunned. In other words, even he was not Long Chen's opponent. Just who was this kid? How could such an expert appear in Dongxing City? Qinshi was very good at judging people. It was impossible for her to be wrong. So why was this cultivator called Jiang Yunfan so powerful? No matter what, this kid dared to trick me. I can't let him have it easy. Once we get out of the 9 underworld demon mountain, I will dig out his background. What Dongxing City? What Jiang family? I will destroy them all. Zhao Yunlong said viciously. This time, he had suffered a terrible defeat against Long Chen. He had never been so heavily injured before. Sheng Wanfeng and Qinshi looked at each other. This Zhao Yunlong might seem arrogant, but in fact, his IQ was no match for the other two. Now that he was seriously injured, the two of them were still carrying him. This was already a mercy to him. However, Zhao Yunlong clearly did not think of this. Oh right, Sheng Wanfeng, you clearly know he's not a good person, so why did you bring him into our group? It's all your fault. Zhao Yunlong put the blame on Sheng Wanfeng. Sheng Wanfeng rolled his eyes and said, I saw that he was strong and mysterious, so I wanted to bring him along to test him out. But then I discovered that he really is just a cultivator from a small place. He only has some genius skills, so there's nothing to worry about. It's just that from his performance just now, we've all underestimated him. Shangguan Feng's attitude made Zhao Yunlong very unhappy. Stop arguing. Now is not the time. Didn't you say that the lair of the Poisoned Shadow clan is just up ahead? Let's quickly obtain the lightning core and then go fight for the saint's fruit. I think the other people of the 9 great clans are already here. I wonder what Suge is trying to do with the myriad evil vine. Qin Shi thought. She felt that something was wrong. Just what was it? She could not understand it at this moment. In fact, the reason why Qin Shi came to the 9 secluded demon mountain with Shangguanya and met up with Shangguan Feng was because Qin Shi was adopted by the Shangguan clan when she was young. She was taken away by the Realm King after she showed her talent. The Realm King of the 9 secluded demon realm didn't belong to any clan, unlike the Yang clan of the profound Yin demon realm. Because of this friendship, Qin Shi did not expect that the Heart of Thunder was actually fake news. Long Chen, who was following behind them, also found it strange. What was Shangguan Feng's purpose in doing this? The Thunder Core was in Long Chen's hands. Therefore, Long Chen did not think that the Poisoned Shadow tribe's lair would have a Thunder Core. Therefore, he had used soul control on one of the Poisoned Shadow tribe demons. All of this would only be revealed when they reached the Poisoned Shadow tribe's lair. Long Chen held his breath. In this boundless fog, the other party would not be able to detect his presence at a distance of 500 meters. They soon arrived at the so-called lair of the Poisoned Shadow tribe. What appeared in front of them was a dark cave hidden in the forest. The Poisoned Shadow tribe lived in this cave. From this cave, Long Chen heard an earth-shattering rumble. This was the sound of a waterfall. There should be water in this cave. This cave was not difficult to find. At this time, the Poisoned Shadow tribe had abandoned the old, young, women, and children. There must be something that Long Chen could not understand. The lair is here. It's so obvious. Zhao Yunlong's face was pale. He was somewhat unwilling to believe it. In fact, if not for the rumbling sound of water coming from inside, this cave could be considered hidden. If you don't believe me, you don't have to come in, Shangguan Feng said coldly. Then, he walked in side by side with Qin Shi. Zhao Yunlong's face froze, then turned ashen. He gritted his teeth and stared at Shangguan Feng's back. He said coldly in his heart, Shangguan Feng, don't let me get a chance. Otherwise, I will make you wish you were dead. After saying that, he followed the others in. This cave was not big. It was only 10 meters wide and 4 meters tall. The sound of water inside was deafening. Following them, Long Chen also walked in easily. He had the divine breath technique. At the same time, he floated lightly in midair. In this place where the sound of water was so loud, it was not easy to detect Long Chen's presence. Moreover, Long Chen used the spirit-devouring demon eye to constantly monitor them. Long Chen knew that his doubts would soon be resolved. The 3 of them were silent. After walking for about a kilometer in this cave, the rumbling sound in front of them grew louder. Just as Zhao Yunlong's patience was about to run out, they finally saw the end of the cave. This is a hollow mountain belly. There is a waterfall in front, and a deep pool below the waterfall. The lair of the Poisoned Shadow tribe is hidden in a cave covered by the waterfall. This place seems exposed, but it is actually very well hidden. With the power of the soul-suppressing stone, who would have guessed that there would be a cave hidden in the waterfall? Shangguan Feng said as he walked. Qin Shi and Zhao Yunlong both had a look of realization on their faces. Soon, they walked to the entrance of the cave. Indeed, there was a huge hollow mountain belly in front of them. This hollow place was not wide, but it was very deep. Perhaps it extended all the way to the foot of the mountain. Everyone was surprised that such a place existed. In front of them was an incomparably huge rock. Above the rock, there was a mountain river flowing from an unknown source. This river gushed down and turned into a waterfall in front of the rock, rushing into the endless abyss below. The water that collided with the mountain wall splashed white water all over the sky. From the abyss below, there was a deafening roar, and water splashed everywhere. Qin Shi and the other two people's gazes simultaneously shifted towards the waterfall. At this point, they should have believed that Sheng Guanfeng knew the geographical environment of this place from a very far place. Obviously, what he said should be true. The lair of the poisoned shadow tribe was hidden in this waterfall. Who would have thought that there would be another world inside the waterfall? This place indeed seemed exposed, but in fact, it was very well hidden. Looking at the waterfall, everyone's expressions changed. Something like the Thunder Heart involved the question of ownership. Qin Shi didn't move at first, but looked at Sheng Guanfeng. At this time, the seriously injured Zhao Yunlong was automatically ignored by them. Sheng Guanfeng smiled brightly and said, "Actually, I already have an answer to this question in my heart. Actually, there is a reason why I brought you here. Of course, the Thunder Heart belongs to you, and I don't have the ability to compete with you. However, I also have a request. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given this Thunder Heart to you for nothing. Am I right?" These words were said to Qin Shi. As for Zhao Yunlong, he could only sulk with an ashen face. After all, his life was saved by Qin Shi in the end. "What are your conditions?" Hearing Sheng Guanfeng say this, Qin Shi finally let out a sigh of relief. Previously, she had always felt that something was wrong. Sheng Guanfeng clearly knew that she was strong, so why did he still bring her to the Thunder Heart? After they arrived, who would the Thunder Heart belong to? Now, she had the answer. Sheng Guanfeng smiled and said, "My Shengguan family has also helped you in the past. Of course, this is all in the past, and it's meaningless to talk about it now. I'll be straightforward. I want the Soaring Heaven Stalactite. I've already obtained my family's 8th grade God tier body refining battle skill, the Soaring Heaven Divine Body. Only the Soaring Heaven Stalactite can help me succeed in a short period of time. I know that the World King once bestowed the Soaring Heaven Stalactite to you, so..." Qin Shi was speechless. She murmured, "I didn't expect you to actually obtain the Soaring Heaven Divine Body. Congratulations." As for the Soaring Heaven Stalactite, Qin Shi thought about it carefully. Using the Soaring Heaven Stalactite to exchange for the Thunder Heart was actually a great deal. The value of the Thunder Heart far exceeded the Soaring Heaven Stalactite. Sheng Guanfeng's boldness to use the Thunder Heart to exchange for the most suitable Soaring Heaven Stalactite was something that Qin Shi greatly admired. "I can only wait until I obtain the Thunder Heart before I give the Soaring Heaven Stalactite to you." Qin Shi thought about it for a while, then said in detail. "Naturally. Let's go together," Sheng Guanfeng said with a smile. Hearing him say this, Qin Shi felt a little embarrassed. She felt like she was gauging the heart of a gentleman with her own mean measure. At this moment, all her previous doubts were suddenly cleared up. It seemed that Sheng Guanfeng was still the same as when he was young. He was a good gentleman. Only then did Qin Shi let down her guard against Sheng Guanfeng. As for Zhao Yunlong, he was ignored by the two of them. Just as he was about to speak, Sheng Guanfeng looked at him coldly and said, "As for you, just stay here. Remember, the Thunder Heart is not yours. If you have any ideas, you will only be courting death. Don't forget that we have an agreement in the 9 underworlds. As long as we are in the 9 underworlds Demon Mountain, any life or death is not a grudge, so you understand." What Sheng Guanfeng meant was that if Zhao Yunlong didn't listen to him, he would mercilessly attack him. Zhao Yunlong looked at Sheng Guanfeng, then at Qin Shi, and said with a cold gaze, "Remember this." Sheng Guanfeng snorted coldly. Without another word, he and Qin Shi headed towards the waterfall. Long Chen was already very close to them. Long Chen had heard the conversation just now, but he still found it strange. Was the Soaring Heaven Stalactite really Sheng Guanfeng's goal? But there was no Thunder Heart in the waterfall at all. Long Chen was confused by Sheng Guanfeng. When Sheng Guanfeng and Qin Shi approached the waterfall, everything was finally answered. This was because when the two of them were floating in the air, Sheng Guanya suddenly attacked Qin Shi, who was very close to him. A ray of green light shot out from Shang Wanfeng's hand and into Qin Shi's body. Because of their previous conversation, Qin Shi already trusted Shang Wanfeng. She had never imagined that Shang Wanfeng would make a move at this time. Chapter 1170. Zhao Yunlong, who was still at the entrance of the cave, was looking at them with hatred, but now he was dumbfounded. Shang Wanfeng had imprisoned Qin Shi. Of course, Zhao Yunlong knew about the green ice crystal in front of him. It was the Shangguan family's devil-suppressing green crystal. It had a very strong sealing ability. Anyone below the 6th level of the divine martial realm wouldn't be able to escape, and it would take at least a quarter of an hour for the 7th level of the divine martial realm. Devil-suppressing green crystal. Qin Shi's expression changed dramatically. She didn't lose her sense of propriety, but she was no longer naive. Judging from the situation, she must have known that she had been tricked by Shang Wanfeng because of her trust. However, she sneered, "Shang Wanfeng, do you think this devil-suppressing green crystal can seal me? I'll be out in less than a quarter of an hour, and that will be the time of your death." Shang Guanya smiled faintly. He didn't feel any pressure at all. He smiled indifferently. "It's too late to threaten me now. You shouldn't have trusted me. I didn't expect that one of the dignified disciples of the World Emperor would be so gullible." At this moment, Shang Wanfeng was like a different person from his sincere appearance just now. Shang Wanfeng smiled. "You must be very curious as to why I used the devil-suppressing green crystal to trap you here. That's because before I came to the 9 underworlds, I used 100,000 divine crystals to buy a lot of information about the 9 underworlds' demon mountain. This is something that even the 9 great families can't tell their juniors to prevent breaking the rules. Of course, I can't tell you, but I can tell you why Suzhou went to deal with the myriad evil vines." Qin Shi destroyed the devil-suppressing green crystal while looking at him with murderous eyes. "That's because I accidentally let him know that the bile of the myriad evil vines can temper the body, allowing the body to reach the 8th level of the divine martial realm from the 7th level of the divine martial realm. This kid is called a genius, but he's so gullible. When he tastes the bile of the myriad evil vines, he'll regret coming to this world. In this way, the strongest opponent will be gone." After saying that, Shang Wanfeng smiled proudly. After listening to this, Long Chen couldn't help but admire Shang Wanfeng's excellent strategy. This kind of person was actually very terrifying. However, Long Chen didn't like this kind of person. Qin Shi was still looking at him gloomily, while desperately trying to escape from the demon-suppressing green crystal. "How many people in the 9 great clans can stand shoulder to shoulder with me, Shang Wanfeng? Even if they have the strength, their brains are all donkey brains. The ones who truly frighten me in terms of strength are you and Suzhou. I've already taken care of Suzhou, and you're the only one left. I thought that you would be more difficult to deal with, but I didn't expect you to be fooled by the soaring heaven stalactite and the heart of thunder. The lair of the poisoned shadow clan is indeed here, but the heart of thunder doesn't exist at all." Shang Wanfeng was already very proud to be able to do this. He suddenly pointed at the bottom of the waterfall and said, "The information I spent money to obtain is related to the location of the poisoned shadow clan, as well as the frigid pool below. You probably can't feel it right now, nor can you imagine it, but I heard that 10,000 years ago, a fighter at the peak of the 7th layer of the divine martial realm fell into the frigid pool and never got up again. Even with the water from the waterfall, the coldness of the frigid pool below will definitely exceed your imagination. When you destroy the demon-suppressing green crystal, the coldness of the frigid pool below will instantly permeate your body and freeze your soul, preventing you from reincarnating. So, I've eliminated another of the 2 strongest opponents." With that, Shang Wanfeng finally laughed proudly. 2 fighters at the 7th layer of the divine martial realm, the 2 strongest seeded contestants for the Saint's Fruit, had actually been toyed with by him. Shang Wanfeng's move was just too beautiful. As a result, even Shang Wanfeng could not help but admire himself. Qin Shi and Suzhou were so powerful that Shang Wanfeng knew that even if he worked with the people of the 9 great clans, they would not be able to take the Saint's Fruit from the 2 of them. As a result, he could only use schemes. He could not rely on the other 9 great clans to be trash to him. To him, other than Su Zhe and Qin Shi, everyone else was trash, including Zhao Yunlong, who was still standing there in a daze. He could only personally deal with Qin Shi and Su Zhe. Only then would he have the chance to obtain the saint's fruit. Fortunately, he had succeeded. Qin Shi, who was destroying the demon-suppressing green crystal, suddenly stopped when she heard the news about the frigid pool below. She looked at Shang Guanfeng with some admiration and smiled bitterly. "I've really underestimated you. You're different from when you were young. The current you really is terrifying." Her display of weakness stunned Shang Guanfeng for a while. He then said, "Thank you for your praise. Let me give you a reminder. Don't destroy the demon-suppressing green crystal anymore. That way, you can survive in the frigid pool for a few days. At that time, the saint's fruit will be in my hands. Even if your master doesn't come, the seniors of my Shangguan clan will bring you out. Remember, don't destroy the demon-suppressing green crystal." Qin Shi was the disciple of the World King. He actually did not dare to actually kill her. He could only use this method to prevent her from participating in the fight for the saint's fruit. He had played it so beautifully. Once the battle was over, his name would definitely shake up the 9 Hells demon realm. After he finished speaking, Shang Guanfeng did not want to look at Qin Shi's ice-cold eyes. He suddenly punched out, and directly threw the demon-suppressing green crystal that he was controlling in the air towards the depths of the cold pond below. It quickly disappeared, and after a long time, the sound of water entering could finally be heard. Shang Guanfeng relaxed when he heard the sound. Trust really is the greatest culprit for being deceived. Shang Guanfeng smiled knowingly. "I really don't understand. Why is this frigid pool so cold? Is there something in there?" Shang Guanfeng did not dare to go down to see what was down there. His gaze shifted to Zhao Yunlong, who was still staring at him blankly and did not run away. Zhao Yunlong was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly ran away, but Shang Guanfeng had already rushed in front of him. "Shang Guanfeng, what do you want?" Zhao Yunlong put on a brave front. "Nothing much. I've long disliked your Zhao clan and you, Zhao Yunlong. Now that I finally have a chance to kill you, how can I miss it?" Shang Guanfeng said coldly. At the same time, he would also have one less opponent in the fight for the saint's fruit. Zhao Yunlong had been heavily injured and was no longer Shang Guanfeng's opponent. "Is this why you tried to rope me into your team?" Zhao Yunlong felt a lingering fear. Back then, Shang Guanfeng had used Qin Shi as a gimmick to attract him into the team. He had agreed without even thinking about it. He never thought that Shang Guanfeng had already planned this. This guy was just too terrifying. Zhao Yunlong felt like he was being watched by a poisonous snake. "Die." Shang Guanfeng did not show any mercy. He used all his skills and fought fiercely with the injured Zhao Yunlong in this narrow space. He used all his skills. Zhao Yunlong had been heavily injured. Under Shang Guanfeng's fierce attacks, he quickly fell to the ground. "Shang Guanfeng, you will die a horrible death." Zhao Yunlong let out a heart-wrenching roar as the ground shook. "Enough." Shang Guanfeng's punch shattered Zhao Yunlong's internal organs and sent him flying out of the cave to the surface of the cold pool. "I'll let you accompany Qin Shi and be a pair of lovebirds in the water. How nice would that be?" Shang Guanfeng let out a savage laugh. Divine wind control, worldly wind dragon. The palm smashed down, striking Zhao Yunlong's chest. Zhao Yunlong once again let out a blood-curdling screech, as the powerful force directly struck him into the deep cold pond below. A loud rumble rang out, and one could faintly see water splashing up from below. That long, miserable cry lasted for a very long time. "Shang Guanfeng, you will die a horrible death." This was Zhao Yunlong's cry before he died. His fate was different from Qin Shi's. Qin Shi had the protection of the demon-suppressing green crystal, but he had probably frozen to death. After dealing with Zhao Yunlong, Shang Guanfeng shivered as if nothing had happened. His gaze finally shifted to the cave in front of him. That's right, his fight with Zhao Yunlong had caused a great disturbance. There were children crying in the waterfall, perhaps because they had been frightened. All of this proved that there were indeed people in there. This counts as killing many birds with one stone. Shang Guanfeng tilted his head and extended his hand to count. I sent Suzhi to his own death. I've temporarily sealed up Qin Shi and then finished off that detestable Zhao Yunlong. Now it's the saint's fruit. How can the remaining 7 idiots be my opponent? Shang Guanfeng laughed again when he thought of that. In the end, his gaze stopped on the waterfall and he muttered to himself, then there's one last bird. That person said that there is indeed a rare treasure in the nest of the Poisoned Shadow clan. Just what is it? Hearing him muttering to himself, Long Chen finally understood that there was indeed a treasure inside, but it was not the Heart of Lightning. Long Chen truly admired Shang Guanfeng. It was already not easy for him to do this. At this time, Shang Guanfeng had already found the entrance to the Poisoned Shadow tribe's lair. Without a word, he dove into the water. The water in this waterfall was relatively normal, unlike the terrifying cold pond below. That was why the Poisoned Shadow tribe could live in this place. In the 9 Serenities Demon Mountain, this was the safest place. Long Chen finally approached. Through his spirit eye, he could see that there was another world within the waterfall. It was also a huge hollow mountain, and there were around 300 to 400 demons inside. At this moment, basically all the adult Poisoned Shadow clan members had left. Those that remained were basically the old, weak, women, and children who did not have much fighting power. The commotion caused by Zhao Yunlong and Shang Guanfeng's battle had already frightened them. When Shang Guanfeng walked in, it immediately caused an even greater panic. All the old, weak, women, and children retreated into the depths of the walls. They huddled together as they watched Shang Guanfeng's arrival in fear. To the demons here, every human was a demon among demons. They were ugly things that took away their lives. Chapter 1171. At this moment, Long Chen was floating outside the waterfall. The people inside couldn't sense Long Chen's presence, and Long Chen could use his soul eye technique to see what was going on inside. In this hollow cave, the old, weak, women, and children of the Poisoned Shadow tribe were looking at the young man who had suddenly appeared, Shang Guanfeng, in fear. Most of the children were panicking. From their father's descriptions, they had learned from a young age that the human race was vicious and terrifying. Some of the elders who had lived for many years had even more vivid memories. Their eyes were bloodshot. One of the elders from the Poisoned Shadow tribe walked to the front. He suppressed the fear in his heart and looked coldly at Shang Guanfeng. You. What are you doing here? Shang Guanfeng looked around and sized up the living environment of the Poisoned Shadow tribe. This place was very simple and crude, similar to what Shang Guanfeng had imagined. The fearful gazes of the Poisoned Shadow tribe members made him very happy. A terrifying aura spread through the hollow cave. After a while, Shang Guanfeng smiled gently and said, "Everyone, there is no need to panic. I only have one goal in coming here, and that is to take something away. As long as you hand it over to me obediently, you will be safe. Otherwise, I will kill one of you every 10 breaths." Shang Guanfeng spoke casually, as if he was talking about something insignificant. However, every member of the Poisoned Shadow tribe could still feel the terrifying aura emanating from his heart. What do you want? The person who had come was definitely not a good person. The Poisoned Shadow tribe elder's heart sank, but he could only pretend to be calm. He hadn't expected such a crisis to occur. The men of the tribe had all gone out to hunt down these sinister and cunning humans. Who would have thought that a human would actually come here? The world inside the waterfall had always been very safe. Shang Guanfeng frowned. He thought about the information that person had provided and said, "It is an object that emits blue light. It is in this cave of yours." In fact, he didn't know what that object was, but the person who had sold him the information had said that it was definitely a valuable treasure. Shang Guanfeng's main goal in coming here was also to obtain this mysterious treasure. He didn't believe that a piece of information bought with 100,000 divine crystals could be fake. If it was fake, he would skin the person who stole his 100,000 divine crystals alive when he got out. Something that emits blue light. The members of the Poison Shadow tribe looked at each other. They quickly came to a sudden realization as they thought of something. At this moment, the leading elder hesitated for a moment. He understood that this youth in front of him was extremely dangerous. Although he didn't know what that thing was, if he didn't give it to this youth, as long as he attacked, everyone present would definitely suffer disastrous losses. 10 breaths are almost over, Shang Guanfeng reminded him. Every 10 breaths, he would kill one person. I'll take you there. The old man finally gave in. The Poison Shadow race parted to make a path and hid in another corner. After they moved away, a small cave that could only fit 4 or 5 people appeared behind them. Outside the cave, there was a stone. When the old man moved the stone away, a misty blue light was emitted. Shang Guanfeng's face lit up, and without saying anything, he rushed into the cave. The blue light instantly enveloped him. After Shang Guanfeng went in, the old man of the Poison Shadow clan hurriedly shot a look at a sturdy young man from the Poison Shadow clan who was closest to the outside. That young man understood and hurriedly rushed out of the waterfall, fleeing out of the cave. Long Chen happened to be hiding in the waterfall, so he wasn't discovered by the youth. He knew that the youth had gone out to call for reinforcements. The old, the weak, the women, and the children couldn't just sit around and wait for Shang Guanfeng to bully them. If Shang Guanfeng stayed here for too long, he wouldn't have a good ending when the experts of the Poison Shadow tribe returned. Long Chen was also very curious about what that blue light was emitting. At first, he was curious about Shang Guanfeng's intentions. Now, he was curious about the treasure he was talking about. Because of this, he didn't leave. The cave wasn't very deep, so Shang Guanfeng quickly came out. When he came out, the blue light suddenly stopped. He had probably put it away in his storage ring and disappeared. Shang Guanfeng's face was a little confused. It was obvious that he didn't understand what he had obtained. Just because he didn't know didn't mean that the elders of his clan didn't know. If this thing is trash, I'll definitely kill you when I get out, Shang Guanfeng muttered to himself. He temporarily put this matter aside. Then, he looked at the rest of the Poison Shadow tribe. His sharp and crazed gaze made the old, weak, women, and children of the Poison Shadow tribe a little afraid. At this time, Shang Guanfeng didn't leave immediately. Instead, he approached them step by step. His gloomy expression made the Poison Shadow tribe retreat in panic. I didn't want to touch you, but you guys are too naughty. The Poison Shadow tribe's little tricks couldn't escape Shang Guanfeng's eyes. You've already taken the thing. What do you want? The old man from the Poison Shadow tribe glared at Shang Guanfeng. Just as he had expected, not many people from the human race would keep their promises. He knew that even if he didn't send someone to inform the human race, this young man from the human race wouldn't let them off easily either. What do I want? I'm thinking, if those Poison Shadow tribe members come back and find out that their families are all dead, what kind of expression will they have? Shang Guanfeng's words caused a huge commotion. The demons all retreated. The closer Shang Guanfeng got, the further they pushed him away. There were even many children who started crying loudly. What filthy creatures! Shang Guanfeng's face was filled with a murderous aura. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the 2 children of the Poison Shadow clan by their necks. The 2 children let out miserable cries, their faces pale with fright. Let them go. Many members of the Poison Shadow tribe swarmed towards Shang Guanfeng. Shang Guanfeng stomped on the ground, causing the ground to shake. Sand and stones flew everywhere. Those who rushed over were all sent flying back. I'll kill 2 first. None of you can think of leaving today. Shang Guanfeng laughed crazily. He exerted force in his hands, and the faces of the two children instantly turned purple. Despicable humans. The old, weak women and children of the poisoned shadow tribe let out angry roars. But it was useless. Just at this moment, a blood-red sword light slashed towards Shangguan Fang's arms from the side. The sword light came too suddenly. Shangguan Feng was startled, and his malevolent face turned incomparably solemn. He had no choice but to let go of the two children in his hands and dodge this sudden attack. A golden bolt of lightning flashed past, and a human figure carried two young children and instantly landed about 10 meters away from Shangguan Feng. This sudden turn of events stunned all the demon race members of the poisoned shadow clan. Another human had appeared, and they were even more disheartened. They were just about to snatch the two children from Long Chen's hands when Long Chen suddenly came back to his senses and put the two children on the ground. The two little fellows were crying and crying. Suddenly, when they realized that they had landed safely, they immediately ran in the direction of their clansmen. The people of the poisoned shadow tribe were stunned. Their insults ceased. They gathered together and stared blankly at the young man who had suddenly appeared, Long Chen. They could sense a kind smile from Long Chen. A human is actually helping us? This question appeared in the heads of many of the poisoned shadow tribe members. They huddled together, waiting to see what would happen. Long Chen's appearance could be described as the only uncertain factor in Shangguan Feng's plan. At this moment, he became shocked for the first time. He looked at Long Chen and asked, "Why are you here?" Long Chen did not answer him. Instead, he asked, "You've already obtained what you want, yet you're moving against the old, weak women and children. Do you still have the bearing of a cultivator?" It was exactly because he could not stand Shangguan Feng's actions that Long Chen finally made up his mind to take action. Originally, Long Chen did not want to cause any more trouble due to the matter of the saint's fruit, but since Shangguan Feng was like this, Long Chen could only take action now. This was Long Chen's personality. As soon as he took action, he would catch his opponent off guard. The bearing of a cultivator. The demons are the great enemies of our race. That's how many we can kill, yet you're still so naive. Shangguan Feng recovered from his initial shock and thought to himself. Indeed, he did not seem afraid of Long Chen at all on the surface. How could he emerge victorious if he had a guilty conscience before the battle had even begun? Long Chen's eyes were filled with a forcefulness and determination that Shangguan Feng could not match up to. The poisoned shadow tribe had already sent people to report the situation. Due to 3 reasons, Long Chen was forced to kill Shangguan Feng right now. First, if Long Chen did not do it, he would shamelessly move against the old, weak women and children. Secondly, killing Shangguan Feng would reduce the number of competitors for the saint's fruit. Thirdly, Long Chen wanted to see just what the blue light was. Thinking up to there, Long Chen directly raised his hand under the nervous gazes of the old, weak women and children. If that's the case, let's not waste any more words. Come out and fight with me. Long Chen was worried about injuring the old, weak women and children of the poisoned shadow tribe if they fought here. Long Chen cultivated the way of slaughter, but he was not a bloodthirsty person. He would not move against the old, weak women and children who could not fight back. This was a matter of principle. At the same time, he always worried about Xiao Lang. Because of Xiao Lang, Long Chen could not move against the old, weak women and children of the demons. This was not something a man would do. However, Shangguan Feng was clearly inferior when it came to principles. He was the type of person who would do anything to achieve his goals. He laughed aloud and said, "Get out." "Why are you going out?" "If you want to die, then die here." Chapter 1172. Long Chen's eyes were cold. Shangguan Feng's actions had strengthened his resolve to kill him. He had no other choice. 2 beams of white light shot out from Long Chen's hands and intertwined in midair. In an instant, they transformed into a sky full of white sword light. When the poisoned Shadow Clan's demon race saw that Shangguan Feng had actually attacked them, they were so frightened that they fled in panic. They had not expected that Long Chen, who seemed to be protecting them, would also attack them. However, they were wrong. Long Chen's brilliant white sword prison formed by his sword chi was blocking them, about to receive Shang Wanfeng's attack. The brilliant white sword prison was destroyed, but Shang Wanfeng's attack was also blocked by Long Chen. None of the poisoned Shadow Tribe members were injured. He actually saved us. They're both humans, but one wants to kill us, and the other wants to save us. That's right. Why is there such a huge difference even though we're all humans? The people of the poisoned Shadow Tribe were all discussing this. At this moment, they were looking at Long Chen with extremely kind gazes. That was because they knew that if it wasn't for Long Chen, they would be in a terrible situation right now. Why aren't you leaving? As Long Chen faced Shang Wanfeng's frenzied attack, he turned back and snorted at them. Shang Wanfeng wasn't strong, but he was very cunning. He didn't attack Long Chen directly, but the poisoned Shadow Tribe members. This way, Long Chen would have to turn back and save them. Long Chen's words enlightened the poisoned Shadow Tribe elder. Shang Wanfeng had used them to fight Long Chen. What they needed to do now was to leave this cave as soon as possible. Long Chen would trap Shang Wanfeng here. Let's go. The elder shouted. He looked at Long Chen with gratitude, and then led the old, weak, women, and children out of the cave, leaving this place for Long Chen to fight Shang Wanfeng. Under Long Chen's protection, the hundreds of poisoned Shadow Tribe members quickly retreated. Long Chen didn't regret helping the poisoned Shadow Tribe. He had his own standards of good and evil, and wasn't bound by any worldly views. Under Long Chen's protection, Shang Wanfeng could only watch the others leave. After a while, all the poisoned Shadow Tribe members left, leaving only Shang Wanfeng and Long Chen. Shang Wanfeng's face was gloomy. He paced back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back. You're the only flaw in my plan. I regret not killing you before. You're strong enough. Even if I killed you today, it would have taken a lot of effort. Long Chen did not say anything. The scarlet blood desolation sword in his hand slowly turned from a scarlet sword to a 2-meter-long malevolent halberd. Compared to the cold sword, the halberd had a tyrannical kingly aura, berserk and ferocious. You think everything is under your control, but in reality, accidents will definitely happen, Long Chen said calmly. Is that so? You're that accident? Shang Wanfeng shook his head. Qin Shi said I'm no match for you, but I don't believe her. You're not an accident, but a stepping stone for me. Just wait and see. After saying that, Long Chen's body changed. A golden bolt of lightning dashed through the cave. It was hard to see where he was with the naked eye. So fast. He's even faster than the poisoned Shadow Tribe. Shang Wanfeng was very impressed. But under my control, no matter how fast you are, it's like floating clouds. Gravity domain. At this time, Shang Wanfeng actually used the rare gravity domain. Long Chen was stunned. The gravity on his body had increased by about 10 times. This 10 times gravity affected Long Chen greatly. Even when he stepped on the ground, he found that the ground was cracking. His body now felt like it weighed several tons. His body was not light to begin with. There's actually such a mystical domain. Long Chen was only shocked for a moment. This gravity domain was indeed very good. For other martial artists with weak physical bodies, it was very lethal, but for Long Chen, it wasn't anything special. Even within the gravitational field, Long Chen's speed was still beyond Shang Wanfeng's imagination. It was as though his terrifying fleshly body was not bound by the gravitational field, allowing him to move at an incredible speed. At the same time, Long Chen unleashed his devouring blood world, which instantly spread across the entire cave. A blood-red mist instantly blocked Shang Wanfeng's vision. What kind of trash domain is this? Shang Wanfeng was obviously very confident in his domain. Jiang Yunfan, let me tell you, if you stop right now, surrender to me, and help me get the saint's fruit, I will make your clan the supreme ruler of Dongxing City. Even the nearby cities will be controlled by your Jiang clan. At the same time, you will join my Shangguan clan and receive training far beyond your imagination. You will also have the chance to become a peerless expert in the future. Shangguan Feng was not in a hurry to attack. He understood that if a warrior like Long Chen was loyal to him, the elders of the clan would definitely welcome him. Can you shut your mouth? Under the devouring world of blood, as long as Shangguan Feng didn't go out, Long Chen would be invincible. Long Chen didn't have much time left. At this time, he brandished the combat skill in his hand. A domineering aura that looked down on the world burst out from his body like a dragon descending. Looking at Long Chen, Shangguan Feng had an illusion. It was as if the person in front of him wasn't Long Chen, but a giant beast from ancient times. The bloody and ferocious aura swept across his body like a wave of heat. Jiang Yunfan, you really are looking for death. Shangguan Feng laughed. From the look in Long Chen's eyes, he knew that Long Chen would definitely not surrender. He laughed crazily and attacked ruthlessly. Gravity Domain, Heaven and Earth Reversal. Divine Wind Control, Heaven and Earth Wind Dragon. The two attacks came at the same time. Gravity Field, Heaven and Earth Inverted. Long Chen suddenly felt as if his feet were facing the sky and his head was facing the ground. This sudden feeling of confusion could easily distract him and make it difficult for him to control his own body. At this moment, Shangguan Feng activated his killer move. This was the move he had used against Zhao Yunlong before. It was definitely a 7th grade divine skill. This move, Divine Wind Guard, instantly caused the belly of the mountain to tremble. Countless rocks fell down with a loud rumble. The waterfall outside also exploded with a loud rumble. Shangguan Feng was in the center of the storm. At this moment, his face was ferocious. He struck out with his palm. Suddenly, the wind between heaven and earth swept up, condensing into a giant wind beast, and charged towards Long Chen. Long Chen was facing a double attack, but he was expressionless. He had broken through to the peak of the celestial realm and then cultivated the 9-dragon scripture. Now, his strength was basically invincible under the 6th tier of the divine martial realm. In front of him was the giant storm beast. In Shangguan Feng's eyes, Long Chen was about to be torn apart by the storm, but he still slowly waved the blood-colored halberd in his hand, displaying the 9-dragon scripture. Unlike the blue flames from last time, this time, as Long Chen's battle skill danced, a blue icy mist shone from his chest, and a 2nd dragon scale shone. Long Chen did not directly use the power of the 2 dragons. To deal with Shangguan Feng, the power of 1 dragon was enough. However, Long Chen did not use the mysterious sky blue fire dragon, but a new move that he had learned. As Long Chen's halberd evolved, there was a whistling sound in the blue icy mist, as if there were countless angry waves descending. As long as it was the way of the weapon, it belonged to the way of the sword. At this moment, a blue dragon appeared out of nowhere in the sword way of the halberd. Ice-armored sea dragon. With a soft cry, Long Chen seemed to be immersed in a dream. He moved his feet and moved towards Shangguan Feng with the battle skill in his hand. There was an explosion above the blood-red sky, and a divine dragon with blue ice armor attached to it. Its eyes seemed to hide an endless sea, which made extremely violent roars. Explode! The halberd, which had the power of a dragon, slashed down. The ice-armored azure sea dragon charged out furiously, baring its fangs and claws. It broke through Shangguan Feng's grade 7 divine skill and easily slammed into Shangguan Feng's body. Shangguan Feng's body was smashed into pieces. After everything disappeared, only Shangguan Feng's head remained, which had been impaled by Long Chen's halberd. Rumble. The angry waves dispersed. Shangguan Feng felt as if he had been struck by lightning on a clear day. Everything that had happened just now was like a dream to him. He had unleashed the attack that he was most proud of, but what happened next? Long Chen brandished his halberd and slashed down. A divine dragon covered in ice armor rushed out and used its sharp claws to tear apart his attack. It even tore his body apart. That terrifyingly low temperature was almost the same as the cold lake below. Sheng Guanfeng couldn't move at all. He had lost. Taking a deep breath, Sheng Guanfeng finally admitted Qin Shi's words. This terrifying young man who had suddenly appeared, Long Chen, was indeed stronger than him. Sheng Guanfeng had been unable to resist a single move. However, as soon as he thought of what would happen next, Sheng Guanfeng was stunned. Both of his eyes were lifeless as he looked at the lifeless Long Chen. Suddenly, he realized that he was about to die, and this caused his hair to stand on end. He hurriedly begged, "Jiang Yunfan, please don't kill me. I can really give you glory and wealth. I can forget about today's battle. You are indeed a genius who is stronger than me." Long Chen did not say anything. He smiled coldly at him, then dragged the scarlet blood Tenhuang out of the waterfall. When he was outside, Long Chen realized that not all of the poisoned shadow tribe had left. The children had probably been moved, but there were still many old people standing at the cave entrance, watching nervously. When they saw Sheng Guanfeng's head on Long Chen's halberd, they all heaved a sigh of relief, then cheered. This was the first time they had cheered for the human race. The cheers made Sheng Guanfeng feel even more terrified. "Jiang Yunfan, don't you want the saint's fruit? Now that Su Zhe and Qin Shi are gone, no one is your opponent with your strength. I can help you obtain the saint's fruit." Long Chen brought him out. Sheng Guanfeng seemed to realize what Long Chen was going to do. Chapter 1173. There's one thing you haven't figured out. Long Chen stretched out his scarlet blood marrowless and whispered in Sheng Guanfeng's ear, "I'm not Jiang Yunfan, I'm Long Chen. Of course, you don't know me because I'm from the true martial emperor palace." Sheng Guanfeng's eyes widened in shock when he heard this. The whites of his eyes were frightening. At this moment, Long Chen suddenly swung the blood desolation blade in his hand, sending Sheng Guanfeng's head flying high into the air. Long Chen abruptly leapt into the air, and swung the blood desolation blade down, directly smashing into Sheng Guanfeng's head. Sheng Guanfeng let out an earth-shattering scream, and under the terrifying force, he was sent flying towards the frigid pond below. The ending he had bestowed upon others was also bestowed upon him by Long Chen today. This could be considered retribution. Sheng Guanfeng's scream lasted for a very long time before he finally crashed into the cold pond, creating a loud splash. After that, there was no more sound. Lowering his head, an ice-cold aura assaulted his senses. Long Chen shivered. In his hand was a storage ring that belonged to Sheng Guanfeng. After probing it for a bit, Long Chen realized that there was quite a bit of wealth inside. Long Chen wasn't interested in some of the Shengguan clan's combat techniques. At this time, Long Chen put away the spatial ring and looked around. He said to the elders of the poisoned shadow tribe who were looking at him with reverence and worship, "The trouble has been resolved. You can all go back now." Sheng Guanfeng had schemed so much, but he had never imagined that he would end up like this. Those who schemed against others would be schemed against one day, and this was the end. Under Long Chen's command, the people of the poisoned shadow tribe let out cries of alarm. It wasn't safe outside, so they hurriedly brought their clansmen in and entered their waterfall. When everyone entered, the elders of the poisoned shadow tribe stayed behind. One of them said, "I heard from our benefactor that our benefactor's name is Long Chen." Long Chen nodded and said, "Don't tell anyone, I have something to do. I'll be leaving first." While talking to the elders, Long Chen was studying the blue object that Sheng Guanfeng had just obtained. He had already placed it in the Great Void Realm. After checking Sheng Guanfeng's belongings, Long Chen was interested in two things. One was the divine crystal worth over 100,000, and the other was the blue object. The thing floating in the Great Void Realm was actually a blue stone the size of a thumb. However, compared to the Thunderbolt core, this thing seemed to be prettier. This was a heart-shaped piece of warm jade. It looked man-made, but it was actually formed naturally. However, some parts of it had been carved by someone, which was why it had such a perfect shape. A black rope made of an unknown material was strung around the blue warm jade, and it could be worn around the neck. A black rope made from an unknown material was strung around the neck. Feeling it in his hand, Longchen roughly understood that there had been a mistake. It was just an ordinary piece of jade. Holding it in his hand and feeling it, Longchen roughly understood that there had been a mistake. It was just an ordinary piece of jade. Longchen did not pay too much attention to it after placing it back in the Great Void Realm. However, at this moment, Li Xuanji slowly opened her eyes. Her cloudy eyes stared at the hovering jade pendant peacefully. Suddenly, she moved her lips gently and said, "Why do you have the heart of everlasting protector?" She seemed a little strange. "What is this?" Longchen asked curiously. He was very happy that Li Xuanji could still speak a complete sentence. In her current state, it would definitely not be a problem for her to last until Longchen obtained the saint's fruit. "I just happened to hear a story, a very beautiful love story. The story would definitely be very long. It would definitely be very difficult for Li Xuanji to tell it at this moment, so she did not want to." Her face shone with happiness and yearning. "Anyway, it's a good thing. Even if a cultivator's god-martial soul is shattered, their consciousness will still exist in this world for a short period of time. If they're willing, they can send a strand of their soul into the heart of everlasting protector to protect the other forever. The advantage is that the wearer will have a protective power to protect them from time to time. The strength of the power is uncertain, but the disadvantage is that the person whose soul is scattered can only stay here forever, unable to reincarnate." Li Xuanji thought of a legend. Tears flickered in her eyes, which made her beautiful eyes seem even more translucent. Longchen's body trembled. He knew that Li Xuanji was not in good health at the moment, so she couldn't explain it clearly. However, he understood that if he became the owner of the heart of the everlasting guardian, and if one of his loved ones died, as long as she was willing, she could use a wisp of her soul to enter the heart of the everlasting guardian and protect him forever. The price was that she would never be able to reincarnate. If the soul is still present, is there a chance to save it? The punishment of never being able to reincarnate was just too heavy. Longchen was very curious about this, so he asked. Li Xuanji originally wanted to answer immediately, but her eyes swiveled. After a moment of silence, she suddenly said, "There is. It's said that once a cultivator reaches the peak of cultivation, they can fend off the world and change their fate. With a soul fragment in hand, reviving someone is obviously a piece of cake." Longchen only listened to her words, but did not see her sly expression. This time, she was obviously lying, because whether there was a chance to save her, in fact, she did not know. Moreover, the god-martial spirit had been shattered, leaving behind only an unconscious incomplete soul, the kind that would soon dissipate. Even if she had the eternal guardian heart, how could she come back to life? The world would not allow someone who could change their fate to exist. However, Longchen did not think that much. He shook his head and said, "No matter what, it's still disappointing. I had thought it was a treasure, but I never thought it would be useless." "Who says it's useless? If I didn't obtain the saint's fruit, the power of 100,000 evil beasts would have damaged my god-martial soul. Wouldn't I be able to use it on the day my soul disperses?" Li Xuanji closed her eyes and gently smiled. Longchen's eyes turned cold. He said with some displeasure, "Don't say that again. I will definitely do what I promised you. Moreover, haven't the two strongest opponents been finished off by Shangguan Feng already?" Fortunately, there was Shangguan Feng, so the chances of Longchen succeeding were extremely high. "Alright, I'm just joking with you. Moreover, the heart of everlasting protector can only be activated by two people who love each other. Even if my soul disperses, I won't be able to enter if I don't love you and you don't love me," Li Xuanji joked. "I see. Then he's even more useless." Longchen casually tossed the heart of everlasting protector into a corner of the void realm. Even if the heart of everlasting protector did not have any restrictions like love, Longchen did not believe that he would be able to use it. Qin Shi and Su Zhou were done for. The saint's fruit was basically in the bag. As he spoke to Li Xuanji, Long Chen was actually conversing with the old men from the Poison Shadow clan. They invited Long Chen warmly, but Long Chen did not have the time. Due to his conversation with Li Xuanji earlier, he was in a rather bad mood. Just when he was about to leave, a terrifying presence descended. A figure immediately appeared at the entrance of the cave, and a chilling killing intent immediately landed on Long Chen. Long Chen was surprised at first before realizing that it was a tall, burly member of the Poison Shadow clan. He was in the prime of his life, and his bat wings were dyed with blood. Clearly, he had killed quite a few humans earlier. In his arms was the young man from the Poison Shadow clan who had gone to report earlier. He had probably been attacked by the humans and was currently on the verge of death. Despicable human, go die. The terrifying middle-aged man charged at Long Chen as soon as he saw Long Chen. Long Chen squinted his eyes. This guy was just too powerful. None of the people from the Poison Shadow clan that Long Chen had encountered before were his opponent. It was very likely that this guy was a rare 7th-grade demon god. Patriarch, you've misunderstood. The old man hurriedly stood in front of Long Chen. Only when he saw this did the middle-aged demon stop. He looked at everyone in doubt. This young man is the one who helped us. He's already killed the young man who attacked us earlier on. He's the one who saved us. If not for him, our elderly, women, and children would have all died. The few old men explained the situation very quickly. The middle-aged demon from the Poison Shadow clan was taken aback. He had not expected things to turn out this way. He looked at Long Chen with a puzzled expression before saying, "Come in and talk." With that, he led the rest of the Poison Shadow clan into the waterfall. Long Chen hesitated for a moment before entering. No matter what, he had saved the Poison Shadow clan. A patriarch like him shouldn't do anything to him. After entering, the place was in a mess because of the battle. The patriarch surveyed his surroundings and instructed his men to clean up the place. He then walked over to Long Chen and sized him up. While the other members of the Poison Shadow clan were cleaning up, they were also looking over curiously. Earlier on, the patriarch had already confirmed from the mouths of the others that Long Chen had saved the Poison Shadow clan. "This is what he took from you." Long Chen took out the Eternal Guardian Heart and handed it to the Poison Shadow tribe's patriarch. Looking at this scene, Li Xuanji let out a bitter smile. She had to admit that this young man was terrifyingly resilient. Chapter 1174. I'll give it to myself. Long Chen did not think too much about it. He placed the Heart of Eternity back into the Void Realm. Li Xuanji smiled when she saw the item reappear before her. Even though she was no longer beautiful, she was still breathtakingly beautiful. The patriarch of the Poison Shadow clan no longer had any intentions of dealing with Long Chen. He studied Long Chen for a while again and said, "The saint's fruit will ripen in around 2 hours. Something will happen at that time. You should be able to arrive before that." "Thank you," Long Chen said gratefully from the bottom of his heart. The saint's fruit was extremely important to him. "It's no problem. 500 years ago, I also personally witnessed another group of people fight over the saint's fruit. Over 500 of my clansmen died that time. Do you know why?" The patriarch stared at Long Chen deeply. Since he had personally witnessed it, the patriarch clearly understood a lot about the saint's fruit. It was not easy for him to find someone to ask about it, so Long Chen gave up on the thought of leaving immediately. He asked, "Why?" "We killed them." The patriarch of the Poison Shadow clan smiled helplessly. "This is a mission given to us by the humans. They want us to kill 5,000 young human fighters before the saint's fruit ripens. If we kill a few less, we'll be punished, and we'll lose a few more people. It must be said that the humans hate their juniors very much, but they treat us even more viciously. For this complete victory, we've prepared for 500 years, just to kill 5,000 people this time. Thank you for saving these children and old people. To be honest, we're on opposing sides. I never thought that the person who saved me would be a human. The patriarch smiled helplessly. Reaching there, he gritted his teeth and said, but even with that being the case, I still want to kill 5,000, or even more of my clansmen will die. There aren't many of us left, and I don't want our branch of the Poisoned Shadow clan to be wiped out here, so, in return, I'll tell you some information about the Saint's Fruit, but I'll have to leave again after that. What he meant was that he wanted to go out and slaughter the humans again. This was something that Long Chen couldn't stop. The experts of the 9 underworld demon territory were here to let the younger generation grow through real battles. As for the Poisoned Shadow clan, they were here to survive. There was no right or wrong. The weak would be eliminated, and only the strong would survive. Survival, this word. Come to think of it, I also live for the sake of survival, so I understand you, and I also understand you, Long Chen said with a bitter smile. The Poisoned Shadow race's patriarch smiled knowingly. Talking to you, I can tell that you are different from others. You are someone who will become a true peerless expert. That is because true experts do not rely on their strength, but on their character and their heart to protect. Long Chen did not really understand what he meant. Wasn't strength the only way to become a true expert? As he pondered, the patriarch did not have much time left. He said gruffly, there are a few things you need to pay attention to regarding the Saint's Fruit. First, the Saint's Tree has offensive power. You should have seen the myriad evil vine before. The Saint's Tree is also a creature of that type. Its branches and trunk can transform into venomous insects and snakes. Not only do they possess terrifying offensive power, but they're also extremely venomous. In the beginning, they only look like branches and leaves, but when the Saint's Fruit ripens, the tree's weapons will awaken as well. The first time did not exceed Long Chen's expectations. The Saint's Fruit would not be taken away for nothing. However, he thought of something else. If the Saint's Tree of Heaven and the myriad evil vine were the same creature, would the Saint's Tree of Heaven and Earth not be able to discover him if he used his breath of soul? This was a very likely possibility. Long Chen rejoiced inside. If that was the case, his chances of obtaining the Saint's Fruit would be extremely great. At this moment, the patriarch of the Poisoned Shadow clan mentioned the second point. As for the second point, only a few of the cultivators who can enter know about it. When the Saint's Fruit is taken away, the Saint's Tree will become enraged. It will ignite its own energy and form a spherical domain. This is an invisible space, and basically all the people around the Saint's Fruit will be sucked into it. The restrictive power of the domain is extremely terrifying, and it's impossible to break through it without reaching the 8th layer of God's martial realm. As a result, people from the 9 clans will appear at this time and announce a new rule, which is a free-for-all. The last person standing in the domain will obtain the Saint's Fruit. Reaching there, the patriarch looked at Long Chen in pity and said, in other words, if you want to obtain the Saint's Fruit, being the first one to pluck it doesn't necessarily mean you'll be able to obtain it. After all, refining it requires time. Everyone is in the domain, so no one will let you refine it for nothing, right? As long as you defeat everyone, you'll truly obtain the Saint's Fruit. This news definitely exceeded Long Chen's expectations. Just as the Poisoned Shadow clan's patriarch had expected, Long Chen's expression became extremely grave. If my guess is correct, I should be able to obtain the Saint's Fruit first with my breath technique without any suspense with my speed. Now that Su Zhe and Qin Shi have been eliminated, none of the cultivators from the 9 clans should be at the peak of the 6th layer of God's martial realm. Although I'll have to face the attacks of at least 7 peak 6th layer God's martial realm cultivators, it shouldn't be a problem with the endless replenishment from devouring the world of blood. This was what Long Chen thought. Although the final rule had indeed exceeded everyone's expectations, it was still within Long Chen's control. In the end, the people who could truly obtain the Saint's Fruit would still be those who possessed extraordinary strength. Without strength, it would be useless even if they obtained the Saint's Fruit. And to me, if I can obtain the Saint's Fruit first, then it would be considered a success. Xian Ji can refine it in the Void Realm. As long as it's in the Void Realm, there's still Kitten who controls it. No one can take it out. The void realm was different from ordinary spatial rings. Thank you, Patriarch. These 2 pieces of information are very important to me. If I can obtain the saint's fruit, I'll have to thank you first. Go. I still need to go kill people, said the Patriarch. Long Chen did not waste any time. Under the curious gazes of the other youths, he turned around and left the lair of the poisoned Shadow Clan. He turned into a golden bolt of lightning and made his way to the peak of the 9 Darkness Demon Mountain. Soon afterwards, the Patriarch of the poisoned Shadow Clan left as well. They were all fighting for survival. Of course, right now, Long Chen was fighting for Li Xuanji's survival. An hour after Long Chen left, bubbles suddenly appeared in the depths of the pool. The bubbles grew larger and larger before producing a terrifying explosion in the end. They never thought that there would be another disturbance. This time, the children of the poisoned Shadow Clan had learned their lesson. They no longer shrieked and instead gathered together obediently. They stared at the cave hidden in the waterfall in fear. After a very long time, there was no other disturbance. Everyone finally let out a breath of relief. The danger had been resolved. However, before this, the place where the myriad evil vines were located trembled greatly. Finally, the cultivators trapped beneath the vines discovered that the rampaging vines had suddenly gone on a terrifying rampage. After a very long time, all the vines collapsed to the ground. They lost their luster and life, turning into withered vines. They were no different from ordinary trees. After a while, a figure with a murderous aura crawled out from the ground. Long Chen's current speed was so fast that even if the poisoned Shadow Clan saw him, they would not be able to catch up. He rushed upwards as fast as he could. Originally, the Patriarch thought that Long Chen would need 2 hours to reach the peak, but he never thought that Long Chen would only need an hour to reach the top. When he reached this place, he was already in the middle of the clouds. Looking down, he could see that the mountains were small. The dark green clouds were extremely cold, making one's hair stand on end. The dark moon in the sky seemed like it could be plucked by stretching out one's hand. When he arrived at this place, the surrounding forest was much taller. The heaven and earth sacred tree was probably the largest tree here. At this moment, Long Chen could roughly sense the disturbance. He scurried to the top of a nearby tree. This was the place where the lightning shackles were the highest. The lightning here was more than 200 meters above the ground, and the trees here were generally more than 100 meters tall. Standing at the top of the tree, Long Chen could still sense that the lightning shackles were within reach. A destructive lightning aura burst forth in the sky above him. However, Long Chen's gaze was attracted by a towering ancient tree in front of him. It was a snow-white ancient tree that shone with a milky white radiance. It did not look like a tree, but an exquisite white jade in the shape of a tree. The milky white radiance emitted from it illuminated the world. The ancient tree's trunk and leaves seemed to be translucent. From afar, Long Chen could see the veins and the resources flowing through them. This was the heaven and earth sacred tree. A pure and holy aura assaulted Long Chen's face. This was a kind of spiritual energy. Long Chen felt as if he had been reformed. His entire body felt comfortable, and his heart involuntarily felt moved. As the saying went, when things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. The heaven and earth sacred tree emitted such a pure and holy radiance in this dark green world. There were no blemishes at all, making it hard for people to profane it. If he had not met the patriarch of the poisoned Shadow Clan, Long Chen would definitely believe that this tree was holy and harmless. However, Long Chen now made a mental note. When things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. The holiness could only be an illusion. When people did not expect it, it could cause fatal danger. Chapter 1175. Only those above the 6th layer of the God Martial Realm would be able to compete with it. Within a radius of a kilometer around the holy tree, even the ground glowed with a white light. Not a single blade of grass grew during this period of time, so the ground was extremely clean. Long Chen arrived at a place where he could see the holy tree very quickly. After charging out of the forest, he was greeted by a white, glowing world. He was extremely calm at the moment. I can already see the holy tree. Just hold on a little longer, Long Chen said to Li Xuanji in the Great Void Realm. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. Just focus a little more. Li Xuanji opened her blurry eyes slightly. There were two items in front of her, the Heart of Lightning and the Heart of Everlasting Protector. If Long Chen obtained the Saint's Fruit, then she would be able to use the Heart of Lightning in the future. However, if Long Chen failed, then what awaited her would probably be the Heart of Everlasting Protector. Li Xuanji blinked her eyes and pursed her lips. In the end, she still managed to smile. She looked at the Heart of Lightning because she believed that Long Chen would definitely succeed. At this moment, Long Chen stepped onto the ground that was glowing with white light. This open space was much softer than he had imagined. Perhaps it was because of the existence of the holy tree that the empty ground glowed with white light. Long Chen did not pay any attention to this. He raised his head and squinted his eyes because he saw a similarly pure white fruit that seemed to be the core of the saint's fruit growing at the very top of the beautiful tree that shone with white light. It was the saint's fruit. A vast aura of righteousness radiated from the saint's fruit. The holy tree was 500 meters tall. What terrified Long Chen was that from 400 meters onwards, the densely packed chains of lightning directly wrapped around the holy tree, entangling with its leaves. This meant that if Long Chen and the others wanted to obtain the saint's fruit, they would need to pass through the region enveloped by the chains of lightning. At that time, the entire holy tree might even awaken and its leaves would turn into venomous insects and beasts. Long Chen understood that if that was the case, the opponents he would have to face would not only be the other young fighters, but also the holy tree. He needed to be even calmer at a time like this. When they arrived here, there was not much fog. Long Chen did not need to use his devouring demon pupils. With a glance, he could roughly see that there were only 7 people here, divided into 3 groups and standing together. Behind the land shrouded by the white light, there were more than 10 warriors who had just entered the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm watching. With just a glance, Long Chen roughly knew what was going on. It must be the 7 warriors at the peak of the 6th tier of the divine martial realm who had occupied the territory closest to the sacred tree of heaven and earth. The others could only stand 3 miles away from the sacred tree of heaven and earth due to their tyranny and the fact that they were no match for them in terms of strength. Only Long Chen had rashly entered this area. As expected, there were people who discovered him very quickly. Other than Zhao Yunlong and Sheng Guanfeng, there were 7 people left among the 9 great clans. These 7 people were probably the representatives of the other 7 clans. As for the others, even if they were from the 7 clans, they did not have the right to stand so close to the holy tree and wait for it to ripen. This was all because of their strength and status. At this moment, the 7 of them were gathered together, trying to figure out why Suzhe, Qinshi, and the others had not arrived yet. The saint's fruit would ripen in around an hour. If they did not arrive by then, the saint's fruit would not belong to them. The 2 geniuses at the 7th layer of the God Martial Realm were the most popular candidates for the saint's fruit. How could they know that Qinshi and Suzhe had been tricked by Sheng Guanfeng, or that they had been dealt with by Sheng Guanfeng, and that Sheng Guanfeng had been dealt with by Long Chen? When they saw Long Chen, a person they had never seen before, charge into their designated area, they never imagined that Long Chen had dealt with Sheng Guanfeng, who had dealt with 2 great experts. 3rd layer of the God Martial Realm. Not only the 7 people, but the other young geniuses who had been sent out from the White region also stared at Long Chen in surprise. Clearly, Long Chen did not have any martial intent, so he could only be considered to be at the 3rd layer of the God Martial Realm. For a cultivator at the 3rd layer of the God Martial Realm to make it this far was already impressive. After all, many cultivators at the 3rd layer of the God Martial Realm could not even make it through the first stream of mist. Most of them died in the poisonous beast forest, so how was it possible for them to make it to the peak of the 9 Hell Demon Mountain? Even if a cultivator at the 5th layer of the God Martial Realm came here, they would be extremely surprised. Moreover, Long Chen had recklessly charged into the range of the white light. This was a place that only the greatest geniuses could set foot in. At this moment, there were disciples from 3 big families walking towards Long Chen. They were 2 men and 1 woman, all of whom were at the same level as Sheng Wanfeng and Zhao Yunlong. One of the women was 1 step ahead of them. She stuck out her chest and looked at Long Chen proudly. She asked, "What's your name?" "You're at the 3rd layer of the God Martial Realm, but you can come to this place." "Not bad." Long Chen quickly replied, "My name is Jiang Yunfan, I come from Dongxing City." "Dongxing City? Never heard of it." The woman curled her lips. As she had expected, Yi Chen was indeed a bumpkin from a small place, not worthy of her attention. She waved her hand and said, "This is a place where only the greatest geniuses can stand. With your talent, you should stand at the foot of the mountain. Get out of here quickly, don't make me kick you out." These 2 men and 1 woman probably formed a small team. Because the woman was beautiful, she was usually the leader. The 2 men did not say anything, but with their arrogant and disdainful eyes, they chatted cheerfully with the woman next to them. They did not take Long Chen seriously at all. After the girl in red finished speaking, the 3 of them were about to turn around and leave while laughing. But soon, they looked back in shock. The woman's eyebrows began to show anger. She hated nobodies who did not know what was good for them. At this moment, she said in a deep voice, "I, Ling Chan, never repeat myself. If you are still standing here in 3 breaths, I will make you disappear from this world forever." She did not believe that this lad at the 3rd layer of the God Martial Realm would not leave after such threatening words. What was more unexpected was that Long Chen waved his hand indifferently and said, "Since you said that this is a place where only the greatest geniuses can stand, then all the more I can't leave. This place belongs to me. If you want to leave, you can leave by yourself. Do you think you can make me disappear by yourself? Have you eaten too much shit?" Long Chen's indifferent words immediately caused a great uproar. Leng Chan, the eldest daughter of the Leng family, one of the 9 super clans, was said to have eaten too much shit by a bumpkin at the 3rd layer of the God Martial Realm who came out of nowhere. Such a vulgar word was used to describe this beautiful young lady. The crowd could not wrap their heads around it for a moment. They looked at the indifferent and arrogant Long Chen in astonishment. For a moment, everyone felt as if they were dreaming. Did I hear it wrong? That's the eldest daughter of the Leng family, the one who is famous for her bad temper. I heard that many servants of the Leng family were beaten to death if they did not do what she wanted. How dare he ask Ling Chan to eat shit? Everyone looked over in shock. The surroundings suddenly became incomparably quiet. Even the other 6 top figures felt like they were in a dream at this moment. Long Chen felt as if something had been knocked over in this young lady named Ling Chan. Her anger surged out and swept toward Long Chen. "I will tear you into 1,000 pieces, 1,000 pieces." She was originally a great beauty, but now she looked at Long Chen with a ferocious expression and lost all her beauty. At this moment, the crowd realized how terrifying this rumored overbearing and rude young lady of the Leng family was. "Miss Ling Chan, let me help you get rid of this lad and make him disappear," an elegant young man next to her said. "Let me do it. You are too soft-hearted. You can't help Miss Ling Chan vent her anger," another man said with an evil smile. "Get lost, I'll do it myself," Ling Chan yelled again with a ferocious expression. The 3 of them were of equal status, but because of Ling Chan's beauty, the 2 of them had their eyes on her and wanted to get her into bed, which was why they were very polite to her. However, she was being so shrewd and had asked them to get lost. The 2 of them snorted coldly and retreated after losing face. Ling Chan did not even have a brain when she was angry. She had offended the allies that she had worked so hard to form. She would probably only be able to vent her anger by cutting Long Chen into pieces. Seeing the ferocious look of this tigress, the crowd thought that Long Chen would be scared out of his wits. However, Long Chen did not. He shrugged as if nothing had happened and said innocently, "Did I make you angry? It's not good for your health to get angry so easily. No wonder you look like you're in a hurry despite your young age. Being called old by a lowly person in public was something that no girl could tolerate. As soon as Long Chen finished speaking, Ling Chan finally couldn't hold it in any longer and exploded. She let out a furious roar and directly attacked. A pair of pure white hands transformed into sharp claws, and a chilly wind blew in all directions. Claw shadows filled the sky, threatening to tear Long Chen apart. Bone-crushing claw. Chapter 1176. However, he had no problem fighting against Shangguan Feng with this move. However, he was still lacking compared to Long Chen. Long Chen dared to be so arrogant because he had the right to be so. The scarlet blood eternal suddenly appeared in his hand. God-slaying sword formation, sword explosion. The God-slaying sword formation was attached to Long Chen's scarlet blood eternal. As Long Chen waved it, there was a terrifying explosion. Countless sword chi exploded into pieces and swept toward Ling Chan. With a loud boom, the torrent of sword chi slammed into Ling Chan's body. The terrifying sword chi came so suddenly that before Ling Chan could react, the terrifying force had sent her flying. Of course, it was also because she had underestimated Long Chen. Hiss. A terrifying scream was heard, and a golden bolt of lightning suddenly shot out from the torrent of sword chi. It was so fast that while Ling Chan was still in a state of shock, a blood-red sword light pierced through her throat and stabbed her into the ground. A man appeared next to her. His cold eyes almost made Ling Chan stop breathing. The main reason why she had been defeated so quickly was because of her rival in love. Otherwise, Long Chen would have had to use the 9-dragon scripture to subdue a martialist of such a level. Only the mysterious killer move like the 9-dragon scripture was Long Chen's trump card. Even so, this scene left almost everyone dumbfounded. In just one move, Long Chen had subdued Ling Chan and pierced her throat with his sword, pinning her to the ground. This was a scene that no one dared to imagine. It could be said that there was no one present who could achieve this. This was simply a myth. No one could believe their eyes, but the scene in front of them was so real. Even Ling Chan herself could not believe that this was the case. How is this possible? How is this possible? Could it be that the strength of this young man is far beyond the LV3 divine martial realm? If that's the case, it would explain why he was so arrogant just now. Who the hell is he? Even the other 6 top martial artists were momentarily stunned. Long Chen twisted his scarlet blood sky desolation and withdrew his sword. This sword strike was only a small injury to his opponent, who had a supreme golden body. If I wanted to just now, I could have blown your head off with a single slash. Now, do you think that I have the right to stand here? Long Chen said with a smile as he looked at Ling Chan provocatively. Ling Chan's face was deathly pale. She had indeed been on the brink of death just now. Her underestimation had led to her death. Fortunately, Long Chen had shown mercy. However, this did not mean that she would forgive Long Chen just like that. On the contrary, Ling Chan was on the verge of losing her mind after receiving such a huge humiliation. You're courting death. Ling Chan reacted instantly and leaped up from the ground. Long Chen was a step faster than her. He kicked her soft and perky buttocks and sent her flying. At the same time, he burst into laughter. 2 men scrambled to catch Ling Chan. At this moment, Ling Chan was like a lunatic. It took them a lot of effort to hold her down. Calm down first, Ling Chan, don't be blinded by hatred. Otherwise, you'll fall into his trap even more. This guy's strength is at least at the peak LV6 divine martial realm. He defeated you by taking advantage of your underestimation. If you continue to underestimate him and think that he's just an insignificant ant, you'll lose even more miserably. You should treat him as an opponent of the same level. These words gradually calmed Ling Chan down. Although her buttocks were still hurting, she had passed the hurdle in her heart when she saw Long Chen's indifferent look. As the people beside her had said, the more she underestimated her opponent, the more miserably she would lose. The others also gathered around and looked at Long Chen unkindly. They were all members of the 9 super clans and would stand on the same side in the face of external enemies. The two sides faced off just like that. Long Chen played around with the scarlet blood desolation in his hand as he also looked at the 7 of them scornfully. He said arrogantly, "As long as you're powerful, everyone has a rule to stand here. I didn't kill her after defeating her, which is only to prove that I have the right to stand here. The saint's fruit hasn't ripened yet, so it's not the time for a final battle. Do you really want to fight it out now?" It had to be mentioned that after Long Chen's lightning-quick actions earlier, everyone became rather fearful of him, especially those who were not on good terms with Leng Chan. The only ones who were on good terms with Leng Chan were the 2 people in her group. "Fair enough, you do have the strength to stand here. That was just a test. Although you've temporarily defeated Leng Chan because she underestimated you, it doesn't mean you're more powerful than her. Let's fight it out once the saint's fruit ripens," said one of the men. One of the men said. Long Chen did not know a single person from the 9 clans. There was only one person who refused to accept this, and that was Leng Chan herself. To her, this was a great humiliation. Just because others did not want to take revenge did not mean she did not. She could not hold back. "Let me go." At that moment, she broke free from the 2 people who were grabbing her and stared at Long Chen with a gloomy gaze. "Leng Chan, what do you want to do? Now's not the time to fight." One of the men on the side also acknowledged Long Chen's strength. It was not a wise decision to fight now. If they expended their battle prowess for a single Long Chen, how were they supposed to compete for the saint's fruit when the time came? "That's my problem." Piss off, Leng Chan glared at them angrily and directly made her way toward Long Chen. The 2 men looked at each other. They knew that Leng Chan was being unreasonable, but they never thought she would go to such a level. To the descendants of large clans, the allure of beauty was nowhere near the allure of the saint's fruit. Since Leng Chan wanted to give up on the saint's fruit in order to vent her anger, they chose not to stop her. To the others, it just happened to be 2 less opponents. As a result, no one stopped Leng Chan's actions. Long Chen had actually never thought that the woman would be so persistent. It was said that she had been spoiled. Without a doubt, a trial like the 9 Serenities Demon Mountains was extremely suitable for her. If she could endure it, she would have improved without a doubt. However, she could not, so she chose the path of death. Perhaps only death could make her cast aside her pride and truly understand that the most important thing to a cultivator was not their status but their heart of strength. In Long Chen's hand, the desolation of scarlet blood gradually transformed from a sword into a halberd. Very soon, Leng Chan arrived 20 meters away from Long Chen. Her eyes were sunken, almost to the point of bleeding. Leng Chan said, "There has never been a person that I want to kill. You're the first." Long Chen replied with a smile, "But you're also the last, because you won't have the chance to kill anymore." What Leng Chan hated the most was Long Chen's indifferent attitude. She needed others to respect her, not to smile mischievously. She stopped talking, because she knew that the more she spoke, the more she would infuriate Long Chen and make him lose his sense of propriety. Bone Demon Technique. Forming a seal with both hands, Long Chen was shocked to discover that the woman's body had actually started to form white bones. A white smoke rose, and after the white eyes dissipated, Leng Chan's body was actually surrounded by a layer of bones. It looked like a cold skeleton, and it was extremely hideous. An evil aura was emitted from her body, and there were black runes flickering on her white body. The Bone Demon Technique was a secret technique of the Leng clan. After using it, one's body would be impervious to swords and spears, and one's physical strength would increase tremendously. After using it, one would have boundless strength, like a demon in human form. However, it was nothing to Long Chen. Die! Leng Chan's ferocious roar came from the cold skeleton. Her speed seemed to have increased by a few times, and she appeared in front of Long Chen in an instant. Her terrifying claws were aimed at Long Chen's head. "Let's compete in speed." Long Chen smiled, and with a turn of his body, a golden bolt of lightning flashed past. Leng Chan's claws stabbed into the ground, causing the ground to tremble. One could imagine how strong she was. Bone-shattering claw. Leng Chan did not give up after the first attack. She continued to charge forward, and frantically executed the bone-shattering claw. The claw shadows that were much more terrifying than before filled the sky, and rained down on Long Chen, leaving him nowhere to escape. "Can you still defeat me this time?" Leng Chan's laughter could be heard in the sky. When she went crazy, she did not look like a girl at all. Long Chen did not like such a vengeful woman. He did not intend to kill her at first, but he had no other choice now that he had been forced into a corner. The 9-dragon scripture was activated. The sky was filled with claw shadows. The dawn dragon halberd rose high into the air and a blue mist was emitted from the dragon scales on his chest. It condensed into an illusory dragon shadow above the desolation scarlet blood. As the dawn dragon halberd danced, a divine dragon soared into the sky. 9-dragon scripture, ice-armored sea dragon. In an instant, everyone felt as though they had descended into the sea. The seawater surged violently, and the towering waves swept towards the sky. With a terrifying roar, there was an explosion. The power of the 9-dragon scripture was beyond everyone's imagination. Long Chen used the 9-dragon scripture to shatter Leng Chan's attack. The sharp halberd pierced Leng Chan's bone demon technique in front of everyone. The bone demon technique exploded immediately, and Long Chen's eyes darkened. He flipped the halberd in his hand and tore Leng Chan's body apart immediately. This was the power of the 9-dragon scripture. A single use of the 9-dragon scripture had drained almost a quarter of Long Chen's strength. If he were to use the second stage of the 9-dragon scripture and summon the mysterious sky jade fire dragon and the ice-armored sea dragon, it would consume all of Long Chen's strength. Long Chen could only use a quarter of his strength now that the battle was about to begin. He believed that he would be able to recover his strength before the final battle. Leng Chan, one of the 9 great clans, had died at the hands of Long Chen. Chapter 1177. They were also one of the 9 great clans, but the internal conflict between them was extremely great. Basically, no 2 clans would compete with each other for their own interests. Although the various clans had banded together for the Saint's Fruit this time, they all had their own plans. Leng Chan had only herself to blame for what she had done this time. The others had tried to stop her, but she could not take it lying down and died in exchange. Everyone was secretly shocked, but at the same time, they were secretly delighted that they had one less opponent to deal with. However, they were slightly worried because Long Chen's battle prowess seemed to be greater than any one of them. Even cultivators with the ultimate golden body had died so easily to his mouth. They were certain that this young man's strength was not at the 3rd layer of God martial arts. He was most likely at the peak of the 6th layer of God martial arts. However, it was impossible for him to reach the 7th layer of God martial arts. Only 2 people in the 9 Hells demon domain had reached that level within 100 years. If that was the case, killing Leng Chan would be even easier. Long Chen stowed the scarlet blood ether away. His current bearing had changed drastically, which was a psychological effect on everyone. It was as if Long Chen possessed a natural pressure. Everyone watched as Long Chen stowed Leng Chan's spatial ring into his bosom. Over 100,000 divine crystals from before and 50,000 divine crystals from Leng Chan are all used to feed Xiao Jin. It'll definitely have an astonishing explosive power when I use it. Long Chen was actually extremely calm inside. Directly killing Leng Chan in front of everyone was basically a show of strength. Long Chen was not afraid of being surrounded because he had killed Leng Chan, as he could tell with a single glance that these people were in a state of disunity. He would not be able to make them work together to attack him unless he had the Saint's Fruit. Raising his head, the Saint's Fruit was almost ready to ripen. An invisible pressure descended on everyone's heads. Why aren't Qin Shi and Su Zhi here yet? Very soon, everyone cast aside the matter of Leng Chan and asked their questions in surprise. If Qin Shi and Su Zhe were not present, their chances of obtaining the saint's fruit would increase drastically. Something as unimaginable as this could actually happen. That's impossible. With Su Zhe and Qin Shi's strength, it's impossible that they couldn't make it here. Could it be that they encountered the poisoned Shadow Tribe's patriarch? I heard that their patriarch is a 7th grade demon immortal. He's strong enough to deal with Qin Shi and Su Zhe. Impossible, my luck is so bad. No, I heard others say that Su Zhe went underground to deal with the myriad evil vines. Could he have been killed by the myriad evil vines? When this person said that, everyone thought that it was possible. However, Long Chen felt a cold aura coming from behind him. He knew what Su Zhe and Qin Shi were doing. However, at this moment, he suddenly turned around and saw a silver-haired young man slowly walking over. It was Su Zhe. Currently, his clothes were in tatters, his hair was disheveled, and his skin was tanned. He seemed to be in an extremely horrible shape, but what made Long Chen feel fear was that his gaze was extremely cold. It was filled with an unyielding tenacity, arrogant and calm. It was extremely similar to Long Chen's. Su Zhe had probably experienced no less than Long Chen in order to climb his way up from an insignificant figure to his current level. Moreover, what was even more terrifying was that Su Zhe was the first person to make Long Chen feel that his physical body could actually threaten him. The first time he saw Su Zhe, he did not have such a strong and frightening physical body. His tan skin was covered with scars as a foul smell filled his face. It smelled like bile. Shang Wanfeng once said that he lied to Su Zhe that the bile of the myriad evil vines could be used to refine the body. Did Shang Wanfeng really get it right? From Su Zhe's situation, it was clearly true. After being cleansed by the myriad evil vines, Su Zhe's body had already reached a level similar to Long Chen's. This was rather terrifying, as it meant that his strength had increased once again. Su Zhe's arrival had caused everyone's original wishful thinking to decline. Next, it was up to Qin Shi. If Qin Shi did not arrive, then it would be troublesome. Su Zhe had no competition, so obtaining the saint's fruit would be as easy as flipping his hand. At this moment, Su Zhe's expression turned cold. He looked around and said, "Where's Shang Wanfeng?" From his voice, which was filled with killing intent, everyone understood that Shang Wanfeng must have offended Su Zhe. Everyone looked at each other. Under Su Zhe's pressure, a cultivator said, "He's with Qin Shi and Zhao Yunlong, but he still hasn't arrived." "Qin Shi isn't here." Su Zhe was startled. He knew that he had been tricked by that cunning Shang Wanfeng. Fortunately, it was a blessing in disguise, and he had truly obtained such a tough body. However, Shang Wanfeng had actually tricked him. He still needed to take revenge. What he did not know was that Shang Wanfeng had already died to Long Chen's hands. The saint's fruit was about to ripen, yet Qin Shi still had not arrived. "Since you're not coming, I'll take the saint's fruit then." Su Zhe raised his head and looked at the saint's fruit locked in chains of lightning. He smiled in satisfaction. At this moment, he saw Long Chen and found him to be rather familiar. Long Chen gave off a similar aura to him. He was not like a noble young master or young mistress, which made Su Zhe feel extremely comfortable. "I'm Su Zhe. What about you?" Su Zhe smiled at Long Chen when he was 5 meters away from Long Chen. "Jiang Yunfan," Long Chen replied indifferently. There was nothing to talk about. No matter how good their relationship was right now, it would be a battle to the death in a little while. It had to be said that Long Chen feared Su Zhe very much. However, since he had appeared and had become stronger, Long Chen had no reason to retreat. Originally, he thought that if Qin Shi and Su Zhe were not present, it would be easier for him to defeat the other disciples after obtaining the saint's fruit. However, now that a 7th-layer God Martial Realm cultivator had joined in, even if Long Chen obtained the saint's fruit, he would have to face the encirclement of everyone else, including Su Zhe. His original plan had been disrupted once again. Fortunately, as long as he obtained the saint's fruit, he would be able to let Li Xuanji refine it first. As for whether he could survive the upcoming battle, it would all depend on whether he was tough enough or not. Long Chen did not know whether it was worth it or not. He only knew that this was what he should do. If he retreated this time, he would retreat with every word, just like how he followed Lingxi without any hesitation in the past. This was something that a man should do. Although Li Xuanji's eyes were closed in the great void realm, she knew everything that was happening around her like the back of her hand. It's very likely that you'll lose your life. Do you still want to continue? She spoke very softly. It could be heard that her life force was becoming weaker and weaker. Her eyelashes trembled slightly as she struggled internally. Her dark green hair was scattered on the ground, no longer glossy. Long Chen was stunned. He smiled and said, "I've already come this far, so I can't give up no matter what. I already knew that the chances were slim, but I still didn't retreat, especially now." He spoke as if it did not matter at all. Li Xuanji had a lot on her mind. She said, "But I still don't think it's worth it. You don't have to give up your life for me. I'm not belittling myself, but I really don't deserve this." Long Chen had thought about these questions many times. Was it worth it? He found that it gave him a headache in the end. Don't say any more. I don't want to think too much. I just want to do things according to my heart. If the heavens wanted me dead, I wouldn't have lived until now. Li Xuanji shook her head and said, "It's not like that. Everything has its priorities. There must be someone more important in your heart. The soul and the sword that you chased back then, and your sister, they both need you. If you lose your life for me, wouldn't you be letting them down? Have you ever considered their feelings? Who am I to them?" Towards the end, she became a little emotional. Long Chen understood that she grew up in hardship. She had never experienced kinship, friendship, and love. Her entire world was blank, and there was no one who treated her especially well. She was not used to Long Chen suddenly taking such a risk for her. To her, this was a little too extravagant. Go back. It's not too late to regret. Your sister's cultivation has improved so quickly. Something must have happened. Li Xuanji closed her eyes tightly. Her heart was dead. Her words caused Long Chen to sink into silence. Yes, in Long Chen's heart, there was someone more important than her. Whether it was Lingxi who was waiting for the powerful, or his brother Mo Xiaolang who had gone through thick and thin with him, or his sister who had no idea what had happened to her, everyone needed him very much. But now, he was taking such a risk for the sake of a woman. This did not seem to be worth it. However, there are some things in life that cannot be chosen rationally. Don't say any more. The real battle has not begun. Before I fall, you must not say that I have failed. After a pause, Long Chen exhaled and said, "Don't ask me if it's worth it or not. As long as you live, and I live, it's worth it." Li Xuanji did not say anything. She slowly opened her eyes, and there was a sense of loss in them. Was this the feeling of being protected and cared for by someone like this? She suddenly felt like crying, but she did not want to show her weak side in front of this man. She suddenly felt like there were many things she wanted to say to Long Chen, but they were all stuck in her throat in the end. The saint's fruit was about to ripen, and the final battle was about to begin. All the things she wanted to say were reduced to a few words in her mouth. "You're right. I believe you." These 4 words gave Long Chen immense strength. He smiled in his heart. Now, he would have to fight a bloody battle. Chapter 1178. Long Chen could not take a step back as he stood before a crippled woman with a ruined family. Time gradually passed. Suzhou seemed to sense Long Chen's hostility, which triggered his own as well. That made sense. Before the saint's fruit, there were only enemies and no allies. What made Suzhou feel fortunate was that Qinshe had not come even at the very last moment. To him, the saint's fruit was like a turtle in a jar. Time gradually passed. Everyone stared nervously at the sky. 400 meters above their heads, the chains of lightning rumbled with terrifying rumbles as countless destructive bolts of lightning swam about. Just when the time was up, before the saint's fruit had ripened, the entire tree actually began to change. It went from a pure white to a sinister black. A black mist rose up from the ground and swept through the entire tree. It began to spread from the roots as the black mist spread all the way to the crown. As long as the black mist touched the branches and leaves, they seemed to come alive. They began to sway and radiate with a heavy aura of malice. The countless branches and trunks began to change. They turned from trees to venomous beasts, insects, and snakes. The long branches and leaves turned into long, bloody snakes. Spiders, scorpions, venomous leeches, and other dark creatures crawled all over them. The pure tree had become an evil hell on earth. Such a huge, black tree was currently wailing and swaying. It was as terrifying as it could be. The lightning on the chains entangled with the venomous creatures, making it even more vicious. As Long Chen remained vigilant, he also noticed that every single venomous creature actually had a thick, black line that was connected to the tree. This meant that no matter what kind of venomous creature it was, they were all a part of the saint's tree. When the saint's fruit was about to ripen, the saint's tree turned into the evil tree of heaven and earth. Boundless evil chi burst forth from the ancient tree and spread out in all directions. Everything within a 10-mile radius was enveloped by the evil chi. This evil chi invaded one's body. If one didn't have a strong physique and strength, they wouldn't even need to do anything. They would just collapse to the ground. At the very least, an ordinary cultivator at the third tier of the divine martial realm would not be able to get within 10 miles of the holy tree. As the saint's tree changed, the color of the saint's fruit at the very top did not change at all. The fruit that was originally wrapped in a thick layer of skin actually began to crack. When the skin fell off, a pure, white, spherical fruit suddenly rose up and slowly revolved in the surroundings. Among the countless filth and dark creatures, the contrast between the holiness and the rich fragrance of the holy tree of heaven and earth was so great. The rich fragrance penetrated the stench of countless poisons and spread in all directions. For a moment, the disciples that were still in the 9 Netherworld Demon Mountain could smell this extremely comfortable and refreshing fragrance. This was a rich fragrance that could intoxicate people. Everyone knew that the saint's fruit had ripened. The young men and women who were still trying their best to advance all stopped. They stared at the heavy fragrance at the top of the mountain blankly. They knew that they were not fated with the saint's fruit. That beautiful dream of suddenly becoming a super genius was shattered. I really wonder just who is fighting for the saint's fruit right now. Almost everyone had the same question in their minds. At the top of the 9 Netherworld Demon Mountain, Long Chen's gaze was attracted by the slowly revolving fruit in the sky. Standing so close, Long Chen could even smell the fragrance. Almost every breath he took made him feel refreshed. The divine energy in his body flowed much faster and he was filled with power. The divine energy he had expended during his battle with Leng Chan had already gradually recovered. Everyone began to move as soon as the saint's fruit appeared. Although everyone started at the same starting line, the difference in speed allowed Long Chen and Suzhe to leave everyone else in the dust. Suzhe turned into a silver streak of light, while a golden bolt of lightning appeared beside him. Their speed was actually similar. The two of them took the lead and reached the foot of the saint's tree in an instant. At this moment, using the power of their legs to erupt with speed was much faster than simply taking to the sky. Some of the disciples of the 9 clans chose to take to the sky, but unfortunately, as soon as they took to the air, Long Chen and Suzhe had already reached the saint's tree. Suzhe's speed was within everyone's expectations, but Long Chen's speed exceeded everyone's expectations as well. The golden bolt of lightning was basically no slower than the silver light. In reality, Long Chen was very surprised as well. His speed had only reached such a level after being constantly tempered by the golden lightning dragon. Suzhe was actually able to match him in both speed and physical strength. This was absolutely impressive. He was a super great opponent. He played a very important role in why Long Chen was able to obtain the saint's fruit. As for the others, with their terrifying speed, they were soon left far behind. Suzhi was also filled with shock. He really did not expect that this strange warrior, who seemed to be only at the third level of the divine martial arts realm, would have such a terrifying speed. He was absolutely confident in his speed. In his opinion, even Qin Shi could not compare with him in terms of speed. However, Long Chen could actually do it. Suzhi did not have the time to be surprised. As they approached the saint's tree, it immediately launched a fierce attack on them. Those huge venomous snakes opened their bloody mouths and dripped black saliva towards the two of them. Many huge spiders and scorpions fell from the sky, and many black toads with lumps all over their bodies spat out black venomous saliva. The venom of these creatures was the heavenly bane poison produced by the saint's tree itself. It was extremely terrifying. If a normal person were to be touched by even a tiny bit, their skin would fester and they would die. Even with the invincible golden body, it would be very difficult to escape from this fatal poison. However, Long Chen's dragon constitution was extraordinary. Basically, all poisons affected him. Of course, even so, he could not tolerate these disgusting creatures spitting venom on him. With a clang, Long Chen drew the scarlet blood desolation, which transformed into the lightest and most portable sword. At the same time, Suzhi's silver dragon spear appeared in his hand as he charged forward. Under the terrifying attacks of the two's sword and spear shadows, the venomous creatures that approached them were all chopped apart, turning into black venom that fell to the ground. However, the saint's tree did not lack venomous creatures. The more they were cut off, the more they would pounce on them. The closer they got to the top, the greater the resistance they would encounter. One after another, the poisonous creatures were bloody and terrifying. Long Chen had directly brought out the god-murdering sword formation, in order to barely block the attacks of so many poisonous creatures. The black venom that they spat out was like rain. Of course, although his speed was affected, he was not any slower than Suzhi. Compared to the others, he was much faster. Suzhi's situation was basically similar to Long Chen's. When his spear's shadows danced, there were basically no venomous creatures that could get close to him. However, there were just too many venomous creatures, which actually affected his speed for a moment. At this moment, Long Chen and Suzhi both saw each other as their only opponents. "I've underestimated you before. You're not bad." Suzhi laughed maniacally. The silver dragon spear in his hand pointed downwards, and rays of silver light shot downwards. Those martial artists from the 9 super clans who were still rushing upwards were instantly knocked down by the spear's aura. "This is our battlefield," Suzhi said with a bright laugh. He was very bold. It was Long Chen's good fortune to be able to become an opponent with such a frank person. At least, this Suzhi was very open and aboveboard. Of course, this did not mean that he was easy to deal with. Under the blood-red sword light, the venomous creatures exploded. On the other side of the saint's tree, Suzhi used all his strength, but he could only advance at a speed similar to that of Long Chen. He wanted to leave Long Chen behind, but he was unable to do so. If this continued, it was very likely that Long Chen would encounter him next to the saint's fruit. At that time, if he did not trust him and the saint's fruit was taken, it would be a great loss. Finally, Qin Shi was nowhere to be found. Suzhi was determined to obtain the saint's fruit this time. "Go down." The silver dragon spear turned around and actually shot towards Long Chen. Seductive Moonlight. The name Seductive Moonlight was elegant, but it was a battle skill, and a very powerful one at that. Under Suzhi's usage, the light from the several dozen spears seemed to pour down like moonlight, shooting towards Long Chen. He was surrounded by the seductive moonlight from all directions. There were also spear shadows within the spear shadows. The barrage of attacks made it impossible for Long Chen to escape. It was fine if Suzhi did not attack, but once he did, he definitely wanted to knock Long Chen down. The seductive moonlight seemed simple, but it was at least a grade 7 god-tier skill. That hazy moonlight seemed real, and it was easy for people to be intoxicated by it. This was Suzhi's martial path. It was a little illusory, but it was mostly filled with beauty, just like the moonlight. Every time Long Chen fought, he would activate the true martial emperor's soul because it was a precious opportunity for him. This close combat with Su Zhe also made Long Chen feel a lot of emotions. Long Chen stabbed out with his sword, immediately turning it into a blood-red halberd. The halberd was mighty and domineering. Compared to the silver dragon spear, it had an additional bloodthirsty aura. The so-called silver dragon spear had nothing to do with dragons, while Long Chen's scarlet blood desolation was evolved from the horn of a real red-horned demon dragon. Scripture of the Nine Dragons. Chapter 1179. Long Chen was no weaker than Su Zhe when he used the Scripture of the Nine Dragons. It could be said that Su Zhe had underestimated Long Chen slightly. Just standing under the moonlight was not enough to deal with Long Chen. The terrifying flames of the mysterious jade fire dragon were the weakness of some venomous creatures. A large swath of them was reduced to ashes by the flames. In order to deal with the others' attacks, the two of them became flustered and flew backwards. Seeing that the people below were about to catch up, Su Zhe finally stabilized himself. He stared at Long Chen in shock. Long Chen's greatest strengths were his speed and body, but Su Zhe was more or less the same in these aspects. Long Chen did not have much of an advantage in these aspects. However, Long Chen did not lose to Su Zhe immediately due to his great willpower. At this moment, the two of them had been sent flying by the others' attacks. As Long Chen spun around, he stepped on the head of a snake that had just charged over and shot upwards. They were currently over 300 meters above the ground. 100 meters above them was the lightning chain, and another 100 meters was where the saint's fruit was. Everyone else was at least 200 meters below. You want to run? Su Zhe sneered and hurriedly caught up. With their previous attacks, many of the venomous creatures nearby had died. They used this opportunity and climbed another 20 meters in a short amount of time. However, at this moment, many venomous creatures surrounded them again, entangling them. Have fun by yourself. I'm not going to accompany you. After using his war halberd to cut a giant scorpion that was pouncing at him into two, Long Chen smiled strangely and charged forward once again. Su Zhe was not worried. Surrounded by the venomous creatures, neither of them could move quickly. However, what happened next stunned Su Zhe. Long Chen did not use any defensive measures at all. He directly charged upwards, but the venomous creatures seemed to be unable to see him. They brushed past him without any intentions of attacking him. Instead, even more venomous creatures charged in his direction. How is this possible? Su Zhe's eyes widened. How could something that shouldn't have happened just like that? How could these poisonous creatures not see Long Chen? While he was puzzled, Long Chen had already rushed 50 meters away, leaving Su Zhe, who was closest to him, far behind. It was actually very simple. It was because Long Chen had used the divine breath technique. The holy tree of heaven and earth was similar to the myriad evil vines. They used a method similar to the senses of the soul, but it was not. However, Long Chen's breath technique could hide him from their senses. As a result, it was as if Long Chen did not exist in the eyes of the holy tree of heaven and earth. The holy tree of heaven and earth had no intelligence, so all the poison it had used on Long Chen was used on Su Zhe instead. Don't even think about leaving. Seeing that Long Chen had actually left him behind, Su Zhe panicked and finally used his trump card. The sharp silver spear aura shot out as he wildly danced, forming an umbrella-like millstone with a diameter of more than 30 meters above his head. The millstone was filled with terrifying sharpness. The mocking silver aura engulfed all the poisonous creatures in the surroundings, killing all the poisonous creatures that approached Su Zhe. Immediately, the sky was filled with poisonous blood and dismembered corpses, causing the people below to cry out in misery. They had to deal with the poisonous creatures around them as well as dodge the poison that fell from the sky. It was already difficult enough, and there was no hope of obtaining the saint's fruit. Now, there was even less hope. They all raised their heads. Su Zhe has actually used this move. What about Jiang Yunfan? Ah, he's actually above Su Zhe. Ah, the poisonous creatures are actually not targeting him. Everyone was truly dumbfounded by how he could even suppress Suja. This Long Chen was just too crazy. They could not help but admire him. However, if the saint's fruit was taken by someone like him, they would be even more dissatisfied. Brothers, even if he obtains the saint's fruit, he definitely won't be able to keep it. Let's work harder. Someone called out, and everyone charged up even more madly, one after another. Suja seemed to have gone crazy for the sake of obtaining the saint's fruit. He faced the huge, silver millstone, which shone with resplendent light. As long as the poisonous creatures approached him, they would be completely annihilated before they could even get close to him. Suja's speed immediately increased by quite a lot. Jiang Yunfan, don't even think about getting ahead of me. Suja's terrifying roar rang out from below. Long Chen lowered his head to take a look. The young fighter at the 7th layer of the god's martial realm was indeed terrifying. The entire saint's tree had basically been torn apart by him. As a result, the rocks and poisonous blood flew in all directions. Long Chen suspected that even if he fell down, he would be torn to pieces by the terrifying millstone. It's futile. Long Chen sneered. Their speeds were originally about the same, but Long Chen had opened up a distance of over 30 meters. More importantly, Suja still faced a certain amount of resistance, while Long Chen did not face any resistance at all. Without another word, he directly stepped on the poisonous creatures and charged into the clouds. The terrifying chains of lightning were right in front of him. He needed to pass through the chains of lightning in order to obtain the saint's fruit. There was no other way, so he could only take it head-on. Fortunately, Long Chen's body had once been tempered by the golden lightning dragon, so he possessed an impressive resistance to lightning. Other people might not be afraid of the chains of lightning, but he obviously was not. There were still 30 meters left. Long Chen's speed exploded once again. He charged toward the rumbling bolts of lightning as if he no longer cared about his life. As for Suja below, he could only watch on helplessly. From the very beginning, Long Chen was fated to be faster than him due to his breathing soul. Obtaining the saint's fruit was no problem, but the greatest problem was whether he could keep it or not. In other words, he needed to keep his life. After all, as soon as he obtained the saint's fruit, he would definitely hand it over to Li Xuanji to save his life first. Although Li Xuanji did not mention it, Long Chen already knew that she was at the final juncture. The friendship between the two had always been faint, just like the conversation between them. However, their hearts were hot-blooded. Just when Long Chen thought he was about to succeed, a huge incident occurred. A pitch-black figure actually charged in his direction from the distant sky. Her speed was no slower than his and Suja's speed. At the same time, she also possessed a presence that made Long Chen feel extremely fearful. Qin Shi. When the figure arrived within a kilometer of Long Chen's spirit-devouring eyes, Long Chen immediately sensed her identity. Long Chen was rather surprised. He had never thought that she would be able to climb out of the pool of ice. Sheng Wanfeng believed himself to be clever, but he had never thought that his two great plans would both fail. Suja had profited from the disaster, while Qin Shi had actually broken free at the final juncture. No one stopped her. She had a smooth journey, directly charging toward Long Chen from the sky. Her appearance was far too unexpected for Long Chen. Long Chen did not react in time, and she arrived nearby. That pair of ink-black eyes in the dark night, in the depths of coldness and fierceness, were similarly filled with astonishment. She had never thought that the young man that even she did not think highly of would be able to reach such a level, leaving Suja in the dust. In fact, when she was in that terrifying icy pond, she had already sensed Zhao Yunlong's decline. She knew that it was Sheng Wanfeng's doing. However, when Sheng Wanfeng's head fell to the ground with a blood-curdling screech, she was stunned. She had originally thought that it was done by someone from the Poisoned Shadow tribe, but before Sheng Wanfeng died, he had screamed out the name of Jiang Yunfan. Qin Shi understood from this that the mantis stalked the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This so-called Jiang Yunfan was the oriole in the end. He possessed unbelievable abilities. The more people underestimated him, the more miserable their defeat would be. Fortunately, Qinshi had returned alive. Ordinary 7th-layer God Martial Realm cultivators might not be able to come out, but she could. After all, she was one of the disciples of the World King. Although there were many disciples of the World King, she was the most outstanding one below 100 years old. The World King had given her quite a few things. After emerging from the icy pool, she had hurried over as fast as she could. When she arrived in the end, the saint's fruit had not been stolen. However, what appeared before her was the scene of Suja madly chasing after Longchen. Qinshi picked up a bargain. She didn't have to compete with the others and directly flew to a height of more than 300 meters. As a result, while Longchen was still in the midst of his surprise, he encountered this person who should not have appeared. Apologies, forbidden space. Qinshi did not say anything else and directly struck out. She struck out with her palm, and the surrounding air seemed to explode. It turned into a tide and surged towards Longchen. The poisonous beasts around Longchen were all shattered by the air. Tai-Bai Sword Prison. At this critical moment, Longchen could only use the Tai-Bai Sword Prison to protect himself. However, Qinshi's attack contained the power of a worldly expert and the will of the world. At that moment, Longchen felt like he had become the enemy of the world. The Tai-Bai Sword Prison, a 6th-grade technique, was directly shattered. The power that far exceeded Longchen's pressed down on him. Boom! Longchen's entire body trembled as his blood and qi surged. That terrifying force directly knocked Longchen away, and the vibrations in the air didn't stop. Longchen was sent flying more than 40 meters away, and Qinshi took his place. The 7th layer of the God Martial Realm is actually so much more powerful than me. Longchen was aghast. He knew that the higher one went, the greater the gap between each cultivation realm would be. Longchen's advantage in challenging those with higher cultivation realms would become weaker and weaker. For example, Suja's physical body had already reached a similar level to his. Suja's physical body had already reached the same level as his. Right now, the only thing he could rely on was the Scarlet Blood Ether and the 9 Dragon Scripture. Chapter 1180. This battle became even more exciting after Qinshi's appearance. Qinshi's attack had caused Longchen's blood to boil and his internal organs to be injured. He had almost spat out blood, but he did not give up. Seeing that he had already been pushed back more than 40 meters, he clenched his teeth and suppressed his boiling blood, rushing forward again. Even the 7th level of the divine martial realm could not make Longchen take a step back, because he was a man of faith. Before achieving his goal, no suffering could make him retreat. He had made a promise before, and now it was time to take responsibility for it. After Longchen was eliminated, Suja and Qinshi encountered each other. With Qinshi's sudden appearance, Suja became even more nervous. As soon as the two of them saw each other, they started fighting crazily. They were truly evenly matched in terms of strength, so they were equally matched. It was difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time. However, because they were fighting under the shackles of thunder and lightning, the warriors of the 9 great clans stopped at a distance, not daring to approach. This was because the scene of their fight was too terrifying. Even the poisonous beasts and creatures that approached would be killed instantly, so it was the same for them. Originally, they thought that the two experts would not come. Unexpectedly, they both came in the end. Qinshi, in particular, took the initiative as soon as she arrived and sent Longchen, who was about to obtain the saint's fruit, flying. At this moment, everyone was watching their fight and had already forgotten about Longchen. Their fight obviously made Longchen feel shocked. In reality, Longchen was much younger than them. When he reached their age, Longchen would definitely be able to do things countless times better than them, so he was not discouraged or envious. In terms of genius, there were not many people who could compare to him. Looks like I'll have to burn money to get rid of these two guys first. They had originally planned to use it later, but since Suzhou and Qinshu were fighting, they wouldn't let anyone enter the thunder shackles. If anyone approached, they would probably join forces and attack that person immediately. In their minds, only the strength of their opponents could be recognized. At this moment, Long Chen approached without any regard for his life. He floated in the air, and the ferocious poisonous beasts could not sense his existence. Seeing that Long Chen was so close to watch the fight, the people below were confused. What is he doing? Although he may be invincible in the 6th level of the divine martial realm, he basically has no power to fight back against a cultivator who controls the will of the world. He still wants to overestimate himself. Where did this guy come from? How can he be so arrogant? Arrogant? I think he has no idea of death. As they spoke, the remaining 6 members of the 9 super clans also gradually approached. Their gazes were unfriendly, and they were also looking for an opening. If Qinshu and Suzhou were both injured, then everyone would be happy. As for Long Chen, because his strength was a level higher than everyone else's, he became a thorn in everyone's side. Long Chen had no other way. Among the things he knew, this was the only way to subdue the 2 experts in one move. I fed you 100,000 divine gems. I hope you don't disappoint me. Standing outside the fighting range of the 2 experts, Long Chen stretched out his left and right arms. Golden lightning flashed on his arms, and an unprecedentedly strong golden light shone from Long Chen's hands. Crackle. Golden lightning began to surround his body, and a golden ball of lightning formed out of thin air. The terrifying golden lightning used this ball of lightning as a foundation to wander around. The energy of this golden lightning didn't seem to be any weaker than the purple lightning in the sky. Under the shackles of countless purple lightning bolts, a dazzling golden ball of lightning formed out of thin air. Other than Suzhou and Qinshu, everyone else was stunned as they stared at Long Chen, who was within the ball of lightning. At this moment, Long Chen was only a blurry shadow. The golden ball of lightning grew larger and larger, and the pressure it exerted on everyone became more and more terrifying. Some people even saw golden dragon scales covering the ball of lightning. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The world was filled with such ear-piercing sounds. Suzhou and Qinshu sensed the increasing power around them, which was not inferior to the pressure from the lightning chains above their heads. They slowed down the pace of their battle and prepared to join forces to eliminate the threat of Long Chen. What is this kid doing? Suzhou's eyes flashed with a silver light. At this moment, his pupils dilated again. A terrifying dragon roar suddenly filled the world. It was deafening. Many people immediately covered their ears. Then, they saw the golden ball of lightning suddenly transform into a terrifying giant beast. This was a divine dragon completely formed by golden lightning. Its body was over 100 meters long, and there was a real pressure on the body of the divine dragon, as well as a frightening power. Terrifying golden lightning revolved around the golden lightning dragon, roaming around it and emitting ear-piercing sounds. What the hell is this? Qinshu's expression changed. Just as she was about to make a move, the huge golden lightning dragon let out another earth-shattering roar. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it swooped down towards the 2 of them. The terrifying pressure directly affected the 2 of them. Suzhou and Qinshu felt as though the entire world was filled with this kind of golden lightning. Divine space restriction. Qinshu punched out again, causing the air to vibrate. Wave after wave of energy surged towards the golden lightning dragon, trying to disperse it. At the same time, Suzhou also used his silver dragon spear to resist. In their opinion, Long Chen's attack couldn't hurt them at all. This time, they guessed wrong. The golden lightning dragon had absorbed the power of 100,000 divine crystals. The power of 100,000 divine crystals erupted and turned into golden lightning. It could only be described as terrifying. The golden lightning dragon flew into a rage and swooped down. Qinshu's divine space restriction and Suzhou's attack seemed so pitiful. Suzhou and Qinshu's expressions changed drastically. They just remembered that they had a chance to salvage the situation, but it was already too late. Rumble. The golden lightning flashed and destroyed more than half of the holy tree of heaven and earth. The venomous insects and snakes were all reduced to dust by the golden lightning. Even the venomous blood completely dissipated. Everyone seemed to see an additional lightning shackle in the sky. Qin Shi and Su Zhe were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Although they had used protective measures at the last moment, it was only in an emergency. It wasn't worth mentioning. The Golden Thunder Prison Dragon's main force was directed at them, sending them flying. Their figures were charred black and emitted thick smoke, as if they had been roasted. Of course, the two of them still showed signs of life. The Golden Lightning Dragon's rampage finally came to a stop. Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at each other. No one could react for a moment. Who would have thought that such an insignificant person would be able to launch such a terrifying attack? Although the attack didn't seem to have come directly from his body. While they were dumbfounded, Long Chen glanced at Qin Shi and Su Zhe. Of course, they were still alive. As a matter of fact, their injuries were not as severe as Long Chen had imagined them to be, but it was enough. As long as he could get rid of them, it would be time for him to obtain the saint's fruit. Under everyone's gazes, Long Chen directly charged at the lightning shackle. Sensing his existence, the lightning shackle immediately seemed to go crazy. Surrounded by countless venomous creatures, the violet lightning shot towards Long Chen. This was the might of the heavens and earth. Amidst the frenzied rumbling of the purple lightning, Long Chen felt incomparably small. If one were to say that this purple lightning could blast him into pieces, Long Chen would definitely believe it. The only thing he could do against the lightning shackle was resist. Long Chen was very proficient in this aspect. His physical body had already surpassed the average 7th grade body refinement technique, and even the 8th grade body refinement technique. His dragon physique surpassed many people. If Qin Shi could endure it, then Long Chen would definitely be able to. Boom! 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 Terrifying sounds of lightning rang out in the surroundings. The dense bolts of violet lightning began to coil around his body. They flickered, giving Long Chen a bone-piercing pain. However, he could still endure this pain. Long Chen charged into the lightning shackle, and everyone went crazy. They hurriedly charged upwards. The two people who had been blown away by Long Chen fell to the ground like charcoal. However, when they hit the ground, the charcoal split open and two pure white figures emerged. They hurriedly covered their faces with their clothes. With the invincible golden body, Long Chen had not completely destroyed them, but he had heavily injured them. Although they had reformed their bodies, their faces were pale and their battle prowess had decreased drastically. They would need some time to recover completely. However, when they saw that Long Chen had already entered the lightning shackle, they could no longer hold themselves back. They no longer cared about their wounds and charged upwards. They had never thought that they would fall to Long Chen. Just who was that mysterious youth? How did he have so many tricks up his sleeve? At this point, Su Zhe and Qin Shi had no choice but to treat Long Chen as an extremely difficult opponent. If Long Chen obtained the saint's fruit first, it would be rather troublesome. Right now, Long Chen was enduring the bombardment of the lightning shackle as he gritted his teeth and advanced. The violet lightning coursed through his muscles, giving Long Chen a pain that felt like knives were cutting into his skin. Long Chen gritted his teeth and charged upwards with all his might. After paying 100,000 divine crystals, the saint's fruit was finally in sight. The range of the lightning shackle was only about 20 meters, but these 20 meters were like hell. In the great void realm, Li Xuanji's eyes were already moist as she watched Long Chen endure such pain. No matter what, she was still a girl. Seeing how desperate this man was, many of the shackles in her heart gradually loosened. Chapter 1181. It could be said that she would have lost her life long ago if it were not for Long Chen's encouragement. It was only through clenching her teeth time and time again that she managed to survive until now. Many times, she would feel very tired and just want to sleep, but she did not want to die when she saw the lightning heart and the Everguard heart. She felt like she had not lived long enough. Long Chen's persistence became her persistence. At a time like this, no words were enough to express her feelings. On one side was death, and on the other was a young man who charged forward desperately. Li Xuanji suddenly felt like she was so important when she saw the densely packed wounds from the lightning. The patriarch's old man handed the clan to me because I'm very important. He's risking his life for me because I'm very important. So I really do exist. In a corner that Long Chen could not see, tears silently moistened her eyes. Even though the sky was dark, she felt like she could close her eyes at any time. She was like a candle that swayed in the wind. Long Chen's efforts had become a lampshade that protected her. Roar. With a roar, golden lightning wrapped around Long Chen. The violet lightning retreated, and those that were too slow were directly devoured by the golden lightning. After releasing the power of 100,000 divine crystals, the golden lightning dragon fell into a short slumber. Now that it had awakened, it seemed like a king. It chased away all the violet lightning that had ravaged Long Chen's body. I never thought that the golden lightning dragon could actually devour the lightning. This gave Long Chen a huge surprise. The golden thunder dragon coiled around his body, and the other purple thunderbolts didn't dare to approach him. Below, Suzhe and Qinshi had already caught up and were about to enter the lightning shackles. With the golden thunder dragon's protection, Long Chen rushed out of the purple lightning shackles range with a single step. The saint's fruit. He had finally succeeded. Long Chen cried tears of joy. The saint's fruit was just too important to him. After all this time, he had finally fulfilled his promise. His blood surged as the golden lightning dragon took him into the clouds. The white saint's fruit was right before him, giving off a fragrance that almost made Long Chen faint. Although there were many poisonous beasts here, none of them could sense Long Chen's existence. Below, everyone became stunned when they saw that Long Chen had already arrived before the saint's fruit. Afterwards, they all gave up. Under their numb gazes, Long Chen directly grabbed the saint's fruit without saying anything at all. The thing connected to the fruit was a black vine, so Long Chen actually failed to break it under his tug. That made sense. Only such a tough vine could protect the saint's fruit. Without saying a word, Long Chen turned the scarlet blood heaven desolation into a sword and cut the vines apart. Only the scarlet blood heaven desolation had such sharpness. And again, the saint's fruit. I'll refine it. At this moment, Long Chen closed his eyes. The surroundings shook as he stood at the peak, yet he was so calm. That holy white fruit appeared in the great void realm, right in front of Li Xuanji. The white light illuminated everything around Li Xuanji. Her eyes had already become blurry from tears. She had never cried before, so she could no longer feel sad this time. The man had paid such a heavy price to obtain this tiny fruit for her. Just like what he had said, he had made a promise. He would obtain it no matter what. She had already become so withered that she seemed like an old woman. At this moment, the saint's fruit turned into a milky white liquid and directly entered her mouth. Immediately, the withered tree was revived, and the beauty shone with a new luster. The milky white light turned into a cocoon, enveloping her. Long Chen believed that she would return to her original appearance when she woke up. Long Chen was already extremely satisfied with what he had done. However, the true challenge would come next. In reality, obtaining the saint's fruit was nothing. What was important was protecting it. Li Xuanji understood this as well. When the white cocoon wrapped around her, she knew that she was safe and that she was about to be reborn. But at this time, Long Chen was about to fall into an unprecedented crisis. He wanted to be the only victor among the two 7th-level Divine Martial Realm martial artists and the 6th-level Divine Martial Realm martial artists. She could not do anything. Even with the saint's fruit, she would not be able to recover in a short amount of time to save Long Chen. All she could do was pray silently, praying that he would survive, or she would not even have the chance to repay him. You have to survive. I believe in you, from the moment I saw you in the Xianin demonic realm, I knew that you were a miracle. Who would have thought that someone else was hiding on Longchen? Everyone believed that he did not have the time to digest the saint's fruit right now. Actually, even the disciples of the 9 clans did not know that the saint's fruit would appear after it was plucked, as even the seniors could not leak it to them. As a result, when Longchen took away the saint's fruit, a new change occurred in the surroundings. This was something that no one had expected. Longchen squinted his eyes as he observed the changes in the surroundings. Li Xuanji had already obtained the saint's fruit. Even if Longchen lost, she would still be reborn. Longchen finally felt relieved. All he needed to do was fight to the end. It had been a very long time since he had felt such pressure. When the saint's fruit was plucked, an invisible energy enveloped the surroundings. The black mist retreated from the saint's tree as soon as possible, shrinking back into the ground. The saint's tree returned to its holy state, shining with a dazzling light. At the same time, a white, half-transparent ball of light, over 500 meters in diameter, enveloped the entire saint's tree. It was as if it did not want the person who had obtained the fruit to escape. Basically, everyone was enveloped by the ball of light. This sudden turn of events caused everyone to be dumbfounded. They looked at their surroundings and were completely numb. Their seniors had never told them that something like this would happen after the saint's fruit was plucked. Some people were in the surroundings of the ball of light. They used battle skills in an attempt to break through the barrier of light, but they discovered that no matter how powerful their attacks were, they were like rocks sinking into the ocean. They did not even produce a sound. What's going on? What is this? It's so mysterious. Doesn't that mean we're trapped here? Basically, the entire region around the saint's fruit is enveloped. Even that kid, Jiang Yunfan, seems to be trapped. This person had only mentioned it unintentionally, but it made everyone's eyes light up. If Longchen could not leave, did that mean, at this moment, a loud voice rang out. Obtaining the saint's fruit doesn't make you the victor. The true victor must defeat everyone and reign supreme. The last person standing in the ball of light will be the possessor of the saint's fruit. At that time, we will open the ball of light for you, said Jian Chen. This sentence rang out in everyone's ears. Everyone was stunned at first, then they revealed expressions of wild joy, especially Qin Shi and Suzhe, who were already disappointed. Their defeat was too humiliating. Longchen had taken a step ahead of them, and they had originally thought that there was no hope. They had never expected that there would be such a rule. This meant that obtaining the saint's fruit depended on battle prowess. In terms of true battle prowess, Qin Shi and Suzhe were clearly superior to Longchen. This guy has schemed so much, but he never thought that it would all be for naught in the end, Qin Shi sneered as she looked at Longchen in the sky. Suzhe did not panic either. The experts of the 9 Hells Demon region did not give him a time limit, so he did not need to panic. He just needed to focus on recovering. As long as he was still standing, no one would be able to obtain the saint's fruit in the end. Suzhe knew that his only opponent was Qin Shi. They were not in a hurry. To them, recovering to peak condition was the most important thing. As for Longchen, he would let those idiots toy with him for now. Once they were tired, he would beat them all up. That would be the time for him and Qin Shi to fight. As a result, Suzhe and Qin Shi actually walked to a place and faced each other. They then sat down to recover. The 6 cultivators from the 9 clans looked at each other. They looked at Longchen in the sky as envy appeared in their eyes. I have a suggestion, a young man said calmly. Say it. We 9 clans are one. This is a great opportunity, so we should work together against a common enemy, said another person. You're right, said the others. In the 9 Hells Demon region, the 9 clans were the main forces, while the World King was only the apex. If the 6 of us fight alone, we definitely won't be Qin Shi and Suzhe's opponent. The only way is to work together. We'll take the saint's fruit from that kid Jiang Yunfan first and kill him before working together against Qin Shi and Suzhe. Or we can have them kill each other first. Once we've dealt with the 3 of them, we'll use a battle of elimination. The final victor will take the saint's fruit. That way, the saint's fruit will still belong to the 9 clans no matter what. What do you all think? Everyone hesitated. Working together was indeed the only way. No matter what, let's take the saint's fruit first. That kid Jiang Yunfan has always been in the limelight. I can't stand him. Before, he actually killed Ling Chan right in front of us. Clearly, he's looking down on the 9 clans. We can't let a person like that walk out alive. That's right. If the 6 of us at the 6th layer of the God Martial Realm work together and use the ultimate skills of our clans, we won't be afraid of a single Jiang Yunfan in a chaotic battle. If everyone uses their full strength, dealing with him will obviously be extremely easy. At this crucial moment, we must all work together. With just a few words, they had banded together. When they looked up, Long Chen was still standing there, looking down at them from above. There was only one thing in his eyes, and that was battle intent. Get your ass up here. Chapter 1182. Looking at this man who was standing there looking down on all living beings, and thinking of the golden thunder dragon that he had suddenly used before, the 6 martial artists were not as calm as they looked on the surface. As for Long Chen, he had completely thrown caution to the wind. Anyway, his goal had been achieved. No matter what, Li Xuanji would break out of the cocoon and be reborn one day. As long as others did not kill him, he would not fall. 6 experts at the peak of the 6th level of the divine martial realm. Back then, Jiang Qing and Chu Tiange had almost taken half of Long Chen's life. Today, he was facing almost 6 martial artists at the same level. This was the devil domain of the 9 underworlds in the supreme shadow realm. Just a few months had passed, and Long Chen had already become so powerful. However, this was indeed the first time in many years that he had encountered such a difficult battle. A martial artist at the level of Shangguan Feng, Long Chen could only be considered to have a slight victory. If 6 people were to come at him together, he would not be confident. At this moment, the only thing he had was an undefeated will and hot blood. Iron bones and tenderness. Although Li Xuanji was recovering in the cocoon, she knew everything that Long Chen was facing outside. Don't worry so much. Just focus on recovering your body. This was what Long Chen told her. It seemed that no one had ever given her such a peaceful feeling. The scarlet blood heaven appeared in Long Chen's hands. The bloody and murderous aura burst out, making him look like a god of death. The spherical space with a diameter of 500 meters was enough for them to fight. Moreover, there were 6 martial artists, so Long Chen was not worried about the consumption of divine essence at all. Of course, although Long Chen was terrifying, in the eyes of the 6 martial artists, he was still a turtle in a jar. It would be a piece of cake to kill him. They were all super geniuses cultivated by the 9 great families. They were the top experts within 100 years of age and had the opportunity to reach the level of Li Xuanji in the future. Each of them had received countless times more training than Long Chen. The resources he possessed were also something that Long Chen could not have imagined. The 6 of them didn't act impulsively. They slowly surrounded Long Chen with cold eyes. At this time, although there were still a lot of internal conflicts, they had no choice but to unite to face Long Chen, who seemed to have gone mad like a wild beast. Long Chen looked fierce on the outside, but he was very calm on the inside. From the beginning to the end, his opponents were only the 2 experts below him. As for these 6, they were troublesome to deal with. Even if Long Chen only used the 9 dragon scripture to kill them, it would take him a long time. Therefore, he was prepared to fight a long battle of attrition. At the same time, these people were also his practice targets. Everyone's comprehension of the martial Tao far surpassed Long Chen's. They had already condensed their peerless golden bodies and were preparing to comprehend the Dharma idol of heaven and earth. However, Long Chen was still trying to figure out what martial intent was. Martial intent was a means of violence, but it was also the power of defense. Long Chen looked around disdainfully. Although his enemies were all experts, he was unyielding and fearless. This state of mind was very consistent with the word martial intent and martial intent. It could be said that at this time, his will was like the martial intent. The fourth level of the divine martial arts realm was the extreme realm of martial arts. What was the peak of martial arts? Long Chen was thinking about this question now. The fourth level of the divine martial arts realm could be said to be the peak of martial Tao. Starting from the wind, fire, and thunder tribulation, it was actually the beginning of the divine path. From passing the tribulation to condensing the peerless golden body, comprehending the will of heaven and earth, forming the divine kingdom of heaven and earth, and even forming the nirvana golden wheel and shattering the void. A warrior's will determine many things. Many times, the breakthrough to the divine martial arts realm could not be achieved through long years of cultivation. Comprehension was more important. At this time, Long Chen began to shift his attention from his enemies to himself. He used the true martial emperor spirit to see through everyone and then pondered what his martial intent was. Why did he fight? This time, it was to protect Li Xuanji. What kind of martial Tao was the greatest? It was not to kill, but to protect. Long Chen might have been enlightened. He had found his way to be the strongest. Next time, he might have to protect Yang Lingqing, or Xiao Lang, or Lingxi. It was because of protecting that he became stronger. In the future, this will could even make Long Chen protect the world. Long Chen also found the reason why he wanted to help Li Xuanji. Yes, it was the word protect. In his consciousness, the enemy had already disappeared. Long Chen's focus had shifted to how he could allow his comprehension to rush to the peak. If he did not make a breakthrough today, he would not be able to survive at all. This restrictive field could only be broken by the power of the 8th level of the divine martial arts realm. The saint's fruit had been eaten by Li Xuanji. Qin Shi and Su Zhe would not let him go. Either he became stronger or he died. At the moment of life and death, Long Chen's ancestral dragon bloodline was stimulated. His eyes gradually turned blood red. Everyone looked at this young man in fear. We can't be intimidated by him. Brothers, let's attack together. One of the young martial artists roared as if he was tearing something apart. In this space with a diameter of 500 meters, a casual word could make this empty space shake. His ears were full of buzzing sounds, as if there were countless flies and mosquitoes. At the same time, everyone made a move. For a moment, fatal attacks were aimed at Long Chen. Calamity kill. Blue hell cut. Catastrophe in all directions. In order to kill Long Chen, almost every attack was a fatal one. They had already surrounded Long Chen, so it was even more safe now. Devouring blood world, when besieged, this was Long Chen's greatest advantage. He didn't choose to clash head-on with his opponents, but instead used his superior speed to fight a battle of attrition. Under the effects of the blood-swallowing world, the martial artists present would only grow weaker and weaker because of the lack of blood essence. But with the support of 6 martial artists' blood essence converted into spirit essence, Long Chen would become more and more valiant as he fought. Martial way. True martial emperor's soul opened. Before facing the attacks of these 2 experts, what Long Chen had to do was to use these guys as cultivation tools. Although it was dangerous, it was only in danger that the other party would use an absolute killing move. When the killing move was displayed, the other party's martial arts comprehension would also be exposed in front of the real martial emperor's soul. The devouring blood world was very large. Long Chen and the others were fighting in the upper part of the light sphere. The entire upper part was covered by the devouring blood world. The devouring blood world did not cover Qin Shi and Su Zhe. If their essence blood was consumed, they would definitely be able to feel it. For now, Long Chen did not dare to provoke them. Su Zhe and Qin Shi sat around the holy tree to heal. They turned a deaf ear to the movements above. No matter who obtained the saint's fruit, they would kill them after they recovered. It was better for them to fight. Suzhou and the others would not have to spend too much effort and would not offend the 9 great clans too much. After all, the 9 great clans were the top forces of the 9 underworlds. In the last 500 years, there were also 2 experts in the 7th tier of the divine martial realm, but they were from the 9 great clans. This proved that the 9 great clans were still very powerful. Under the devouring blood world, Long Chen turned into a terrifying golden lightning and circled around each warrior. He did not use any killing moves, but used his superior speed to dodge others' killing moves. Swish. With the effect of the soul-calming stone and the blood mist blocking their vision, it was simply impossible for them to surround Long Chen again. At this time, Long Chen rushed behind one of the martial artists, the scarlet blood heaven desolation in his hand transforming into a sword. Sword images unfolded as he engaged in close combat with the other party. His cold eyes were like a silent but bloodthirsty vicious beast, causing fear to rise in everyone's hearts. Their movements were extremely large, often wanting to end Long Chen's life in a single move. Martial Way of the Universe, Violet Qi from the East, Divine Fist of Desolation. Vaguely, one of the cultivators howled. He immediately gathered the energy of heaven and earth and punched at Long Chen. Instantly, the air trembled. The power contained in that terrifying punch had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Under this punch, even the sphere of light outside trembled. Everyone else quickly dodged. Clearly, this was a 7th grade divine skill. Too slow. Under the devouring world of blood, Long Chen's eyes were ice cold, his mind was calm, and he could control it with ease. At this moment, he was dodging at an extremely fast speed, rushing past the inner surface of the ball of light. The force of the desolate god fist brushed past his shoulder and collided with the formless ball of light. Long Chen was almost hit. This kind of 7th grade divine skill displayed by a warrior in the exceptional 6th tier of the divine martial realm, if he was hit head-on, he would at least be half dead. This thrilling feeling at the critical moment of life and death brought many things to Long Chen. If he had not been studying the martial way of the universe with the true martial emperor's soul, Long Chen would have been able to dodge more perfectly. Divine Fist of Desolation, there is a desolate aura from the ancient times. The reason why the fist aura was so powerful was not only because of the divine spirit, but also because of the will of the ancient brutal earth beast. This is also a kind of martial will. Uncle Han said that the comprehension of each tier of the divine martial realm could accompany him for a lifetime. In this divine fist of desolation, if he did not use the emperor's spiritual qi, the power would be reduced by at least a quarter. If he did not use the martial will, the power would be reduced by another quarter. What Long Chen lacked was this kind of will. Now, Long Chen understood what kind of will was the most powerful force. However, although he understood it, he still needed a stimulation that could make him sublimate if he wanted to really touch the edge of that layer and really comprehend it and integrate it into his own martial way. What on earth is it, martial will? Dodging countless killing moves, Long Chen was a little anxious and even confused because he found that he could not find his own way. It's because they are too weak. Chapter 1183. Because of the speed bestowed by the golden lightning hell dragon, Long Chen felt that they were weak. In truth, they weren't weak at all. If their attacks landed on Long Chen, they would be able to take away half his life. But to Long Chen, if he couldn't hit them, he wouldn't feel the sense of urgency he needed. Perhaps only a real fight can make my blood boil. Long Chen's gaze was cold as he twirled the scarlet blood eternal desolation in his hand. Then, it gradually transformed into a bloody and tyrannical halberd. The halberd was 2 meters long, with a blade on each side. It was also known as a 3-pointed, double-edged blade. It could slash and stab, and its killing power was immense. It was stronger than a sword, but compared to a spear, it could slash. This was the weapon that Long Chen was most satisfied with. The so-called ancient halberd was exactly like this. After transforming the scarlet blood eternal desolation into a halberd, Long Chen's aura underwent a drastic change. If he was said to be an agile martial artist who only knew how to dodge before, now he was like a god of slaughter. That kind of aura caused the bodies of the 6 martial artists that surrounded him to tremble. All of their faces were pale. They thought that it was because they had chased Long Chen too fiercely and were too angry. But in truth, this wasn't the case. This was because the devouring blood world was constantly absorbing their essence blood. In truth, as long as Long Chen continued to dodge within the devouring blood world, he would be able to grind them to death in a day or two. Abundant divine energy surged within Long Chen's body. Fight. Just as everyone was wondering what was going on, he suddenly opened his mouth and roared out a single word. Instantly, the entire battlefield within the sphere of light shook. Dodging wasn't Long Chen's style. True experts were born on the edge of life and death. If he wanted to comprehend the true essence of the mandate of martial, he didn't need to calmly analyze the situation. What he needed was a blood-soaked battle. No matter how strong his opponents were, no matter how many people there were, wherever the halberd passed, bones would be crushed. This brat is crazy. It's good that he's not dodging like a grandson. Eat this. A tall and burly martial artist that looked like a giant bear wildly roared. Countless runes flashed on his body, causing his muscles to bulge. At this time, with a loud roar, a berserk killing intent surged out. It's not that you're strong just because you have more muscles. Long Chen, who seemed to be bathed in blood, let out a terrifying roar that even alarmed Qin Shi and Su Zhi below. They only frowned and continued to recover. This is a good chance. He's not hiding anymore. Brothers, let's kill him together. Another warrior circled to Long Chen from the side. The others also moved. The burly martial artist from before was the main attacker, while the others sneak attacked Long Chen from the side. 8 Desolation Martial Arts, Divine Fist of Desolation. That burly martial artist let out an angry roar, pounding his chest as he rushed forward. Earthen yellow magic runes flickered on his body, and behind him, a terrifying phantom of a giant beast appeared. It should be a giant bear. As the burly martial artist punched out, the giant bear let out an earth-shaking roar, and its thick claws swiped towards Long Chen. Bastard, how dare you offend my dragon's might? Compared to before, the current Long Chen seemed to have gone mad. He swung the mighty halberd in his hand, and blue flames rose up. The phantom of a dragon coiled around the scarlet blood desolation and rushed forward with Long Chen. Mysterious heavenly jade fire dragon. He swung his war halberd again and again. The 9 dragon scriptures attacks grew stronger with each strike. It was like a celestial jade fire dragon was constantly gnawing away at his opponent. Long Chen's attacks even ignored the sneak attacks of the others. Break. With a rumbling sound, the heavenly desolate divine fist was shattered. Long Chen transformed into a golden bolt of lightning as he rushed towards the tall and sturdy martial artist. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Long Chen's halberd descended from the sky. From the shoulder, it directly cut the tall and sturdy martial artist in half. Blood splattered everywhere as the 2 halves of the body loudly fell to the ground. The burly martial artist let out an earth-shattering scream. His intestines and other parts scattered on the ground. Rumble. His body fell to the ground. For a martial artist with a supreme golden body, although he wouldn't die, he had completely lost the ability to fight. With such injuries, it was impossible for him to have any combat strength without 4 to 5 days of recovery. Hiss. A formless roar came from Long Chen's body. He held the halberd in his hand and suddenly turned his head. His body was burning with a bloody mist. His eyes were like red lanterns, like the god of death from hell. When Long Chen attacked the burly martial artist, all the sneak attacks landed on Long Chen's body. Long Chen dodged half of the attacks, and the other half used his strong body to resist. Unexpectedly, he managed to resist. One move after another left shocking wounds on Long Chen's body. There was even a scar on his face. At this moment, the flesh and blood were wriggling and healing rapidly. From this, it could be seen how terrifying his ancestral dragon body was. Blood was dripping, but not a single drop fell. In the great void realm, the woman in the white cocoon of light seemed to see Long Chen's current appearance. A drop of clear tears fell. But to Long Chen, this was nothing at all. In that moment of life and death, he found that he had come into contact with that layer of truth. Martial will. This was the power of his own will, and not the will of heaven and earth. In the scarlet blood firmament, there were dragon will that was stronger than ordinary people, but this was ultimately not Long Chen's own will. Protect. He urgently sought a stronger protection. It was a feeling of sacrificing himself. Although he was injured, his blood was still boiling. The halberd swept across and pointed at the remaining 5 people. Long Chen laughed loudly like a dragon's roar. Who will be next? Everyone looked at each other. Long Chen's current appearance was indeed a little scary. Everyone, don't be scared. He was already injured just now. He must be an arrow at the end of its flight. Let's attack together. I don't believe we can't kill him. One of the skinny warriors said. Previously, it had been him who had been planning and coordinating. The number 1 warrior of the younger generation of the 9 great clans had been defeated by Long Chen one by one. At this moment, they were still trembling in fear in front of Long Chen. If news of this were to spread, it would cause a stir. The 9 great clans would lose all face. Then it's you. When the other party said the first sentence, Long Chen interrupted him. The devouring world of blood wriggled. Traces of blood essence turned into divine essence and surged into Long Chen's body, replenishing the consumption of the 9 dragon scripture that Long Chen had just used. Hiss. The halberd was pointed forward. A golden light instantly rushed towards the warrior. Everyone worked together to kill him. The warrior was not so easily frightened. Everyone knew that unity was the only way out. At this moment, they were not stingy at all. One by one, they used their ultimate killer moves. Basically, they were the best moves passed down in their families. Merak Wind Chop. Ninefold Shadow Kill. One move after another enveloped Long Chen. Every move was a killer move. When combined, it was enough to kill Long Chen. No one can stop me if I want to kill someone. Invincible sword body. What shocked everyone was that in the face of so many killer moves, Long Chen did not have any intention of retreating. He let out a sinister laugh. At this moment, a transparent sword chi dragon image condensed in front of him. When it appeared, a huge sword chi directly collided with the attacks of the 5 people. At the same time, the invincible sword body also collided with it. Boom, boom. The sound of blood fog blurred everyone's eyes. Long Chen's aura disappeared completely. They only saw a blurry sword image in front of Long Chen, and then everything disappeared. Is he dead? The skinny warrior who spoke first said with some relief. Just as he said that, a terrifying attack appeared behind him. Ice-armored azure sea dragon. At that moment it was as if he saw a terrifying divine dragon raise its head from the endless deep sea in the midst of the horrifying waves, and then swallow him whole. Long Chen used the halberd again and chopped off the lower half of the guy's body. Another scream was heard as the skinny warrior fell to the ground. Hiss. After repelling the opponent, Long Chen quickly dodged and rushed out of the area surrounded by the 4 people. He stood in the sky far away. A pair of blood-red eyes were like sharp blades, crushing the hearts of everyone. How terrifying. At this moment, they seemed to understand that even if they joined forces against Long Chen who did not care about his life, they would not be able to survive against him. From the absolute advantage in confidence, to the panic of the 4 people now. Especially after seeing the miserable state of the 2 people below, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The 4 people looked at each other, warned Long Chen, and asked, "What should we do?" There is no way out. The more we fear him, the more we will lose. He has already gone mad. If we want to win, we have to be even crazier than him, the only woman said. Compared to the other three, her opinion was more advanced. That's right. The other three nodded. The two of them have already lost the ability to fight. The four of us. Sigh, we can only wait and see. I didn't expect this Jiang Yunfan to be so terrifying. Even if we join forces, we won't be a match for him. At this moment, they were actually already discouraged. Long Chen's previous performance had already crushed their hearts. It was either die or go berserk. Long Chen had already gone berserk. The four of them hardened their hearts and no longer cared about anything else. One by one, they used their hidden trump cards. Their goal was to kill Long Chen. Above them, Long Chen was looking down at them. The four of them could no longer give Long Chen the feeling of absolute danger. Fortunately, they came to their senses and knew to use their trump cards to kill. In the 9 super clans, there were all kinds of methods. At this moment, one of them took out a terrifying talisman. It should be a spiritual beast talisman. The other two used some kind of amplification method to greatly increase their true energy. The last person used a transformation technique. His entire body started to expand and was filled with power like a wild beast. Charge. Kill him. Don't show mercy. Chapter 1184. That soul beast talisman was actually an unknown thunder beast. Its whole body was wrapped in dense purple lightning. It looked like a cheetah, but it had a long spiral horn. The thunder beast let out a terrifying roar and took the lead. The other two people who had increased their divine energy and the other person who was also pushing his limits, they all charged towards Long Chen. It was impossible to say that their attacks posed no threat to Long Chen. Not only was it a threat, it was an extremely terrifying threat. For a moment, the entire light sphere was shaking. Qin Shi and Su Zhe, who were on the ground, were astonished by the battle strength that Long Chen had just displayed. However, they also believed that it was impossible for Long Chen to dodge at this moment. Because even if it was them, they wouldn't dare to face it carelessly. Especially that soul beast talisman. It was a talisman that was said to kill anyone in the 6th level of the divine martial realm. This soul beast talisman was worth more than 100,000. Even Su Zhe and the others wouldn't dare to face it head-on. The earth shook and the mountains shook. More than half of the holy tree had been destroyed. However, Long Chen discovered that the destroyed parts of the holy tree would be reborn in a very short period of time. This feeling of lingering on the verge of death made Long Chen especially excited. He seemed to see his life fading away. The more it was at this moment, the more his mind entered a dazed state. A lot of information quietly appeared just like that. Of course, even so, Long Chen didn't think that he would lose. He was just exploring the meaning of this. Martial will. Will was the power that could defeat everything. This was the power of the divine martial spirit. In the midst of this great pressure, an undefeated will rose in his heart. This made Long Chen feel especially deep. He raised his halberd high and faced the attacks from below. The ferocious thunder beast had already arrived below Long Chen's feet. Evil creature. On Long Chen's chest, the emerald flaming dragon scales and the blue oceanic dragon scales finally lit up at the same time. The sky mysterious blue fire dragon and the ice armored oceanic dragon finally revolved around the blood-red halberd at the same time. The power of water and fire clashed violently. The explosive power of the sky mysterious blue fire dragon and the ice armored oceanic dragon almost made Long Chen lose control. 9 Dragon Scripture, second layer. Finally, he used the power of the second layer of the 9 Dragon Scripture. As the halberd danced, the power of the 2 dragons pierced downwards. If the first layer was a slash, then the second layer was a piercing attack. The azure flames and the blue sea actually fused with the scarlet blood desolation before erupting. This terrifying power was completely in Long Chen's hands. Long Chen let out an earth-shaking dragon roar as the halberd in his hand pierced downwards. At the same time, the thunder beast's horn stabbed towards Long Chen. A puny ant dares to resist my dragon might? There was an explosion, and the thunder beast let out a roar as it was torn apart by the power of water and fire. Long Chen did his best to pierce through, and his entire body shot down like an arrow of blood. Behind him, the shadows of two huge divine dragons appeared. The green sky mystic fire dragon was bathed in raging flames, and the blue ice-armored deep-sea dragon was covered in sharp ice armor with mist rising from its body. Break! The four martialists spat out mouthfuls of blood as they were cut down by the halberd. The four figures fell from the sky and fell to the ground. The terrifying power caused the ground to shake, and the four of them were almost buried in the soil. The range of this light sphere included a part of the ground. Under the effects of the 9-dragon scripture, although the four of them looked fine, their injuries were similar to the previous two. Their internal organs were basically shattered. Long Chen had only understood the true power of the 9-dragon scripture today. The power of the 2 dragons was not as simple as the original 2. It was hard to imagine how powerful the 9-dragon scripture would be when it was cultivated to the 9th layer. At least for now, it was almost as powerful as an 8th grade divine skill. There were a total of 6 dragon scales on Long Chen's hand, representing the 6 powers of water, fire, wind, earth, thunder, and wood. With these dragon scales, it would not be a problem for Long Chen to cultivate the 9-dragon scripture to the 6th layer. Of course, the most important thing was still the divine energy. Long Chen's divine energy was now at the celestial realm, and using the 2nd layer of the 9-dragon scripture once had already exhausted it. Fortunately, the opponent's blood essence had given Long Chen some strength to recover. He had a chance to use time reversal today, but Long Chen did not use it. He wanted to save it to deal with his 2 real opponents. At this moment, Long Chen was hovering in mid-air, looking down at the 6 cultivators who couldn't even get up. This was within his expectations. Regardless of whether he used a slow method of wearing them down or an intense battle, these people would still be defeated by his hands. As for why he did not kill them, on one hand, Long Chen still had to prepare a way out for himself. Killing so many people from the 9 great clans in the 9 underworlds was no different from courting death. On the other hand, defeating them was almost the same as killing them. After the last battle, Long Chen's comprehension rose once again. This made him understand the importance of protection. In the Great Void Realm, the body of the person he was protecting did not move, but tears had already blurred her eyes. Long Chen had already worked very hard, but she knew that it was still not enough. This was because there were still 2 real opponents in front of him. However, to Long Chen, it was fortunate that there were still 2. To him, these 6 martialists were too weak and did not push him to his limit. At this time, although he was exhausted, he still had not enjoyed himself to the fullest. Long Chen had already touched the edge of the martial will. It was relatively easy to go from the initial stage to the celestial realm, but it was very difficult to cross a small realm. As for Long Chen, he was currently stuck at this point. He needed an even greater stimulation. This stimulation could only be given to those who had fused with the world, controlled the will of the world, and possessed the spiritual power of the world. In this battle, not only did Long Chen not give up, but he became even more fired up. This was his undefeatable will. Steady his breathing. The 2 people below looked at each other and had already stood up. Long Chen's previous attack had successfully alerted them. At this moment, Qin Shi and Su Zhou looked at each other. They were enemies, but they were also friends. At least, they were both people who stood at the peak, and they did not hate each other. They were only opposing each other because of their current competitive relationship. Qin Shi was relatively familiar with Long Chen, but she was still very surprised. I can only say that he's already invincible at the 6th layer of the divine martial realm, but there's still quite a distance between him and us. He's completely exhausted right now, and he's dealt with his other opponents as well. Let's decide a victor, and the winner will take the saint's fruit from him. What do you think? Su Zhe stood with his arms behind his back as he stared at Qin Shi. Qin Shi thought about it for a while before shaking her head. I won't hide it from you. I've spent some time with him before. He knows how to endure, and he has many mysterious techniques. Otherwise, he would not have been able to take the saint's fruit first. I think we should deal with this problem first before deciding who the saint's fruit belongs to. A battle like this without anyone watching is what we need the most, Qin Shi said emotionlessly. Suja felt that the two of them working together to deal with this exhausted youth, and they also had an advantage in terms of cultivation base. This felt like an unfair advantage. However, Qin Shi was right. Long Chen was a mysterious person with countless tricks up his sleeves. If one underestimated him, there was a possibility that he and Qin Shi would fight, and Long Chen would reap the benefits. If that's the case, let's work together to deal with Jiang Yunfan first. Suja had no choice. He actually admired Long Chen. After all, Long Chen was similar to him. They had both grown up as insignificant figures, so he found the same feeling from Long Chen. The two of them worked together. After all, Long Chen was also a troublesome opponent. Between the two of them, neither of them was willing to exhaust themselves on Long Chen. They had mostly recovered from the wounds from Long Chen's golden lightning dragon. Let's go. Raging winds surged, the robes of the two experts fluttered in the wind. They stood in front of Long Chen, one at the front and one at the back. Both of them had the demeanor of experts. They calmly looked at Long Chen. Brother Jiang, I must say that you are a genius that I admire. Your willpower is a model for our generation. However, for the sake of the saint's fruit, please forgive Suja and Miss Qin Shi for working together against you. Suja clasped his hands. On the other side, Qin Shi said, I only wish for a peaceful place to fight against Suja. Please forgive me if I have offended you. Long Chen's previous performance had successfully earned their respect. Come, Long Chen waved his hand and said emotionlessly. Suja and Qin Shi were both convinced by his strong willpower and unyielding conviction. However, this was not a reason for them to not move. The calmer Long Chen was, the more they wanted to deal with him. You don't understand the will of the world, Suja sighed gently. He could tell that Long Chen had definitely not reached the will of the world. Otherwise, it would have been much easier for him to deal with the 6 cultivators earlier. He would not have needed to exhaust his divine energy to such an extent. Long Chen was currently using a tremendous amount of divine crystals to recover his divine energy. Suja and Qin Shi did not move first. They had basically given Long Chen a fair environment. An hour later, Long Chen opened his eyes. His divine energy was already surging. The powerful regenerative abilities of the ancestral dragon physique had basically allowed him to return to peak condition. Blood-colored dragon scales surfaced on Long Chen's skin, covering his entire body. It gave him a vicious aura. This was Long Chen's peak condition. He needed the most extreme stimulation to allow Big to break through that membrane. Chapter 1185. What are you waiting for? Long Chen smiled and looked at the two beside him. Just this indifference alone made him stand out from the crowd. The two martial artists beside him were at the law of heaven and earth level, martial artists with the will of the world. At this moment, Suja and Qin Shi looked at each other and nodded. Behind each of them, a phantom image appeared. It was like a painting, and the world in the painting was the vast and boundless dragon sacrificial continent. No one knew exactly how big the dragon sacrificial continent was. In this painting, there were many places that weren't clear. Only the middle part was the 3 imperial domains and the 9 realms that were vaguely displayed. This painting was the so-called heaven and earth dharma aspect. They had only just entered the heaven and earth dharma aspect realm, so what they had condensed was only the earth dharma aspect. When they had condensed their heaven and earth dharma aspects, they would condense the true heaven dharma aspect. The law of earth was the miniature of the dragon sacrificial continent, while the law of heaven was the miniature of the stars in the universe and the myriad star regions. Condensing the law of earth would allow one to possess the will of the world of the dragon sacrificial continent. When the law of heaven and earth was perfected and the law of heaven appeared, it would be able to integrate the will of the entire world. And the dragon sacrificial continent was only a part of the entire world. It could be said that the wind, fire, and thunder tribulations were just consolidating the foundation. The supreme golden body was just a way to strengthen the body and unlock the law of immortality. The law of heaven and earth was the true path of a powerhouse. Suzhou and Qinshi, who had condensed the law of earth and had the phantom of the dragon sacrificial continent behind them, had, in a sense, surpassed Long Chen's current level. Long Chen had 10,000 times more divine energy than a martial artist of the same level, but it was completely unrealistic for him to defeat these two martial artists with just divine energy, the enhancement of the sword, physical speed, the 9 dragon scripture, the will of the dragon, and so on. Once the law of earth was formed, the dragon sacrificial continent seemed to be under the control of this martial artist. Maybe when you reach the 7th level of the divine martial realm, you will be able to feel how strong this power is. Qinshi and I will only punch you once, Suzhou said calmly. Previously, when he used the spear, he didn't display the power of the will of the world. To a martial artist who had yet to comprehend the martial will, the will of the heavens and earth seemed a little distant. Just one punch. Long Chen looked at the two of them suspiciously. At this time, Suzhou and Qinshi underwent a huge change. Long Chen vaguely felt that their bodies were growing infinitely larger. In the end, they reached the point where they could support the heavens and the earth. They were like ancient giants who held the stars in their hands and stood on the earth. The entire world was under their control. Even the slightest movement from them could cause the heavens to fall and the earth to crack. This is the will of heaven and earth. Suzhou's voice was extremely loud and clear, reverberating between heaven and earth. At this moment, he gently extended his fist and punched towards Long Chen. On the other side, Qinshi did the same. In an instant, Long Chen felt the entire world shatter. He floated in the center of this shattered world. 2 overwhelming fists, carrying a destructive power that Long Chen couldn't resist, headed towards him. Under the power of heaven and earth, Long Chen was like an insignificant ant. He couldn't change anything and could only watch as everything around him died. His family, his friends, and even himself, these lives couldn't be controlled by an insignificant ant like him. He was only a sad bystander, a coward. This was the power of heaven and earth. In front of heaven and earth, everything was a dog. No. Seeing that he was about to be easily crushed to death, at the final moment, Long Chen let out an unyielding roar. He wasn't willing to accept this. He had never fallen before. His family, his friends, the people he loved, none of them could die. His personality was like this. If anyone went against him, he would make sure that person wouldn't be able to live. Even if it's heaven and earth, so what? If it doesn't let me live, then I'll destroy it. The people I protect are all very important to me. No one can trample on them easily, not even heaven and earth. What will the will of heaven and earth? It's not as good as my will. What's more, you guys aren't the real heaven and earth, but I, Long Chen, am my true self. My protection, my unyielding, my undying, this is my will. I haven't died for hundreds of millions of years, let alone today. The roar came from the depths of his bloodline. His blood boiled and burned. Countless dragon souls and dragon shadows roared in Long Chen's bloodline. Every cell in his body seemed to come to life, letting out roars. This was an aura that made the entire heaven and earth tremble. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Inside Long Chen's body, there was an earth-shattering change. Under the pressure of the two great experts' wills, his god martial spirit finally broke through the threshold and underwent an earth-shattering change. That dragon-shaped god martial spirit seemed to have its own consciousness. It let out an earth-shattering roar and wandered in Long Chen's sea of consciousness. The 4th level of the god martial realm, the extreme realm of martial arts. Long Chen finally comprehended the extreme realm of martial arts that belonged to him. No one's extreme realm of martial arts could have such a terrifying power. From his god martial spirit, there was a kind of pinnacle will. This will that could make everything yield to him was the will of the ancestral dragon, and also Long Chen's own will. He was the ancestral dragon, and the ancestral dragon was him. No one's martial will could make the heaven and earth tremble, but Long Chen did it. In the supreme demon world of Yin, the sky and earth changed color, welcoming this moment. Rumble. The thunder and lightning chains let out a thunderous roar. Purple lightning exploded, and countless sizzling sounds resounded in the heaven and earth. This transformation was not easy. Originally, when Long Chen faced stronger and stronger opponents, he gradually lost his original advantage. But now, his dragon will was enough to resist the will of the heaven and earth, making up for this. For Long Chen, the dragon will in the scarlet blood sky wasteland was only a small part of it. The dragon was an unyielding will. Even the heaven and earth could not make thousands of dragons yield. When the dragon will appeared in Long Chen's god martial spirit, Suzhe and Qinshi felt an illusion. They found that the earth dharma body behind them was trembling. Yes, it was trembling. It was trembling because of the dragon will. Perhaps only the heaven dharma body, the will of the heaven, could resist the natural nobility and pride of Long Chen's god martial spirit. Disregarding the will of the heaven and earth, Suzhe and Qinshi were only martialists stronger than Long Chen in terms of spiritual energy. The two punches that contained the will of the heaven and earth were actually turned into nothingness by Long Chen's newly formed martial will, which was the dragon will. This was more of a mental attack. When Long Chen's mental strength was strong enough, the will of the heaven and earth that they had mobilized was no longer able to make Long Chen stay dormant. What happened to his body? Suzhe and Qinshi were stunned when they saw that their attacks had actually been turned into nothingness. They had been educated countless times that the will of the heaven and earth could not be defeated, but how could Long Chen resist it just like that? Could it be that he had also comprehended the will of the heaven and earth? But the two didn't seem to see this from Long Chen's body, that was why they were so shocked. What had happened to Long Chen's body? At this moment, Long Chen had, of course, ushered in a new round of transformation, which was 1/10 of the dragon blood. The fourth level of the divine martial realm, the extreme realm of martial arts, was also 1/10 of the dragon blood. It was integrated into Long Chen's blood vessels. The tiny drop of dragon blood turned into billions of pieces and integrated into every particle of Long Chen's body. After going through another transformation, his constitution was already close to half of that of a young ancestral dragon. Constitution was not the strength of the body, but it was displayed in terms of recovery, comprehension, toughness, life level, and so on. The strength of the body was also just a part of constitution. The reason why Li Xuanji was so strong was largely related to her 9-yin absolute meridian constitution. Basically, it was the 9-yin absolute meridian that made her. And Long Chen's constitution had already surpassed the level of the 9-yin absolute meridian when he had absorbed 1/10 of the dragon blood. This was the might of the ancestral dragon. But now, he had already absorbed 4/10 of the ancestral dragon's essence blood. If he had the same amount of time, Long Chen's current cultivation would have been countless times higher than that of Li Xuanji's. When he had absorbed all the essence blood, although he was just a newborn ancestral dragon, his constitution had already far surpassed the 9-yin absolute meridian by 10 times, or even 100 times. It would even continue to grow. Of course, this was a story for the future. Long Chen felt as though his entire body was bathed in the blood of the ancestral dragon. He felt very comfortable. His body had gone through changes that made him feel numb. It was as though his marrow and meridians had been cleansed, and he had been reborn. The most obvious manifestation was the dragon scales that actually existed on the surface of his body, but they were basically hidden. The strength of his internal organs had been enhanced to a terrifying level. The strength of his muscles, bones, and dragon scales were related to the fighting strength of Long Chen's body, while the strength of his internal organs was related to his internal breath, his ability to resist injuries, and so on. The powerful internal organs seemed to have endless power, driving Long Chen's body. He was like a real ancient giant beast. Because of this 1/10 of the ancestral dragon's essence blood, Long Chen's body had truly entered the level of the 8th rank body refining battle skill, and even surpassed many body refining battle skills. In terms of body, only those who had practiced the 9th rank body refining battle skill could be stronger than Long Chen. As for speed, although the strengthening of the body would also increase, at least for now, it was the speed that only warriors who had reached the 8th rank of the divine martial realm could have. The two people in front of him could not be compared with Long Chen in terms of speed. Chapter 1186. His physical body, speed, dragon's will, as well as the sharp increase of his divine energy, had given Long Chen a metamorphosis. Although he was only at the 4th tier of the divine martial realm, in terms of divine energy, which was 10,000 times stronger, he was already equivalent to a martial artist at the 6th tier of the divine martial realm. Adding on the dragon's will, the yin-yang sword soul, and even the 9 dragon scripture, the current Long Chen's strength was infinitely close to Su Zhe and Qin Shi, who were the top geniuses of the 3 imperial domains within 100 years old. As for Wang Chen, who was within 100 to 1,000 years old, Long Chen would still need some time to catch up. However, the chances of catching up were very high. Of course, this was all in the future. As the dragon's shadow hovered, Long Chen gradually revealed a mysterious veil in front of Su Zhe and Qin Shi. Everything returned to its original state, as if nothing had happened. However, in the eyes of Qin Shi and Su Zhe, Long Chen seemed to have become a different person. Previously, in their eyes, Long Chen was just a martial artist that could be easily crushed by the will of the world. However, the current Long Chen's eyes were like blazing fireballs, revealing a disdainful aura that made people want to worship him. Su Zhe and Qin Shi had an illusion that they discovered that Long Chen was like a creature that was one level higher than them. Even if the divine energy in Long Chen's body was not as strong as theirs, they had a natural reverence in their hearts. Originally, after possessing the will of the world, it was impossible for them to be reverent towards anything. However, now, even the earthly aspect, the miniature of the entire dragon sacrificial continent, was slightly trembling because of Long Chen's existence. This made Qin Shi and Su Zhe wonder if using the will of the world to deal with Long Chen would still be effective. From any aspect, after experiencing the short moment just now, Long Chen had become stronger. He was so strong that the two geniuses could feel his mysteriousness. He slowly opened his eyes. The divine light contained in his eyes did not seem to belong to the human race, but to a super overlord from the ancient times. The three of them remained silent for a very long time. Long Chen was stabilizing the terrifying power he had just obtained. Disregarding everything else, the tyrannical feeling of his physical body had completely surpassed that of Su Zhe's super-strong battle physique, which had been formed after absorbing the bile of the myriad evil vine. Soul Eye Technique, the range of the divine awareness, which had just entered the 4th level of the divine martial arts realm, was exactly 1 mile. However, because of the powerful god martial spirit, the range of Long Chen's divine awareness had already reached 2 to 3 miles. This meant that his soul pupil technique, the soul-devouring demon pupil, could also be expanded to such a large range. So many experts from the 9 super clans are watching. These people had arrived a long time ago, but Long Chen had only discovered them now. They were still in the forest outside the holy tree, watching the final battle in the holy tree. Although Long Chen could only sense their presence and couldn't see their expressions, he knew that Long Chen's breakthrough must have made their expressions very interesting. This feeling of looking down on all living beings made Long Chen enjoy it very much. At the same time, he also understood where the strongest power came from. Part of it came from his own undefeatable belief, while the other part came from his protection. The reason he could make a breakthrough here was inextricably related to Li Xuanji. It could also be said that without her, Long Chen would not have been able to make a breakthrough so quickly. Moreover, he would not have formed the will of the dragon that could resist the will of heaven and earth. If he could not resist the will of heaven and earth, Long Chen would definitely not have the chance to fight against a 7th level divine martial realm expert. Don't worry, I'm fine now. Regardless of whether Li Xuanji could hear him or not, Long Chen still said this to her. Previously, she did not have much confidence in Long Chen, and even wanted to use the heart of the everlasting protection. However, Long Chen had proven to her through his actions that she would not have the chance to do so. There was no pride in her heart, only enlightenment. Long Chen seemed to have somewhat understood where his path forward was. Perhaps the path of the primordial blood spiritual dragon is not the kind of merciless killing that I imagined. As long as it is alive, it has feelings, and it is the same. Its killing is also for protection, for survival. Merciless slaughter was the behavior of demons. Perhaps the true path of slaughter should be like what Long Chen was thinking right now, which was to protect and survive. His current understanding was of great help to his future development. It could be said that he had walked from a crooked path back to the right path. All of this was thanks to Li Xuanji. I originally thought that only Xiaoxi could make me feel this, but I didn't expect it to be her. Although it was a little funny, Long Chen's feelings for Lingxi would never change. Jiang Yunfan. Qin Shi's pink lips parted slightly, her eyes wavering as she looked at him. Long Chen also snapped out of his thoughts. He was very grateful to Suzhe and Qin Shi. They were true warriors, not despicable people. If they were despicable people, they would not have given Long Chen a chance to recover, and they would not have not stopped Long Chen when he was breaking through. In fact, they were the ones who had pushed for the final breakthrough. Suzhe and Qin Shi looked at each other, using their eyes to tell each other that although something unexpected had happened, this battle still had to be fought. I admire your change, but we still have to determine the winner today. I hope that after we go down, we can all become friends and exchange martial arts, Suzhe said. This was a late battle, but no matter what, they still had to take the test, and it was Long Chen facing both of them at the same time. In Suzhe and Qin Shi's opinion, Long Chen was still the person they had to deal with first. But now, Long Chen no longer felt any pressure. Come on, Long Chen said with a smile, full of heroic spirit. The silver dragon spear appeared in Suzhe's hand. Although its sharp aura could not compare to the scarlet blood desolate halberd in Long Chen's hand, it was still very good. As for Qin Shi, she did not use a weapon, but she was the disciple of the realm emperor, so she had many tricks up her sleeve. With the power to resist the will of heaven and earth, Long Chen was no longer afraid. The three of them immediately started fighting, and the flames of battle immediately ignited in the ball of light. From the first battle, Suzhe and Qin Shi were shocked to discover that Long Chen's strength was not much different from theirs. Although his divine energy was not as good as theirs, Long Chen's physical body and speed were a level higher than theirs. His advantage in speed allowed Long Chen to leave them far behind. No matter how strong they were, Long Chen was basically the same as them. How is this possible? Does he have a method to hide his strength? Just how powerful is his true strength? This was a question that both Suzhe and Qin Shi doubted. They had worked together to fight against Long Chen because Long Chen was weaker than them. They wanted to deal with Long Chen first before focusing on the battle. However, the situation had changed now. After a while, none of them managed to gain the upper hand, so they split up. Since Brother Jiang is so capable, if the two of us continue like this, it'll seem like we're lacking in bearing. Since it's a chaotic battle, let's fight it to the end. I'd like to see who'll be standing in the end. Only the last person would decide the opening of the Saint's Fruit. Only then would the experts of the 9 clans come to open the ball of light. The battle had developed into a chaotic battle between the three of them. Each person faced 2 opponents. Long Chen had never encountered a battle like this before, so it could be said that he felt a lot less pressure. It was also very interesting. It had gone from a battle of life and death at the beginning to a chaotic battle between the three of them. It was much easier, but their opponents were indeed very powerful. Even with such a level of cultivation, it was impossible for Long Chen to be as terrifying as when he dealt with the 6 fighters earlier. Suzhe and Qin Shi could be described as martial geniuses. They had their own comprehensions, rich battle experience, and even a great foundation. Suzha had fused the will of the world into his moon demon spear technique. Every move he made was as natural as flowing water and fatal. He was truly a talented person. Qin Shi, on the other hand, had cultivated the rank 8 divine technique, the war demon finger sword. At the same time, she had the war demon body, which was almost comparable to the great Yin devil body in the 9 underworlds. It was because of this war demon body that Qin Shi had been able to escape from the icy pond. At the 7th layer of the gods' martial arts, everyone's path was extremely mature. Suzha fused the way of the spear with the way of the martial arts. His attacks were extremely fast, and his strikes were dazzling and beautiful. Although Qin Shi was a woman, she also walked the way of the battle. Of course, because of the war demon body, her way of the battle had its own special characteristics. She was like a mad demon, attacking with no regard for her own life. Her attacks were basically no different from Long Chen's from before. They were all true experts, so they were not as easy to deal with as the people from before. However, in the eyes of Qin Shi and Suzha, Long Chen was even more terrifying. Fighting against him was like fighting against a primordial beast. His gaze and his will in particular possessed a natural awe to others. It could be said that when Qin Shi and Suzha fought against him, they actually felt like retreating. Suzha refused to believe that his will of the world could not deal with Long Chen. At this moment, the power of the earth aspect behind him surged into his silver dragon spear. The terrifying might of the world erupted. Moon Demon Spear Technique, Samsara of the Moon. The shining silver dragon spear danced in his hand and gradually formed a silver halo. The halo was faintly flashing with the power of the world's will. At the same time, it was mostly the powerful divine energy that belonged to the 7th layer of the gods' martial arts realm. It felt as if a silver full moon had appeared above Long Chen's head and was crashing down with a loud bang. If it was an ordinary warrior who had not reached the 7th layer of the gods' martial arts realm, under such a powerful attack, there would only be one ending, and that was death. Not to mention the divine energy contained in the full moon, just the pressure of the world's will alone made it seem as if the whole world was collapsing. In terms of spirit, one would first be defeated by the world's will. Hiss. But Long Chen was different. Chapter 1187. Qin Shi, who was watching the battle from the side, had an illusion. She felt like a super-giant beast was ignoring the pressure of heaven and earth, roaring at the heavens and earth. Then, mountains and rivers shattered and rivers flowed in reverse. Ice-armored sea dragon. Behind Long Chen, a terrifying dragon shrouded in icy mist became the source of Long Chen's power. With the power of the ice-armored sea dragon, Long Chen used the 9 dragon scripture. With his strong body, he sent his opponent flying with a loud bang. Bang! Suzha collided with the light ball and was sent flying to the ground. His face was covered in dust. In the previous confrontation, Long Chen had the upper hand. At this time, the young man in the sky still had the aura of looking down on all living things. At this time, he was fighting with Qin Shi. I don't believe this. Suzha rushed forward again without saying anything. The 3 of them fought together. Most of the time, Suzha and Qin Shi were fighting Long Chen together. They didn't realize that because of Long Chen's strength, they had changed from a 3-person battle to a 2-person attack on Long Chen. This was because Suzha and Qin Shi didn't believe this. 2 warriors in the 7th tier of the divine martial realm couldn't even deal with Long Chen. This was ridiculous. Rip. Mysterious Sky Jade Fire Dragon. Long Chen used the 1st tier of the 9 dragon scripture again. Now that he had enough divine energy to use this move, Qin Shi and Suzha had no choice but to retreat. It could be said that as Long Chen's strength increased, the 9 dragon scripture became more and more terrifying. When the 9 dragons merged into one could imagine how powerful it would be. It was definitely a divine skill that surpassed the 9th tier. Silver Blade Domain. Suzha unfolded his domain. His divine energy actually condensed into a dense blade aura. As he manipulated it, it circled around him. For those who were fighting, if they were not careful, they would probably be dismembered by this domain. War Demon Domain. Qinshi did not dare to show weakness. A black domain spread out, and densely packed resentful spirits howled. These resentful spirits were the cultivators who had died at Qinshi's hands. At this moment, they formed Qinshi's power and pounced at Long Chen and Su Zhe. It's my turn to devour the blood world. The blood-colored domain was unleashed. The three domains clashed within the ball of light, dazzling the eyes of the experts outside. Qinshi and Su Zhe were fine, as they had expected, but the sudden appearance of Long Chen was too terrifying. Although the power of the devouring blood world didn't seem to have any effect, it was clearly not simple to be able to contend against the other two domains. Basically, the people in the devouring blood world wouldn't notice that their blood qi was slowly disappearing. The formless slaughter was the most terrifying. The three domains overlapped. The chaotic battle between the three lasted for a full 2 hours. During this time, Long Chen opened the true martial emperor's soul and learned many things from the two geniuses. After 2 hours, after a fierce battle, Su Zhe and Qinshi were already like arrows at the end of their flight. Their faces were pale, and there was not much blood on their bodies. As for Long Chen, the more he fought, the braver he became. This was Long Chen's plan. If I take the time to learn the third tier of the 9 dragon scripture, I can certainly defeat the two of them. But now, this is all I can do. Su Zhe and Qinshi didn't realize that their current weakness was related to the disappearance of their blood essence. At this time, they could already feel it, but it was already over. From the beginning, Long Chen understood that the second tier of the 9 dragon scripture alone was not enough for him to defeat the two powerhouses. Therefore, he could only use the devouring blood world to wear down their strength. At this time, it was clearly enough. Of course, to be able to fight against two powerhouses and win in the end, this was already a manifestation of extreme strength. I always thought that your domain was useless. I didn't expect it to be the strongest. Su Zhe wasn't sad. Instead, he was very impressed. Their domains were all offensive, and their effectiveness could be seen at a glance. Only Long Chen seemed useless, but he was the key to victory in the end. In this domain, Long Chen was almost invincible. The others were getting weaker and weaker, while he was getting stronger and stronger. As for their lost blood essence, they would have to slowly recover on their own. In Qinshi's eyes, she was also unwilling, but she had no choice but to be impressed. Although their strength was equal, Long Chen's current situation was clearly much better than theirs. Mysterious Sky Blue Fire Dragon. Ice-armored azure sea dragon. He soared into the sky and then suddenly descended. A mysterious sky jade fire dragon shrouded in azure flames and an ice-armored azure sea dragon shrouded in blue icy mist followed behind him. As Long Chen used the second level of the 9 dragon scripture, the power of the two dragons suddenly decreased. Su Zhe and Qinshi, who were already very weak, could only combine their powers to resist this terrifying power. Undying Battle Will. Fallen Moon. Using the last of their strength, they joined forces to resist Long Chen. Long Chen withdrew the devouring blood world and used most of his god energy on the 9 dragon scripture. With a loud explosive attack, the power of water and fire mixed together and exploded. Wherever the halberd went, Su Zhe and Qinshi fell to the ground like kites with their strings cut. In the sky, the only person who could stand was Long Chen. This time, Long Chen used his domain to defeat them. Standing high in the sky, his aura of disdain swept across the land below. Under his feet, no one could get up. Long Chen felt like he was dreaming as he watched all of this. When he was fighting for the saint's fruit, he had never thought that there would be a day like this. He had never thought that he would emerge victorious in the end. When he delivered the fruit to Li Xuanji, he had never thought that he would survive. But now, he had really succeeded. This was probably one of the most important successes in Long Chen's life. I've won. He did not say these 3 words to Li Xuanji to show off. Instead, he wanted her to finally be at ease. Perhaps when she came out, it would be her turn to protect Longchen. Below them, Suzhou and Qinshi had not lost consciousness. The other 6 warriors were still watching. Their eyes were filled with shock and horror, especially those who had said that they would deal with Longchen first. They were even more dumbfounded. Is this Jiang Yunfan going to shake up the 9 hells? How can a cultivator of such a level appear in the Dongxing city he spoke of course? Didn't Suzhou appear in a similar city? Suzhou and Qinshi looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They had not expected this either, but they had to admit that they were completely convinced by Longchen. They were completely convinced. They had no objections to Longchen obtaining the saint's fruit. Of course, what they did not know was that the saint's fruit had already been refined by Li Xuanji. She did not have the time to talk right now, but Longchen knew that she was at ease. This was a very good feeling. Tsk tisk, Kitten laughed lewdly as he looked at Longchen and then at Li Xuanji. A hero saving a damsel in distress. I bet the first thing you'll do when she recovers will be to have sex with her for 3 days and 3 nights without stopping. Longchen wasn't in the mood to joke around with him. Actually, he understood that after he won, there was still a troublesome matter to deal with. That was, how would he deal with the experts of the 9 great clans? One must know that his identity as Jiang Yunfan was fake. If he was careless and exposed himself, and his cultivation was also very strange, there were many 9th-level divine martial realm experts present, the patriarchs of various clans. They would definitely be suspicious. He had to be very, very careful. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. At this moment, the experts of the 9 great clans had already surrounded the light ball. Let me break this light ball. At this moment, one of the old men threw out a palm strike. Heaven and earth twisted, and a tearing force tore the light ball apart, creating a spatial crack. He was actually a LV9 divine martial realm expert. He was probably the leader of some clan. Children, thank you for your hard work. It's good that you're all alive. After today's matter is over, you should take good care of your injuries. There were about 45 old men, all above the LV7 divine martial realm. They should be the top figures of the 9 underworlds. At this moment, they all stepped forward. Of course, World Kings and Nirvanic Tribulation Realm experts were the old ancestors of the various large clans. They would not appear for something as trivial as the saint's fruit. The fact that the leaders of the various large clans had arrived was enough to show just how grand the trial of the 9 netherworld demon mountains was. Among the disciples of the 9 great clans, Sheng Guanfeng and Zhao Yunlong had mysteriously disappeared, while Ling Chan had died at the hands of Longchen. Therefore, the clan leaders of the 9 great clans, apart from the Leng clan leader who was somewhat indifferent to Longchen, were all watching with great interest. The other 2, the Shengguan family patriarchs and the Zhao family patriarchs, went to ask Qinshi. Qinshi glanced at Longchen, then told the Shengguan family patriarch that she, Sheng Guanfeng, and Zhao Yunlong had separated midway. Zhao Yunlong had been killed by Sheng Guanfeng, and Sheng Guanfeng had died at the hands of Longchen. Although the rules stated that all killings in the 9 underworlds Demon Mountain did not count, if the Shengguan family patriarch knew that Longchen had killed Sheng Guanfeng, it would be even more troublesome. After this battle, Suzhou and Qinshi both acknowledged Longchen. After comforting the disciples of the 9 great clans, the patriarchs of the 9 great clans ordered others to announce the end of the trial and bring the other disciples down the mountain. The remaining 9 patriarchs surrounded Longchen, looking at Longchen with great interest. They had a lot of questions about this young fellow. At this moment, the patriarchs of the 9 great clans had gathered together and asked, "Young fellow, you did very well, but you look very unfamiliar. What's your name?" Longchen was very calm and collected at this moment. He crossed his arms and looked at the elders with a rather respectful gaze. They were all peak experts, comparable to Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai. Longchen said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Patriarchs, my name is Jiang Yunfan, and I come from Dongxing City." I'm the son of Jiang Shirley, the patriarch of the Jiang family, one of the 3 great clans in Dongxing City. I once went to the Xianin demon realm, but because the 9 underworlds demon mountain opened and the saint's fruit ripened, I came back. Jiang Yunfan, Jiang Shirley. The Shangguan family patriarch was also present. He thought for a moment, then said, Jiang Shirley, peak of the 7th level of the divine martial realm. I've heard of him before, he's from the territory of my Shangguan family. I didn't think that someone at the 7th level of the divine martial realm could have a son like you. It's really admirable. Compared to you, the disciples of my Shangguan family are much inferior. Chapter 1188. Although he had managed to hide it for now, Long Chen still did not feel relaxed. The battle of the 9 underworld demon mountain had already ended, so a large number of cultivators had gathered at the various camps below the mountain. A few of the injured cultivators needed some time to recover before they could finally leave. At the summit, because the 6 ancient martial art practitioners from the 9 great clans were more seriously injured, they had already been brought back by their clans. Having lost to Long Chen, they had suffered a huge blow, and their hearts were like dead ashes. Su Zhe and Qin Shi were not heavily injured. They were just particularly weak. They both stood up and walked to Long Chen's side. The 2 of them were the young geniuses of the 9 underworld demon region. Even the leaders of the clans did not dare to slight them, especially someone like Qin Shi who had a great background. However, the attention of the leaders of the 9 clans was mostly on Long Chen. The person who had defeated everyone and obtained the saint's fruit was not simple at all. Although they were separated by the ball of light, they could see very clearly that the youth's strength was rather strange. He could even use a dragon-shaped battle skill, and even his previous breakthrough was rather strange. Basically, everyone had many questions about Long Chen. Jiang Yunfan, he really is a young hero. May I ask who his master is? Asked one of the leaders. Normally, for someone to reach such a level, they definitely had a master. Otherwise, the Jiang family of Dongxing City would not have been able to provide Long Chen with the resources he had. I've cultivated and traveled alone since I was young. I've crossed mountains and gone to many places, but I don't have a master. Everything I have today is from my own hard work. Long Chen understood what he meant, so he nodded and explained. If that was the case, then he would be very powerful. Everyone looked at each other. They guessed that this kid must have obtained some impressive items from some ancient ruins or ancient relics. For example, the item that Long Chen had used to fend off Su Zhe's silver dragon spear was no ordinary item. The group chatted for a while. Long Chen had been very careful the entire time. He could not let the cat out of the bag. Because of his cautiousness, the other leaders did not find anything suspicious at first. However, at this moment, the leader of the Shangguan clan said, Brother Jiang just happens to be a cultivator in the territory of my Shangguan clan. Congratulations on your great victory today, so allow me to set up a banquet in the Shangguan clan to congratulate Brother Jiang. Would Brother Jiang be willing to do so? This made things difficult for Long Chen. If he was the real Jiang Yunfan, then it would not be a big deal. It was just the Shangguan clan trying to recruit him. However, he did not want to die. If he gave himself away, then he would have no chance of surviving in front of these supreme experts. Furthermore, the leader of the Shangguan clan was asking if Long Chen was willing to do so. With such a sincere invitation, if Long Chen did not accept it, then it would be the same as not giving face to the leader of the Shangguan clan. Even if he was a young genius, he did not have the right to offend cultivators of this level. As a result, he did not know how to respond. However, someone else helped him out very quickly. Another leader said, I say, Shangguan Yao, Brother Jiang Yunfan has obtained the saint's fruit. This is a grand occasion in the 9 underworlds, so how can we let you entertain this young man alone? I think it's better for everyone to set up a banquet in the camp below. The more people there are, the better it will be. What do you all think? As soon as he finished speaking, the other leaders who did not want the leader of the Shangguan clan to take all the benefits all agreed. The leader of the Shangguan clan knew that these old foxes would do this. It was 8 against 1. It was not worth it to offend so many clans for Longchen. Since everyone says so, then let's set up a banquet below the mountain. We can also spread the name of Brother Jiang and let everyone in the 9 underworlds know about his heroic deeds. The crowd applauded. It would not be easy to make the old fox Shangguan clan spit out Longchen. However, for Longchen, it didn't matter if the banquet was held at the Shangguan clan or at the foot of the mountain, it wouldn't be a good thing for him. Longchen thought for a while, then lied, "I'm very grateful for all of your good intentions. However, to be honest with all of you, I still have a very important matter that I haven't finished yet. This matter involves everyone's privacy, and I'm very anxious right now. I wonder if I can go home and finish this matter. I'll definitely pay a visit to all of you in the future to thank all of you." For the sake of escaping for his life, Longchen still had some acting skills. His words were very sincere. All the family heads looked at each other in dismay. The purpose of the banquet wasn't to win Longchen over, but to win him over. If he really had his own secret mission to complete, then they wouldn't be able to force this genius warrior of the 9 underworlds. My master once said that if anyone else obtains the saint's fruit, they can go to the 9 underworlds world to see him, Qinshi interjected. Longchen immediately realized that this was a great opportunity. The patriarchs of the 9 great clans all wanted to recruit Longchen, but now that the world emperor of the 9 underworlds had already spoken, it was useless for them to compete. If they pushed too hard, they might make Jiang Yunfan, who might become the future world emperor's disciple, unhappy. Thinking of this, they all felt helpless and didn't force it anymore. They said, "Since little brother Jiang has something important to do, then go." "Thank you, everyone." Longchen bowed to everyone, then smiled at Qinshi. Suzhe and Qinshi were both decent people. It was all thanks to him that Longchen was able to escape this time. "Brother Jiang, don't forget about the trip to the 9 underworlds world," Qinshi reminded. "Of course I won't forget." Longchen smiled indifferently. He had successfully found an excuse to escape, so he hurriedly prepared to leave. In reality, he knew that the patriarchs were all at the 9th layer of the god martial realm. The senses of their souls spanned 100,000 kilometers, so it was impossible for Longchen to escape in a short amount of time. However, Longchen might not necessarily be able to escape with his soul breath. Once he left the 9 underworlds demon mountain, he could directly use it and escape. After bidding farewell to the patriarchs of the various families, Longchen was just about to leave when a startling change occurred. "Don't go." A cold and ear-piercing voice seemed to ring out in Longchen's ears. A terrifying power acted on Longchen, suppressing Longchen's movements. This caused Longchen to pale in fright. The person who could suppress him in such a short amount of time was at the 9th layer of the god martial realm at the very least. Just who was it? Originally, he was about to escape, but he never thought that something like this would happen at the last moment. Who is it? The patriarchs of the 9 great clans were furious. When Longchen was being controlled, they hurriedly stood in front of Longchen, cutting off the suppression on Longchen, and looked to the east angrily. Who dared to suddenly attack in the place where the 9 great clans were united? Who was so daring? In the dark green sky in the east, several beams of light flashed. 3 figures rushed to the top of the 9 underworlds demon mountain at an extremely fast speed. The shackles of thunder and lightning couldn't stop them at all. The bodies of these 2 people were filled with dense yin qi. In fact, their yin qi was even denser than that of the heads of the 9 great clans. When Longchen, who was about to break free, saw their faces clearly, his expression changed drastically. He didn't expect that they would appear here. There were a total of 3 people, and they were confronting the patriarchs of the 9 great clans. Their auras weren't weak at all. The 2 people on the left and right were very familiar to Longchen. They were Yang Kuei and Yin Mei, who had chased after Li Xuanji. They were so old that they were almost at the end of their lifespan. Their strength could compete with the 9 great clans of the 9 underworlds demon realm. They were peak figures. Seeing them, Long Chen was very anxious. In fact, after he dealt with Li Xuanji's matter, he wanted to go back and see what happened to Han Yunxing and the others. Under normal circumstances, Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai wouldn't be defeated by these 2 old men. Could it be that other experts appeared after Long Chen left? If that was the case, it would be troublesome. The most terrifying thing was that if a Nirvana Tribulation Realm expert appeared, Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai might not be able to survive. The only thing they could hope for was that the other party wouldn't dare to do anything to them because they were from the true Martial Emperor Palace and the Martial God Palace. It should be known that the true Martial Emperor Palace was extremely famous. The combined forces of the Supreme Een Devil world were probably less than half of the true Martial Emperor Palace. If one hadn't seen the Martial God Palace, they would never know how powerful the true Martial Emperor Palace was. Besides Yang Kuei and Yin Mei, the one that Long Chen feared the most was a middle-aged man with long black hair. He wore a long black robe, and his eyes were cold and handsome. He looked very charming. His eyes were like a deep lake, filled with cold qi. People couldn't help but sink into them and freeze their souls. At this moment, this cold and handsome middle-aged man was sizing up Long Chen. He was expressionless. I was wondering who it was. So, it's Yang Dingtian from the profound Een Devil realm. What are you doing in the 9 underworlds demon realm? One of the 9 great clans said arrogantly. However, one could tell from his eyes that he was fearful of Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian. Long Chen seemed to have heard of this name before. Yang Kuei and Yin Mei were accompanying him. Obviously, this Yang Dingtian was the current patriarch of the Yang family. Long Chen's eyes narrowed. This middle-aged man was the one who used the god's sealing coffin to seal Li Xuanji 1,000 years ago. He brought her to the Myriad Kingdom's domain. At the same time, he also brought one of his useless sons to the Myriad Kingdom's domain. That useless son later became the ancestor of the Yang family in Biyao town. In other words, this Yang Dingtian could be considered Long Chen's great-grandfather. Long Qinglan had married into the Yang family, but now that Long Chen's surname was Long, Yang Dingtian could only be considered a great-grandfather at most. However, in Long Chen's heart, he only recognized the bloodline of his parents. As for this Yang Dingtian, who was many generations away, he had nothing to do with him. Chapter 1189. He never thought that this guy would chase him all the way here. It seemed like he was really fearful of Li Xuanji. At this moment, the only way to deal with the situation calmly was to deal with it. The 2 super forces of the 9 underworlds and the Xianin demon realm met here, and all of them were warriors at the peak of the 9th level of the divine martial arts realm. In Long Chen's eyes, Yang Dingtian did not have a good impression of him at all. Firstly, he had no family, abandoning his useless son. Secondly, he was ruthless, sealing Li Xuanji. Thirdly, it was the matter of Yang Lingqing. If anything happened to Yang Lingqing, he would have to settle the score. At that time, Long Chen would not care if Yang Dingtian was his descendant or not. He would just kill Yang Dingtian directly. Yang Dingtian was someone who had dominated the Xianin demon region for thousands of years. He was not easy to deal with. Yang Dingtian's expression was very calm. He did not argue with the cunning old foxes of the Netherworld demon region. He pointed behind him and said, "I'm taking him away." He was obviously referring to Long Chen. The 9 clan leaders looked at each other. A few of them snickered. One of them said in disdain, "Yang Dingtian, the Xianin demon region and the Netherworld demon region are neighbors. There has never been any conflict between us. Are you trying to break the peace between us?" Yang Dingtian shook his head and looked at Long Chen coldly. He said, "Perhaps you don't know the truth yet, so I'll tell you, or you'll be kept in the dark." His words had successfully attracted the attention of the various clans. After a pause, Yang Dingtian continued, you've all heard about the recent movements of our Yang clan. 3 months ago, when the two of us were chasing the genius of the Li clan, Li Xuanji, 3 people from the Martial Emperor Palace appeared. 2 of them were at the peak of the 9th layer of the divine martial realm. They sent Li Xuanji and a young man 10 million kilometers away from the battlefield and fled. Back then, Li Xuanji was poisoned by the 100,000 evil arts of our Yang clan. Her 9-yin absolute meridian was crippled. The only thing that could restore her was the saint's fruit. That's why the young man from the Martial Emperor Palace came. His name is Long Chen, the one behind you. Yang Dingtian spoke in the tone of a storyteller. Everyone was shocked, and they turned to look at Long Chen. In truth, the truth was quite obvious, and there was no need for any explanation. Thinking back to what Long Chen had just said, and thinking about how he had been in such a hurry to leave, everyone knew that it was true. What kind of person was Yang Dingtian? He would definitely make up such a lie for the sake of someone as insignificant as Long Chen. Long Chen's heart was in turmoil. The more dangerous the situation was, the calmer he would be. He knew that Yang Dingtian's target was Li Xuanji and not him, so he would not be in danger for now. As long as he was not in danger, Li Xuanji would not be in danger. As for the identity of Jiang Yunfan, it was useless after obtaining the saint's fruit. Since he had already achieved his goal, Long Chen had no more worries. At this moment, he chose to face it calmly. You are from the true Martial Emperor Palace. Everyone looked at Long Chen in surprise. The true Martial Emperor Palace was a superpower that the entire Shadow Devil world had to work together to deal with. It was definitely ranked in the top 3 among the 12 superpowers of the 3 regions and 9 realms. Of course, Long Chen was only a member of the true Martial Emperor Palace and not all of them. The problem was that he was accompanied by 2 experts at the peak of the 9th LV of the divine martial realm from the true Martial Emperor Palace. His identity might not be simple. No wonder he could defeat Su Zhe and Qin Shi. Even Su Zhe and Qin Shi looked at each other. They did not expect it to be like this. The matter of Li Xuanji is very important to the Yang clan. I have troubled all the patriarchs today. I hope that you can give me some face and give the young man to me. Yang Dingtian was determined to get the young man today. He spoke politely and reasonably. This was a matter between the Xianin Devil region and the true Martial Emperor Palace. It was not convenient for them to interfere. However, there was one thing that they had to do. The patriarch of the Shengguan clan said, of course. Since he's from the true Martial Emperor Palace, we won't stop him. However, Patriarch Yang, you should know that the saint's fruit belongs to our 9 Hells Demon region. He should be given to a cultivator of our 9 Hells Demon region. As long as he hands over the saint's fruit, we will definitely let him go. The patriarch's words represented the thoughts of the other clans in the 9 Hells Demon region. To Yang Dingtian, there was nothing wrong with this. If Long Chen took the saint's fruit and saved Li Xuanji, it would be troublesome. Yang Dingtian nodded. He looked at Long Chen and said, return the saint's fruit to them and come with me. Long Chen smiled and shook his head. He said, before that, you need to answer a question of mine. Okay. Yang Dingtian never thought that the young man would be so calm at a time like this. He squinted his eyes slightly and his pupils constricted. He said slowly, you dare to negotiate with me? Long Chen acted like he did not hear him. He asked, how are my Uncle Han and Uncle Nangong? Since they had not come to find him in such a long time, Long Chen guessed that they had most likely been imprisoned by the Yang family. The other possibility was death. However, this was not very likely. Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai were both people of the Martial God Palace. Even if the Yang family was 100,000 times bolder, they would not dare to kill the people of the Martial God Palace. After all, Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai were only a hindrance. They did not kill the people of the Yang family. Yang Dingtian fell silent for a while. In order to save himself some trouble, he said directly, the 2 of them are guests of my Yang family. They can take you back to the true Martial Emperor region once you return. Is that fine now? Long Chen let out a breath of relief when he heard that. They were indeed imprisoned. The Yang family did not dare to kill the people of the martial god palace, so they could only use the excuse of being guests to imprison them. Then, they would wait for Long Chen to return before sending them back to the true martial emperor palace. In reality, the patriarch of the Yang family was very shocked by Long Chen's identity as well. The two cultivators at the great perfection of the 9th layer of the god martial realm had actually referred to Long Chen as young master. It was very likely that Long Chen was the son of someone with the highest status in the true martial emperor palace. Yang Dingtian seemed vicious right now, but he would never dare to kill Long Chen even if he was given 10,000 times the courage. The saint's fruit had already been eaten by Li Xuanji, so Long Chen obviously could not take it out. He waved his hand helplessly and said, "The saint's fruit is mine. I spent a lot of effort to obtain it. No one can take it away from me." As long as the saint's fruit remained in the void realm, no one could take it away unless Long Chen was willing. The great void realm was transformed from the scales of the great void cosmic dragon. With little cat inside, even these experts could only stare at it helplessly. At this moment, Long Chen listened to Kitten's orders and hid the void dragon talisman in his flesh. No one could see it. As for storage rings, Long Chen did not even have one. Basically, when he obtained other people's belongings, he would pour them into his own great void realm and then throw the storage ring away. Yang Dingtian never thought that Long Chen would actually act shamelessly in front of such a lineup. His expression immediately became very ugly. Long Chen sneered and said, "Li Xuanji really is a nice girl. I've taken a liking to her, but she died before I could enjoy her. She can't use the saint's fruit, but I can." Such arrogant words further confirmed Yang Dingtian's guess. Long Chen definitely had an extraordinary status in the true martial emperor palace. God damn it, I actually didn't investigate this brat's origins. Yang Dingtian was slightly angered. It was difficult for him, and it was difficult for the patriarch of the 9 Hells demon region as well. They refused to take a step back for the saint's fruit. "Everyone, I'll personally take out the saint's fruit," said Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian said. The others opened up a path for him. At this moment, Yang Dingtian's body flashed and he appeared in front of Long Chen. However, he did not find anything hidden on Long Chen's body after checking. "Stop looking. You won't be able to find the saint's fruit with just you," Long Chen smiled scornfully. Long Chen clearly did not have a divine kingdom, so where did he keep the saint's fruit? In reality, Ang Dingtian was at his wit's end against this calm young man. He could not confirm the young man's identity, so he did not dare to act recklessly. Yang Dingtian raised his head and looked at Long Chen from afar. He asked coldly, "Li Xuanji is really dead?" Long Chen said disdainfully, "The mighty patriarch of the Yang family, the ruler of the Xianin demon region, is so fearful of a junior. Wouldn't it be hilarious if this news spread?" Yang Dingtian's expression became even uglier. The reason why he treated Li Xuanji with such importance was because he did not want to leave any roots for the Li family. It would be very terrifying if the Li family were to rise from the ashes. Normally, treasures that could hide people would be of very high quality. Yang Dingtian would be able to know where it was with a single glance, but Long Chen clearly did not have something like that on him. However, how was he supposed to explain where Long Chen normally kept his things? However, Yang Dingtian thought, it doesn't matter where the young man hid Li Xuanji. As long as I bring him to Li Xuanji, she won't be able to obtain the saint's fruit. Without the saint's fruit, she should have died in a few days. The young man probably hid her somewhere hidden before he came to the 9 Netherworld Demon Mountains, or perhaps in the 9 Netherworld Demon Mountains. Yang Dingtian would never have guessed that Li Xuanji was actually in Long Chen's body right now, and she was currently recovering with the saint's fruit. However, even with that being the case, taking Long Chen from these people would not be easy. The other patriarchs sensed it as well. Long Chen did not have a space ring on him at all. Just where did he hide the saint's fruit? The only way to obtain the saint's fruit was to force a confession out of him. Just as the leaders of the two demon realms were facing off against each other, an unprecedented change suddenly took place. The clouds above the 9 netherworld demon mountains suddenly became extremely dense. This had happened unknowingly. Chapter 1190. Yang Dingtian, who was the closest to him, and the other 9th layer divine martial realm cultivators also sensed that something was wrong in the sky. A terrifying wild aura actually gathered in the clouds in the sky. This aura was wild and violent, filled with the aura of desolation. A word easily appeared in the minds of all the great experts, and that was, the Demon Clan. Long Chen had actually already seen it, which was why he was shocked. When he raised his head just now, he saw a pair of eyes with a diameter of over 100 meters in the clouds. The eyes were filled with a magical and hazy power. They were like a huge whirlpool, almost sucking in Long Chen's god-martial soul. It could be said that Long Chen's spirit-devouring demon eyes paled in comparison to the eyes of the demonic race. Demon race. It was unknown which family head it was, but he let out a horrified shriek. In Long Chen's opinion, Ong Dingtian's appearance was already a surprise. The appearance of the terrifying demon race above the clouds was even more of a surprise, a shocking turn of events. Everyone's reactions were different at this crucial moment. The first thing the clan leaders of the 9 great clans did was join forces to fight back. As for Yang Dingtian, this was a rare opportunity. Locking Long Chen in place, he exchanged glances with Yang Kuei and the Yin succubus, and then used his escape magic to flee tens of thousands of kilometers. Long Chen was stupefied. The speed of a cultivator at the 9th level of the divine martial realm was really incredible. He couldn't see anything in the surroundings, and that terrifying gale almost tore his body apart. When Long Chen found that he could open his eyes, he turned his head and looked back. In his eyes, the 9 secluded demon mountain had unexpectedly become the size of a human. Strange. Why has the demonic race come to the lunar demon world? Yang Dingtian restrained Long Chen, immobilizing him. The 3 experts of the Yang family did not leave immediately. Instead, they looked back. It's a demonic beast that has passed the nirvana tribulation at the very least. It's not at the level of a world king, but at the level of a world king at the very least. It's a supreme figure in the desolate imperial region, so the saint's fruit is nothing to the 9 serenity demon realm. Yang Dingtian smiled indifferently. It was exactly because of this that he had fled with Long Chen. One reason was to avoid being caught up in the battle, and the other was to avoid trouble. Long Chen was very mysterious. Finding the saint's fruit from him without killing him seemed to be rather difficult. No matter what, Yang Dingtian's attention was still on the demonic race. Long Chen's eyes widened as he watched this shocking change. In his eyes, the clouds that had gathered above the 9 secluded demon mountain were incomparably huge. The volume of the clouds exceeded the sum of all the 9 secluded demon mountains. Demonic race, how dare you invade my 9 serenity demon mountain? Piss off. The voices of the 9 clan leaders were very far away, but it was still deafening to Long Chen. Long Chen could see very far away. He could see 9 specks of light charge out of the chains of lightning and into the clouds. Amidst the incomparably huge clouds, the figure of an unknown giant beast vaguely appeared. Its huge body and the pressure that came from the depths of his soul caused Long Chen to feel a sense of horror. This demonic race was actually at the level of a world king. Hee hee. Between heaven and earth, an ear-piercing laughter filled the air. This was the voice of the demon race. It was incomparably sinister, causing one's soul to be thrown into chaos. Long Chen felt like he was about to faint. He fixed his gaze. At this moment, the battle between the demonic race and the 9 clan leaders immediately began. An extremely thick beast leg stretched out from the clouds. It seemed to be around the same size as the 9 Serenity Demon Mountain. The 9 clan leaders immediately charged up when they saw the pitch-black beast leg. What was funny was that all the experts at the 9th layer of the god martial realm were directly knocked away, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Children, let's go back. The mountainous beast leg landed on the 9th Serenity Demon Mountain, causing the entire ground to tremble. Long Chen was in extreme shock. Only sluggishness could describe his current feelings. Even the 9 clan leaders had been knocked away, which showed just how powerful the demonic race was. Living beings could actually be this strong. Long Chen finally understood that there really was no limit to how powerful one could be. At the same time, Long Chen also understood that the demonic race was taking the poisoned shadow clan back. Vaguely, there seemed to be dense shadows climbing up the beast leg of the demonic race and disappearing. A dignified demonic race in the Nirvana Tribulation realm actually came to take them back. This is the friendship of the demonic race. Long Chen sighed inwardly. He really felt that sometimes, in the world of the demonic race, the word friendship seemed to be much more important. However, it was impossible for such a large force to be mobilized just for the poisoned Shadow Clan. The next moment, Long Chen knew the answer. The huge 9 Serenity Demon Mountain was directly broken by the beast's claw. It could be said that it was broken from the root. As the 9 Serenity Demon Mountain collapsed, the entire 9 Serenity Demon realm shook and dust filled the sky. The huge beast's claw reached into the ground where the 9 Serenity Demon Mountain was and took out something unknown. Anyway, Long Chen found that the whole world was invaded by coldness, which even made him shiver. This coldness, for him, was too familiar, 9 Serenity Demon Ancestral Flame. Almost screaming, Long Chen subconsciously shouted this name. He finally understood why he always felt cold in the 9 Serenity Demon Mountain and the cold pond under the poisoned Shadow Clan. All of this was because the demonic race actually took out the 9 Serenity Demon Ancestral Flame. Hiss. The demonic race that covered the sky let out a terrifying hiss. Qin Tianzheng, your 9 Serenity Demon realm has imprisoned my poisoned Shadow Clan for so long. Take this 9 Serenity Demon Ancestral Flame as interest. With this 9 Serenity Demon Ancestral Flame, the Emperor's disciples' strength will increase by a terrifying amount again. As he spoke, the demonic race's voice became softer and softer. At the same time, the shadow in the clouds became more and more illusory until it disappeared. When the true experts of the 9 Serenity Demon realm caught up, he had already disappeared. The clouds began to dissipate. The 9 Serenity Demon Mountain was in a mess. It's actually one of the strongest of the 800 demonic wolves, the most violent demonic wolf in the legends, Moon Devourer, Yang Dingtian murmured. Patriarch, what is that 9 Serenity Demon Ancestral Flame? Why is it so terrifying? Who is the emperor he mentioned? Yang Kuei asked. Let's talk as we go. The Realm Lord isn't here, and the Realm Lord of the 9 Serenity Demon Realm, Qin Tianzheng, is about to go crazy. Let's go first, Yang Dingtian said with a gloating expression. He quickly grabbed Long Chen and the three of them left the 9 Serenity Demon Realm at a terrifying speed. The 9 Serenity Demon Ancestral Flame is said to be one of the ancestral flames. It is born with the heavens and earth, and is the origin of the fire of the heavens and earth. It has a mysterious power, and it is said that if one can completely control the ancestral flame, they can burn the entire sacrificial dragon continent. However, this is only a legend. Since ancient times, no one has been able to completely control the ancestral flame. The ancestral flame can transform into countless forms, such as the 9 Serenity Demon Ancestral Flame. Only by collecting all the 9 Serenity Demon Ancestral Flames can one obtain the legendary power. Under the ancestral flame, even Nirvana Tribulation experts can't resist it. Moon Devourer's luck is very good. The 9 Serenity Demon Ancestral Flame just now was very big. Hearing this, Yang Kuei and Yin Mei had a look of understanding. As for the Emperor's son, in the entire Desolate Emperor domain, only the number one overlord throughout the ages, the Desolate Emperor, can be called the Emperor's son. Moon Devourer is worthy of being called the Emperor's son. Could he be the Desolate Emperor's son? Rumor has it that the Desolate Emperor is an ancient demonic beast. No one knows what his true form is. The three of them were shocked, but they didn't continue. However, Longchen didn't know how to conceal his excitement. 9 Serenity Demon Ancestral Flame, Emperor's Son, the sun-devouring demonic wolf could increase its strength by devouring flames. It was the #1 overpowered demonic beast throughout the ages. Therefore, Longchen guessed that the Emperor's Son was most likely Mo Xiaolang. I didn't expect Xiaolang to be so awesome in the Desolate Emperor domain, while I'm in the true Martial Emperor Palace. I haven't even entered the Martial God Palace. Longchen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In terms of talent, the only person he respected was Mo Xiaolang. It didn't have any talent, but it had the ability to devour flames to increase its strength. Longchen's feelings were mixed. The 9 Serenity Demon Mountain was gone, and so was the Holy Tree. The Saint's Fruit was nothing compared to the losses of the 9 Serenity Demon Realm. The 9 Serenity Demon Realm would not pursue Yang Dingtian for this. The 9 Patriarchs would definitely be extremely busy right now. The appearance of the demonic wolf, Moon Devourer, could be said to have disrupted Longchen's plans. However, now that he was gone, things had returned to normal. Longchen was forced to face Yang Dingtian. As expected, Yang Dingtian slowed down after traveling a certain distance from the 9 Serenity Demon Mountain. He looked at Longchen and asked, "I won't pursue the matter of the Saint's Fruit with you. Tell me, where is Li Xuanji?" His objective in coming here was to kill Li Xuanji. Longchen said indifferently, "She's already at her limit. Even the 9 Serenity Demon Mountain has collapsed. What else do you think she can do?" Yang Dingtian squinted his eyes. He was unsure whether Longchen was lying or not, but from Longchen's determined expression, it did not seem like he was lying. Yang Dingtian said, "It'll be a miracle if she can survive 3 months before 100,000 demons. I'll take you back to the Yang family. Without the Saint's Fruit, she'll die even if she doesn't." As long as Longchen was in his grasp, Li Xuanji would not be able to escape even if she managed to survive. It was impossible for them to return to the 9 Serenity Demon Realm, so Yang Dingtian quickly returned to the Yang family with Longchen. This was exactly what Longchen wanted. With the Saint's Fruit, Xuanji can slowly recover. It's time to go to the Yang family and see what happened to my sister. If something happened, Yang Dingtian would definitely be responsible. You're tuning in to the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.